like, wow, I can literally feel the brain cells leaving my head right now.
You genuinely lose like
Absolutely.
double-digit IQ points.
Rum,
Beer,
tequila.
rum. What the f is the deal with Hub here? That shit is banned.
No, I was on Hub yesterday. I think I've done whippets twice.
Like one.
Oh,
they just crashed the tree. And they're all pissed now because it's stuck in the tree.
That plane is still fucked though.
Jacob Jones tips right there, dude.
There we go.
Literally blackout wasted sitting at my desk, and I was like also coked up because I was ringing the bell every like 10 minutes, like more fent, more fent, more fent. Okay, that's a little above my pay grade. Have you ever been with a Jill?
They don't use condoms.
I'll chick with herpes, dude. I don't care.
That's what I'm talking about. Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
The gay guys.
Yeah. I love to be able to buy liquor. Liquor hardly know her. To be like, well, give me my cooler back, bitch.
That's
sunroof?
luxury,
Yeah.
dude. In the
Yes,
80s,
sir.
that's big boy money.
This fucking airbox I fucking hate is a piece of fucking shit.
We're probably gonna get age restricted from even saying this. What is up, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? Welcome back to the Gobcast, but not welcome back to the studio, because as you can see behind me, we have a very beautiful venue today, because we have traveled all the way across the country, from the West Coast to the East Coast, to go to a public park and smoke and drink with a very, very special guest today. A guest who is, I'd say, probably the #1 park attendee in the country. I think, you know, when people think of someone who's going to the park, you're probably the most famous guy who's doing it.
I love going to the park. I love day drinking in public parks, and I love smoking cigarettes in public parks.
We've got Jacob Jones right here, the
Yes,
legendary park drinker and smoker. Thanks for
Hey.
coming on, dude. I appreciate you, bro. That was good. No, that was good. That's better than the first one, dude. You guys missed the first one, but I had to. How do you do it in North Carolina? Like, show me yours.
I would say
Like,
it's like
you go
that
ahead.
and then link. Yeah.
Okay, so just a quick little. All right.
I'm just really awkward with it though, because I've never really had a lot of people dap me up. I really only had people start to dap me up when I was in college. I'll acknowledge. So.
Why is that?
It
Is it just
wasn't
like
a thing
a-
at my high school. It wasn't a thing that any of my friends did. We were just kind of like, yo, what's up, kind of thing.
So there would be no hand interaction at all. Just
Not
like
really, in all
okay.
honesty. Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
I feel like.
It might be due to the fact I did go to an arts high school.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I was doing visual arts through that, and
Okay.
I love drawing and stuff, and that helped a lot, I will acknowledge.
So a totally different vibe at that school.
Absolutely different vibe from your normal public school setting, without a doubt. Lots of people think it's High School Musical.
Well, I want to say before we get started, first and foremost, this is the first episode that we've ever done outside of our studio, really. So thanks for being a very special guest today. And I got to say as well that I'm very excited for this.
Hey,
when I
same
was
here.
coming, you know, pulling up to this park, I was having some major nostalgia, you know, thinking about like drinking in the parks in high school and shit. And I got a nice case of beer for us today that I felt was a
PBR.
good fit. I felt was a good fit for drinking in public.
Absolutely.
Ladies and gents, we have the Pabst Blue Ribbon today. Only a 12 rack because yesterday my tummy hurt and I got too drunk and I threw up on the bathroom floor. But today, I'm not going to do that. Today I'm going to drink very lightly. And you brought some stuff for yourself too, didn't you?
did. I've got
You brought a whole cooler.
I've got this cooler right here. This is a Coleman. What is this? This is an Oscar by Coleman cooler from 1979.
Oh my God.
To be precise. Got it at the thrift shop just for this video because I knew everything I had
Really?
wasn't going to fit in my other cooler I have. But brought some Coca-Cola, brought some cups as well.
Caffeine-free W.
Yes, sir. Brought some
Health-focused
carbonated-
chasers. I love that.
Of course, of course. I brought some tequila, which I
Damn.
heard is your favorite.
Let me tell you, dude, tequila, I get really bad like acid reflux after like 2 shots.
Seriously.
Dude, it like burns my insides. It's like I just took a shot of like, I don't know, dude, cyanide or some shit. But
Wow, keep that in mind.
give me like 2 PBRs and I'll probably just start drinking that shit.
I'll mix you up a ranch water.
What's
No
the
need for
saying? They give
shots.
is it liquor before beer in the clear, or is it the other way around?
I think it's liquor before beer. In all honesty, I've heard the saying for herb as well, where it's you got to smoke one before the other,
Yes.
otherwise you end up vomiting.
Dude,
So-
I think you got to get high before you drink, because every time I drink and then get high, I get sick. I
Makes
get
sense.
spins bad, dude.
Let's see. I've got a
you have
bottle
more.
of rum as well, some Mount Gay Eclipse rum.
Mount Gay
This
Eclipse,
is
1703.
yes, sir.
Wow, that's old.
This is some really good rum for rum and cokes, in my personal opinion.
Okay.
And it's been my go-to because it's like $20 a bottle. I certainly can't beat it. I will acknowledge.
That sounds pretty.
All this back just for the moment.
Oh, we were talking about earlier, one of the really weird things about where we are, which, by the way, we're in North Carolina right now, for those of you guys who aren't familiar. The home turf here of the park king himself. And the liquor laws here are strange, dude.
Yeah, ABC stores only, and it's that way on a bunch of the East Coast. I will acknowledge Ohio is the same way.
What does the ABC stand for?
I think it's... I actually don't know.
Is it even like an abbreviation, or are they just like?
I think
ABC?
it is. I think it's like Alcohol Bureau or something like that kind of thing.
It's
but
so
I'm not exactly
strange,
sure.
dude. Because so we had gone to the liquor store before we started shooting, because I wanted to pick up, obviously my loot for today. We started out at Total Wine, which like back, where we come from, also sells hard liquor, and they don't do that here, which is like, okay, that's not super unusual. They told us to go to the liquor store, so we go like 10 minutes up the street, pull up to the liquor store. We're like, oh, we'll grab some chasers while we're here. The liquor store legally doesn't sell anything that doesn't contain alcohol.
Yep.
What?
It's wild.
Has it always been that way?
It's always been that way, to my knowledge at least. North Carolina used to have a bunch of dry counties. One of my parents actually grew up in a dry county, so everybody would go over the county line, buy beer, and then come back. It would be like a 25-minute drive both ways.
You figure by now they'd figure out that stuff doesn't really work.
Yeah, it really doesn't. And the last dry county in North Carolina actually disappeared, I think in 2020 or 2021.
That's recent,
Yeah.
dude. Damn.
But there's dry counties still over in Texas that are still going hard today. And there's been votes in those counties to get rid of, in some of them, take what I say with a grain of salt, I'm not an expert. In some of them, from what I know, there's been some votes to get rid of the dry county laws, and in some of them it's passed, some of them it hasn't, which is very interesting.
It's really like a whole different country, like East Coast versus West Coast. I mean, coming from California, where like, dude, I don't think I'll see a police officer for a month straight, and like you can just go do whatever you want. Then I come here, dude, we got trailed back to the Airbnb by cops yesterday. We saw like 4 cops on the way here today. You can't go to the liquor store and get chasers. And the weed's illegal, but the THCA is very legal.
Yes.
It's a really strange set of laws here.
It really is. Now, usually in the local area on the police topic, there's actually not really that many police around, and they really don't pull people over on city streets that much unless you're going 60 and a 35 kind of thing. It's mainly on the highways that people get pulled over on, and actually the state of North Carolina, the Highway Patrol here, recently got in a new shipment of Mustangs, like brand new V8 Mustangs for the state Highway Patrol. So I ain't running.
Yeah, those boys
there
are
ain't
coming.
No way.
Those boys are coming for you.
I think they're trying to compete with Georgia State Highway Patrol now, because
dude,
crazy.
The GSP clips online, they pit you at like 100 miles an hour.
Exactly.
Like, they'll kill you, dude.
I saw one of the Jeep Grand Cherokee, and I saw him get pitted. I was like, man, that dude has a broken back.
Yeah, they'll literally send people's cars like flipping and shit. They have no regard for their safety in that car.
It is insane. I mean, like, I understand it can be argued if the person is a danger on the road,
sure,
it's better to take them off.
If you've got like someone who's wanted for like murder, driving away going 90, I mean, you might have to knock him off the road, dude. I don't know.
Without a doubt, absolutely.
He's already killed one person.
Exactly. Why wouldn't he do it again?
You know what? When I had posted on Twitter that I was coming here a few days ago, and I was just asking like about North Carolina stuff, and I mentioned it again on my live stream. One of the most interesting things, we're probably going to get age restricted from even saying this early in the episode, so get ready to bleep. But what the is the deal with Hub here? That shit is banned.
Well, I didn't.
You realize that, right? You've never gone on Pornhub in this state?
No, I was on Hub yesterday.
Are you on a VPN?
Nah.
Really?
Yeah. I think Hub is banned in
Let me show you
a couple other states, but in North Carolina,
I'm gonna go right now.
Is it really banned?
So it's not. Let me show. Look. So this is what happens when you go to the site. There's nothing on there because they have an age verification law here in North Carolina. So if what the state legislature was trying to do is make all the websites that post that kind of content verify every person's age the moment they access the site.
Seriously?
And the Hub and a bunch of other sites said, F that, we're shutting down in this state.
Wow.
Email your local legislators. So when someone told me to go to the website when I got here, I went to the website and dude, it's just a warning message. Like, email your local legislation, and that's the whole website.
I'll acknowledge, I actually had no idea.
That's dude, the laws are nuts here.
I might have not actually been on Hub yesterday. I haven't looked in a year or two.
You go on the North Carolina friendly sites.
Oh, of
you know,
course,
you
of
don't
course,
go on
absolutely.
the illegal banned sites.
Exactly.
crazy.
No. I wouldn't break any laws. I don't do that. It's just, I would never day drink and smoke cigarettes in a public park. This is just a green screen, of course, absolutely.
Well, you don't smoke weed.
I don't know.
You're a law-abiding citizen in that respect.
Very law-abiding citizen in that respect.
Oh God, hold on, I'm losing PBRs here. There we go.
There we go. Perfect.
Oopsie.
It's probably one of the most requested things for me to do, but
Dude, probably half my comments when I mentioned that I was coming to link up with you were like, get him to smoke a joint. Because I didn't know you didn't smoke at first until I started like watching your content and had people tell me like, oh, he doesn't smoke weed. Do you just like not enjoy it or why not?
I've never actually tried it before, and
Really?
I'll acknowledge I don't really have too much of an interest in doing so. I enjoy my tobacco, I enjoy my alcohol, and I'm very happy with just that in all honesty.
Yep.
The heaviest thing I've ever done, I think I've done whippets twice.
Really?
Yeah, I was in high school and I did whippets.
Tell
with
me that
friends.
story.
Literally, okay. So it was like 11 o'clock at night. I'm hanging with some of my friends after we were like hanging out somewhere else. I think we got dinner or something like that. And we were like, let's try whippets. So we literally went to the store, got whipped cream cans.
Same way I did it when I was in high school.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
And just got like 2 of them, took it out of it, and I got a little bit of a buzz, and I was like, wow, I can literally feel the brain cells leaving my head
You
right now.
genuinely lose like
Absolutely.
double-digit IQ points.
Oh,
when
without
you
a
have that
doubt,
shit.
without a doubt. And ended up doing it again, like a couple weeks later, I think, and felt like I was losing brain cells again, and I was just like, never again. I'm not
Fuck
doing
this
this
shit.
again. Like the 30-second like buzz is not worth it at all.
No.
For literally losing my brain cells.
It's one of the worst drugs in my opinion.
Absolutely,
Like,
without a doubt.
Nitrous just sucks, dude.
Yeah.
And it's become so popular now.
It has, especially with the galaxy gas and stuff like that. Like, I'm looking at it, I'm like, you're in high school class hitting galaxy gas? Like, hey, I'm not going to control what people do. I think people, if they want to do it, I'm not going to tell them what to do.
For sure,
It's their life, not mine. But for me, I'm looking at it like, damn, bro is going to be on single-digit IQs by the time he's in out of high school.
I'm kind of interested in your perspective as someone who's not really much of a drug user from what I'm gathering, outside of tobacco and alcohol. How do you feel about like how normalized all these drugs are becoming now, and how much shit's at the smoke shop even here?
So that's a interesting question that I'm going to try to go as in-depth in as possible.
Okay.
It depends on the drug, of course. So like weed, for example, I have no issue with. I believe it should be legalized, even though
sure.
I don't consume it myself. I personally support the deregulation of the tobacco and alcohol industry to an extent. I believe that the FDA should not have control of the tobacco industry and what they're doing with that, which is preventing new companies from coming into the market to a very large degree, is not a very good thing for the tobacco market. It's become so monopolized, and it's really bad for it.
Big tobacco is like a parasite. You know?
I think it's both a blessing and a curse. Because big tobacco, I would say, is the reason why we even still have cigarettes that are as not regulated as they are today.
Interesting.
Because ever since like 2008, 2009, ever since the Family Smoking Prevention Act, it might be a slightly different name. It's something along those lines. But it was introduced during by the administration at that time, and they banned flavored cigarettes, they banned clove cigarettes, and they also introduced a precedent for more warning labels on the front of cigarette packs. Of course, with the one I've got with me today, which is actually down here, there's only a warning on the side of the pack, just the Surgeon General warning. That's been on there since 1965.
Okay, yeah, shout out to
The
gang.
United States was actually one of the first countries to introduce warning labels onto packs of cigarettes, but while there is technically an argument to be made, okay, there's already one warning label on here, then we should put more warning labels on here. Over the last, well, like 50, 60 years or so since 1965, free speech from a company's perspective has actually become a very argued for thing, and it's become something that there's precedent for from a legal setting. And so the argument that Big Tobacco is giving is that, well, we shouldn't have images on the front of our cigarette packs because this is our free speech, where our packaging is free speech. And so that's their argument. And so they put that out there, and there was a lawsuit going on for over 10 years out in Texas and a couple other states about all this. Sadly, about a year ago, they did lose the lawsuit. Big Tobacco lost the lawsuit, but they held off on warning labels on cigarette packs becoming a real thing for over 10 years, just with the amount of money they have because they're Big Tobacco. So while Big Tobacco certainly did have a part in getting the legislature to get rid of small tobacco companies, but the government did that as well, and there's a lot of very scummy stories about this, and it just is a really bad look for a lot of the legislatures. A lot of them were just wanting money from these small tobacco companies, and the small tobacco companies didn't have the money to pay it.
Yeah, they're struggling.
Exactly. They're not really getting a lot of sales. They're a very niche brand kind of thing.
They're not at the gas station.
Exactly. Sorry. What was that? Sorry, can you repeat yourself?
We were just talking about.
Oh, they're not at the gas station.
Yes, they're not at the gas
okay.
station. The small tobacco companies that are getting shit on by the big tobacco.
Yeah.
But it's really interesting hearing your perspective on this as someone who's a supporter of big tobacco. It sounds like, because I think maybe a month or two ago we had Josh Kesselman, who's the owner of Raw Papers, on, and he is like the polar opposite end of the spectrum, where he like despises everything about big tobacco. And I mean, from my POV, I don't think I've ever heard your perspective on it. Like, I've never heard someone have your take of big tobacco like that. From my POV, as someone who's involved in the THCA and hemp side of the industry, a lot of the big tobacco players are taking their money and now dumping it into those industries and bullying out small players there.
Yes,
which
absolutely.
is, I think, very bad. But then also on the flip side, it seems like there's a lot of benefit to them, and they have to act a certain way and abide by certain rules. So, on one hand, it's like, yeah, they're bullying out these small entities, but then on the other hand, you're getting a safe product. You're getting a product that is not going to be fucked or adulterated or anything. So it's interesting to kind of hear both sides of it. But like, how do the small tobacco guys ever win? Like, how do the Cheyenne guys end up in a gas station one day?
So that's a very good question. And one thing I do want to clarify, I wouldn't exactly define myself as being pro-big tobacco.
For sure, yeah.
But I would say that they're a necessary evil, at least in the United States. I think other countries around the world, less of a necessary evil, but in the United States specifically, definitely a necessary evil. But how did the small companies get in? Well, these days, there's not really a lot of new small companies. Most of the smaller tobacco companies that exist today were grandfathered in. So basically, when the FDA took control of the tobacco regulation in the United States in the mid-2000s, all of the cigarettes that were produced prior to a certain date were then, so all the cigarettes that were not produced prior to a certain date had to be re-registered with the FDA and had to go through all the trials and stuff like that the FDA wanted to do. All the ones that were registered beforehand, though, were grandfathered in. They didn't have to do anything.
Good for them.
Yes. So these were more than likely introduced in 2002. They were grandfathered in. So that wasn't an issue for Cheyenne or Cheyenne International, which is the company that makes these out in Grover, North Carolina. But for smaller companies today, there's one company called Hestia. I've actually interviewed the founder of Hestia, David Slay.
Sick.
And he was talking about the hurdles and hassle it is to get a cigarette-focused tobacco company off the ground these days. If you're doing pipe tobacco or cigars, it's a different story, as pipe tobacco and cigars has very much more loose on regulation.
Interesting. Why is that?
I would hazard a guess it is mainly because there's friends of the industry in Congress and in the Senate and stuff like that. Lots of old politicians love their cigars, love their pipe tobacco, so why would they want to regulate it? And that's been one of the really great things about pipe tobacco, especially since pipe tobacco today, I hate to say this, it's a dying niche of tobacco to an extent. Like, it's still very much around, there's very much a concentrated community, but compared to the 1970s, when pipe tobacco was, one could argue, at its peak, from the, I'd have to say probably 1950s to 1970s was its peak, in the United States at least. Compared to those times, it's nothing kind of thing, and it's really a very niche good. Cigars today are much bigger than pipe tobacco. But it's the fact that there's politicians that aren't really wanting to regulate cigars and pipe tobacco on a federal level because they're friends of the industry.
Yep.
Someone
just got to write them a big enough check, and then they'll change their mind.
Yes, I hate to say that. And a lot of the money that goes to, so each tobacco company, here's another thing that definitely hurts small tobacco companies as well, and is another hurdle they need to go over. Each tobacco company has to pay into a fund in every state they're sold, and in a federal fund as well, from what I know, for like lawsuits and stuff like that. And then they also have to, I don't know if it's a have to or if it's more a they're highly encouraged to, but a lot of money that tobacco companies give out to the government is then given to anti-smoking campaigns.
Interesting.
Which is really amusing. So like the Truth campaign, for example, they don't publish this, but I'm hazarding a guess they're pretty much entirely funded by the tobacco industry.
It's hard to imagine who else is funding it, you know?
Exactly,
Where's that money
yeah.
coming from?
Yeah, I mean, like, there's no money in making anti-smoking commercials.
No one's paying for
so-
that.
Exactly,
Yeah.
But that's definitely another hurdle that small tobacco companies, if they want to get on the market today, have to go through. And of course, pipe and cigar companies don't have to pay into that. They don't have to pay anybody except for the federal government their tax money, essentially. And then there's also just the FDA not wanting to reply to you. The FDA has no sort of, we have to reply to you by X date kind of thing. Whether
They
it's
can just
a
drag
yes or
ass
no.
as long as they want.
Exactly. And with Hesky as a brand, it took 10 years for them to get their cigarettes approved.
That's nuts.
2012 to 2022.
Dude.
Crazy. Absolutely wild.
And during that 10 years, do you just sit there with twiddle your thumbs or what?
That's pretty much what happened from what I know.
That's
Yeah.
crazy.
Crazy.
That's such a fucked system.
And then, due to the master settlement agreement of, I can't remember what year it was, but due to the master settlement agreement, there's some really interesting legislature that basically says that to be able to sell in every state without having to get approval from every single state, your tobacco factory has to be like approved or something like that. So basically people that are trying to use factories that aren't approved have to go to every single state to ask to get their stuff sold there, to be allowed to get on the cigarette registry, which is public in some states. It's public in North Carolina, so I can see exactly what's sold here and what isn't, which is really nice. And they even update it and let us know, okay, this one's been taken off the market here, this one was recently introduced. It's actually really helpful, especially as somebody that does cigarette reviews. I want to know what's up and coming in the state and just what's sold here to begin with, or whether I can or can't buy a cigarette here, or if I have to go somewhere else to get one. But if you have to go to each and every single state, it's just an extra level of legislature and paperwork and lawyers and all of that, and they have no due date they have to reply by as well. Some states do, but a lot of them don't.
They'll reply on their
which
deathbed.
Yeah, pretty much. And a lot of the states, especially with the anti-smoking sentiment today, a lot of these states just don't reply to stuff. They just won't. So really the only way for small tobacco companies to get their cigarettes sold throughout the entirety of the United States right now, unless they want to buy a factory that's already been pre-approved, they have to go through a factory which is pre-approved but also makes other cigarettes, and so they're just making those other cigarettes on, well, the same assembly line, but essentially just it's a different brand owned by a different person, but they're making them. So it's a contract based, I guess, which is not very good for the brand, of course, because you're just introducing one more factor in there. These people could sue you if you don't pay them exactly on time, or any number of things could pop up that could hamper how your brand is doing. It's pretty wild, I will acknowledge.
It's really interesting hearing you like talk this in depth about tobacco, because I've never met someone who's this much of an enthusiast about this kind of stuff. And it really reminds me of like a lot of the people I know in the weed industry. Like the way that you're talking about this tobacco stuff is the same way that like if I sat down with someone who has a weed brand, they'd be talking about weed products and stuff. It's really interesting to hear like the level of knowledge you've got as a consumer. Have you always just like studied up, or like how'd you learn all this?
I looked into starting my own tobacco company.
Oh.
I've decided cigarette tobacco company is not something I have any desire to do due to all of the reasons I just listed. And of course, for the audience, I want to clarify, I may be missing one or two details, or I may have gotten something wrong. I'm not an expert on the subject, I will acknowledge.
We're not lawyers.
Yeah, precisely. I'm not a lawyer, I'm not an expert on the subject. So take what I say with a grain of salt, of course. But I looked into, okay, what would it take to start my own cigarette company? If I wanted to do that and I had the capital to do so, what would it take? And I did a bunch of research. I ended up talking with David Sly, the owner of Hestia, as previously mentioned, and after having talked with him and after having done research, I was like, this is not something that I have any desire to do.
Yeah.
This sounds like it would be nothing but a hassle if I wanted to do it, especially since I'd be wanting to do it more small scale. And that's without even mentioning that cigarettes in the United States can't be shipped. You can't ship them via UPS. There are some companies, not going to name any names because I don't want to get anybody in trouble. But there are some companies that don't ask, don't tell kind of thing. But through UPS, it's actually federally illegal to ship cigarettes in the United States.
Oh, wow.
Cigars and pipe tobacco, though, it's legal. So,
That's weird.
Yeah. So if I was going to start a tobacco company, I would more than likely be trying to do so with a pipe tobacco company. Because with pipe tobacco, not only is it taxed at a lower rate than cigarettes and rolling tobacco, which is also illegal to be sold in the United States, or not illegal to be sold in the United States, but illegal to be mailed in the United States. Got my words a little bit jumbled up. But I could make a pipe tobacco that is thinly enough cut where it can be rolled, but it's still pipe tobacco. And there's actually a bunch of companies on the American market that have taken advantage of that. There's one brand called Cherokee, not made by the Cherokee Nation, used to be, not anymore.
Change the name.
I'm pretty sure the Cherokee Nation got their money's worth out of the company. It was bought by a bunch of pretty high-end people. And they're making stuff up in, I want to say...
Dude, those Native Americans are killing it, bro. The Seminoles got the casinos, bro. Cherokee's got the cigarettes. Those boys are up, dude.
Absolutely, without a doubt.
Get me in a tribe, dude.
They've got King Mountains up in Washington as well. Up in Canada, they've got the Grand River Enterprises Tobacco Company, which makes Senecas, and they sell Senecas in the United States. They also sell cigarettes in Canada. I went to Mexico, and I was like, oh, cool, like a $1.25 pack of cigarettes. Sweet. It was at the Tiendas 3B, which is like a budget Aldi type store in Mexico. And picked that up, and I look at the side, I'm like, Grand River Enterprises, wow, they're selling in Mexico. I looked at their website, and I was like, oh my God, they sell in like over 50 countries, I think it is. It's over 40 or 50 or something like that. And I was like, holy crap, that's wild. And they're considered to be a smaller tobacco company than not as well. So it's pretty crazy. But absolutely killing it without a doubt.
What is like, let's say you had an investor who like, you found some angel investor. What is like the startup cost of making like a pipe tobacco company?
Ooh. Depends if I was to go through another company to have my product made.
So like a white label.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or if I'm buying all the machinery myself.
Seems like white label's probably the best way to start.
Absolutely,
for sure.
without a doubt.
Yeah.
But pipe tobacco is actually not so bad because all you need to have is jars, sealers, and then you could even just put it in a mason jar, honestly.
Really?
As long as you make sure regulation-wise it's all good and everything like that. You just have the Prop 65 warning on the back for selling in California.
Dude, the California warning.
Prop 65 warning,
nuts,
yo, it's
dude.
Crazy.
It's a different world out there, dude. Have you ever been?
It is. I've never been to California before. I've never actually been to the West Coast before, believe it or not. Which is something that I definitely do need to do. I've had friends go over there, but I've never been myself.
I'd say personally, at least my 2 cents, NorCal, like further north than San Francisco, is beautiful. Like Santa Rosa, Humboldt County is amazing, dude. I would definitely say go to Humboldt. And then San Diego is probably, you can skip the rest. Like San Diego, NorCal, fuck everything in the middle.
No LA?
I mean, if you want some weed, then yeah, but I mean, you don't smoke, so
Yeah, no.
I'd probably skip LA,
Makes
personally.
sense. And
San
cigarettes
Francisco.
cigarettes are expensive in California.
Bro, I drove past, I think it was Pall Malls, it was $9.
$9 for
Yes.
Pall Malls? What
yes,
the
for
hell?
Pall Malls. Dude, the ports are like 14 or some shit.
That's crazy.
It's mental.
And I'm like, prices are getting up here as well, I'll acknowledge. And it's not even really taxes going up. It's just the tobacco companies realize they can raise their prices, and so they are. Do you want to drink as well? I can mix you up one.
What do you got? I brought some rum too. I brought a little gift for you here. So I figured to pair well with our cigars, you know, we got some cigars. I brought us some Dominican rum today.
Oh shit!
This is the
Perkins Sweeney. Never had this one before.
I haven't either, but it
Hell
looked
yeah.
very good, and I liked the little. They show like the picture of where it comes from on the back. I think they have a little map.
Oh hell yeah!
So it looked pretty good to me. And
This is pretty tempting. I might have a sip of this and then mix it in a.
it's all
some
yours, dude.
Coca-Cola.
Let's get it going.
Hey, big bet. I've got another glass if you would like one.
Oh, please, of course.
As well. Big bet.
So you really come prepared.
Of course.
Do you
of
always
course.
like bring cups with you and everything to the park?
Depends what I'm planning on drinking, I'll acknowledge.
Okay.
If I'm planning on having a rum and coke or a ranch water, which was what I was thinking about making.
What's
for
a ranch
moment
water?
there. So it's tequila, carbonated water, generally speaking Topo Chico, but Topo Chico is really expensive. It's like $2 a bottle. So I just get the carbonated water from a grocery store called Wegmans for like $4.99 for a 12-pack. And I just mix that in, put some lime juice in, and that's pretty much the drink right there.
Interesting.
So, yeah, I'm not really a shots type of person, I'll acknowledge. I've taken shots before, but for me personally, half of the pleasure of drinking comes from drinking, whereas with a shot, I just personally, it's if I want to get really messed up, then I'll go for shots kind of thing.
Yeah,
But
shots are the real like alcoholic shit to do, you know.
only if it's with Everclear.
This is this is the connoisseur's way to drink a beverage, you know,
Well,
a nice mixed drink.
I would agree with that, but to an extent, of course, just sipping on a straight like whiskey or a straight rum or something like that, like Appleton 12 or a nice Buffalo Trace. I need to try Buffalo Trace. I
Do you have like a number one rum?
Number one rum, got to be Appleton 12, Appleton Estate 12, which is aged for 12 years. There's like no added flavorings or anything like that, and it's overall very smooth, very nice, very good as a whole. I really like it.
Interesting.
It's expensive. It's like $40 a bottle.
Damn.
But yeah.
I've been drinking a lot of the Costco shit, dude. Kirkland gets my money.
I've heard Costco, like whiskey and rum is really good.
Let me put you on it right now. They have it's called the Lowland Single Malt Scotch. It's in California, it's $24.99 for the bottle. So here I'd imagine it's probably cheaper.
They actually don't sell Kirkland liquor here, though, believe it or not.
Oh, because of the fucking...
Yeah, Costco's can't sell liquor.
Oh,
Yeah.
you have to drive to... Does South Carolina do that too?
I don't believe so. So I got to
Buddy,
go
you got
to
to cross
South
the border.
I got it.
You got to cross the border. Whenever you get across, there's it's got like a blue and red label with a red cap, Lowland Single Malt. I drink it, like literally I'll take a shot and then just have a sip of ice water to chase it. Best shit ever. It's
will keep that in
magic,
mind.
dude. It tastes just like very woody. As soon as you take the sip of water, all the alcohol goes away, and it's just... I feel like a real smart guy when I drink that, you know?
Hell yeah.
I'm like, fuck, this is intelligent right now.
Just got the whiskey, got the cigar,
Yup.
or in your case, a joint.
Do you remember your first time getting lit at a park?
Ooh. So, I'll go and tell this story real quick. So,
Okay.
first time I ever smoked. I wouldn't say I really, I smoked heavily. I took like a hit or two.
Okay.
The first time I ever smoked, I was hanging out with friends in high school. I was in my junior year. I was 16, almost 17. And I went to school originally in the downtown area of the city I live in, or near. And I remember being next to a historic graveyard with graves from like the 1800s all the way to the
Always a
early
fun
1900s.
place to party.
Always. And one of my friends at the time had a Mustang convertible, V6 Mustang convertible. Whip that shit everywhere.
Fuck
It was
yeah.
a clean ass whip.
Anyone with a convertible back in high school was slaying. That guy was getting laid.
Oh, absolutely. He was actually. Yo, shout out Cameron.
Big up to Cameron, dude. Bring the drop top around.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. He's got a Vanagon now, He's got a
What's that?
Subaru Baja, like a VW Vanagon from the 80s.
Oh,
Yeah.
shit. Those are,
And,
like, rare now, aren't they?
They're pretty rare, yeah, and they're definitely getting up there in price. He got a banger deal on his, though, and it looks fantastic.
Damn. I bet you could sell that for fucking triple on the West Coast, dude. People live in those.
Oh, more than likely, yeah. No, without a doubt. He's never getting rid of it, though. It's his dream car.
That's probably a sick car, dude.
It is super cool. It used to have a VW Beetle as well, a 69 VW Beetle, which I think, like, it's 69 VW Beetle. You can't beat it. It's pretty awesome, in my opinion.
Seem like a car guy.
I love my cars. Oh, I was afraid we were going to need a cork opener. Or
I think we could just yank that shit. Yeah.
Nice. I do love my cars, though. The W123 I've got, for context to the audience, I own a 1985 Mercedes-Benz W123 300D turbo diesel sedan with the inline 5 turbo diesel OM617. It's got a classical white exterior with a Palomino MB-Tex interior. A couple dents, but it's in overall pretty good shape, so I can't complain. And I love it. It's my dream car.
Dude, when I saw your car for the first time, it was so funny because it's literally the luxury version of my old car.
You had a Volvo 240,
I had a
right?
1981. Let me show you a picture.
Oh, shit.
I had a 1981 Volvo 240. It was the sedan, not the wagon, unfortunately.
Both are really nice, though.
Oh, I loved that car to death. I have to go on Google Images because this is a new phone.
The same friend I was just talking about, he also had a 240 coupe.
It was this, pretty much spot on.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, so it had a tan cloth seats on the inside. I'll send you the picture to show everybody later. But I have one of those. I bought it off my old landlord when she was like moving out of the state, but it broke down like super fast. It died on me because I paid like $1,000 flat for it. She didn't tell me about any of the issues.
Yeah.
This fucking engine was like dead. So,
makes sense.
Lasted 6 months. But when I saw your car, I was like, holy shit, dude. It's just a nice version of my old shit.
Volvos are really sweet as well. I mean, like, Volvo as a brand is crazy good. Volvos, especially with the 4-cylinder red blocks, like, I'm not really one for, like, diesel Volvos from the 80s or 70s, 80s, or early 90s, because they made the 240 up until, I think, 92, if I remember correctly. But the diesels for them, actually absolute garbage, not reliable, not good, not good vehicles, not good engines. They had oil starvation issues on the 5th cylinder. But the 4-cylinder gassers, they're so reliable, they're so good, if taken care of properly, of course, which it sounds like yours wasn't.
Oh, fuck no, dude.
Sounds like your landlord was skimping out on both, more than likely, painting the walls and on her car as well.
Dude, yeah, the whole house was fucked up, I'll tell you. So the car fell in line, it seems
Makes
like.
sense. To fit the aesthetic.
What was your first car?
First car, so I had my first car I ever bought, and then I also had a car that my parents let me drive in high school. So my parents let me drive I think it was a 2008 Ford Crown Victoria.
Oh, that's fire.
P71 ex-detective car.
Heat.
Super nice, like 70,000 miles. Crashed it within
pristine,
a month.
dude. Oh.
Yeah. Not my fault. Not my fault, but with what I know today, I could have avoided the crash. I was just an inexperienced driver.
What happened?
So I was driving down a one-way street in my state. I was on the leftmost lane going the speed limit, literally exactly the speed limit. And there was a car coming up. I could see it in the right lane going probably about 5-10 miles an hour under the speed limit. So I was just, I'm just going to pass, get over so I can like just make the pass kind of thing. It's a one-way street. So there was a intersection coming up ahead. And this driver, as I'm passing by, decides, oh, I need to take a left turn. Right into me. Yeah, so I ended up essentially pit maneuvering / T-boning them. And it was an Uber driver.
Oh no.
And the dude in the back was a photographer.
Oh, there was
and
a passenger?
he had literally a place to be at that time. He was livid.
No.
So he literally got out of the car and he whipped out a camera like fucking that long and started taking photos. And it was like
Chris's whip, dude.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But he was pissed, and it was an Uber driver, and she looked at me like, oh my God, I just hit a cop, because it was well a cop car before.
And your car was totaled?
Totaled. It was the front frame was messed up. It was only worth like $4,500 at the time. Crown Vics now are worth a lot more than they were then, so it probably wouldn't have been totaled if it happened now, but back then. This was like probably 2017, 2018. It was pretty much totaled, I hate to say.
R.I.P., dude.
Then after that, drove and I love V8, so you're going to notice a little bit of a trend.
Okay.
After that, drove a Lexus LS 430, 2001.
Oh, that's nice.
Super nice.
Those are
Got a
so
good deal
comfy,
on it.
dude.
Oh,
Lexuses
yeah.
are great.
Absolutely. It was a good deal. I didn't pay for it with my own money. It was a car I was sharing with my parents at the time because I was still in high school. But it's what I drove to school and stuff like that kind of thing. Super nice car. Great, fantastic whip. I would absolutely buy one myself. I loved it that much. Just insanely comfy. Sound system was banger.
Those things maintain value, too. Even at
absolutely.
like 200K miles,
Like,
they're a lot.
We got... My parents got that one for like $7,000 at like 140,000 miles. Took it all the way to 200 before it got crashed. I wasn't the one driving it when it got crashed, and it wasn't one of my family members' faults. What happened is they were driving down a road. Somebody just turned in front of them, and that was that.
Seems like a common thing here.
Yeah, there's a lot of not great drivers.
I've noticed that.
I will acknowledge. It's pretty wild. It's one of those things where I'm keeping my eye out all the time.
Yep.
I actually, in my car, I got rear-ended.
Really?
Yeah, in the Mercedes. Some dude, I was just at a light. It wasn't a big deal. It was only like 2 mile an hour, but
Oh, okay.
I was sitting at a light. Dude was behind me. I saw him pull up, and I was like, okay, cool. 30 seconds later, it feel a bump, and I'm like, I look out, and I'm like, where does lights go? And I'm like, oh my God, he just hit me.
They're against
at like
mine.
2 miles an hour, yeah, literally. Which I've got the 1980s like crash bumpers, so like under a 10 mile an hour crash, as long as
Your
it's
shit's
just a bump.
bulletproof, yep.
Exactly. But he was driving like a brand new Honda Accord, and I was like, he didn't even realize. I think he was on his phone and all that sort of stuff, and he had just smacked me at 2 miles an hour. Thank God it was only 2 miles an hour. But I was just kind of like, man, what the? Can you get your car off of mine, man, so I can see the damage? And so he backs up. Man, his car is like pulling pieces off, and it was only 2 miles an hour, and my car's just sitting there like, yeah, nothing
Totally
happened.
fine.
Like, there's a little dink in my rubber strip going around the bumper, but that's about it.
So did you guys even like exchange info, or
No,
what
I was
happened?
just like, I'm not worried about it, man. Are you? And he was like, nah. I was like, all right, bye.
Those are always the best, dude.
Yeah.
I've been in many accidents. Probably most of my fault, I think, when I was younger. But there was one time I got rear-ended pretty similar to that. And I remember it happened so fast, I literally just got out while the light was still red. Guy rear-ended me. We both kind of got out, looked at each other's cars. Yeah, it's fine. We just jumped back in and left.
Yep, pretty
Okay.
much.
All right, man. You're good, you know?
I can agree with that.
Dude, I want to go see your car. You want to go check it out?
Hey, Big Bet, let me take a sip of this first.
Let's pour up. Let's pour up. Let's see. This has been smelling good the whole time. It smells very like, almost like chocolatey-ish.
Yeah. So I've some of the rum I've had is very sort of like chocolate nutty-ish, and this is definitely, I'd have to say, yeah, like dark chocolate, a little bit of nuts,
Oh.
a little bit spicy without a
wow,
doubt.
that's got a range.
Yeah.
Oh
This
my-
is pretty solid stuff. I'm gonna have to
That's
get myself
good,
bottles,
dude.
I'm not gonna lie.
That's good. That's yours.
Hell yeah.
That's your bottle, brother.
Seriously?
I can't fly home with that, so.
That's very true.
That's all
Thank
yours,
you so
dude.
much. I appreciate it.
Wow, that's actually fucking good.
Yeah.
All right, well, I'm for sure going to throw up tomorrow or tonight. But, I mean, for now we drink.
I don't drink too much straight liquor though, so
Ooh.
I'm gonna pour myself up a little bit more.
Ooh.
That is
I felt
spicy.
the-
That
yeah,
is
holy
very spicy.
Fuck, dude.
These are the wrong cups for sipping liquor straight.
Yeah, we need those nice little whiskey glasses. Get that big circle ice in there.
You're damn
Sip
right.
some rum on ice. Ooh, rum on the rocks.
I've got a couple whiskey glasses, and that's normally what I drink out of
Mm-hmm.
when it comes to this sort of stuff. And out of those, I can just take like tiny little sips and just really appreciate the flavor.
Yep.
But with these, it's like big sip or no
Yeah,
sip.
big sips only
So-
out of this. It's hard to ration.
You want
out
a
of these.
Coca-Cola?
Please, yeah. I'll
Hey,
take
big
some.
bet, big bet.
God, we really picked the perfect day for this. I mean, ladies and gents, look at
beautiful.
this shit. And that's downtown, how do you say it? Raleigh right there?
Raleigh.
Raleigh. Okay. Yeah, I was trying to figure out if it's Raleigh or Raleigh.
Named after Sir Walter Raleigh.
Oh.
Very controversial individual.
What did he do?
He was one of the dudes who settled one of the first colonies in America. Overall, I gotta admit, he did some controversial things.
I mean,
so-
in his time period, I think many did.
Yeah,
Yep.
no, I can agree
He
with that.
did.
Yeah. But now I'll give you a starter as well.
Well, I could stir it with, with my beliefs. Thank you.
No problem at all.
Wow, you really take this seriously, dude. You stir it and everything?
Of course. I've even got a rag to put it on so we don't get the table wet.
I feel like this is like almost like, when you get like a wine sommelier coming to your table, it's like I have the rum sommelier across from me right now.
Hey. We say as we're making
sir.
rum and cokes. Rum people hate this one simple trick. Rum and coke.
Oh, that's money.
That's pretty solid.
That actually pairs really good with Coke.
Absolutely.
That goes perfect.
I might put a little bit more in, honestly.
Oh, please. Fucking run it. We have these cigars, too, which, I'm going to be honest, I don't even know if I'm going to smoke mine, but I know you like cigars, so maybe I'll try mine. But these were apparently the manager's favorite at the store. So, I don't know how qualified the manager is, to be fair. He works at the wine store, not the cigar store, but...
Rocket Patel Vintage 1992.
Yep.
Rated 92. Doesn't say where it was rated 92, though.
Is there, like, different outlets that do that?
It's usually Cigar Aficionado, which some people take their ratings seriously. I personally don't really take their ratings very seriously, though, I will acknowledge.
Mickey Mouse clown ratings.
Mickey Mouse clown ratings?
Like theirs. They're, like, fake ratings, you know?
Oh, yeah. I mean, like, I
Clown
wouldn't say
ratings.
they're fake ratings. Like, you can generally tell if a cigar is, like, above a 90, it's probably going to be at least okay.
Okay.
But you generally don't really see cigars below, like, an 80. And so it's kind of like,
So is it kind of, like, similar to the wine rating system? Because I didn't even know they had this for cigars. Like, but I know when when I go to the wine store, they always have those like, oh, rated 94 out of 100 in Wine Weekly or whatever it is, you know?
I would say it's pretty similar to the wine ratings, where it's kind of like, it comes across like, now this isn't a diss on Cigar Aficionado. If you work at Cigar Aficionado, I'm not dissing you by any means.
Yeah, we love you.
But to me at least, it does to some extent come across like somebody's getting free stuff. And some of the rating is being backed up with free stuff, because I've absolutely had cigars that I'm like, and of course with tobacco and with anything, it all comes down to personal preference to an extent. I can just put that in the cooler so it doesn't blow away.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I'm not littering. Hold on. There, I got it. I
Hey.
just put it under my bag.
Yes, sir. But with anything, of course, it depends on what you want, and everything's up to personal preference, of course.
Yep.
But I've absolutely had some cigars that are rated very low, or maybe not very low, but lower than others. And I smoke the others, and I'm like, man, for the price, this is really mid. Like, it's a good cigar, but I'm like, $20 for this? I'm like, or I don't really smoke a lot of $20 cigars, but more like $12 for this, and I'm like, no, this is ridiculous.
I feel like
Kinda
Cigar
thing.
Aficionado needs to hire you.
I would be tempted, I will acknowledge.
That seems like right up your alley, honestly.
I would be very tempted.
But then, I mean, you'd have to stand strong. You can't let the free product sway you. You know? It's hard to resist that temptation.
It is hard to resist, I will acknowledge, and I have received a pack or 2 or 3 or 4 of free cigarettes before from a company, which I'm not going to name just during this podcast because I don't want to get them in trouble.
Yep. Because they can't mail it or whatever.
That's part of it.
We just won't get them in trouble is what we're going to do. That's what we'll do.
That is part of it, though. But even with that, I literally had to remind myself during the review, okay, I got this for free from the company. I would like to maintain relations with them. I would like to make sure that we remain on good terms. I don't want to give these a bad review, but if I absolutely have to, I do, kind of thing. And I'm very thankful. They were actually very good cigarettes. But if they weren't, I wouldn't have said. If they weren't, I would have said so. And if they were good cigarettes, which they were, I also would have said so, which I did. But it's one of those things where as somebody who has received free products from companies before, it is difficult to say not good things about them.
Yes.
Because I'm just kind of like, I want to maintain a good relationship with this company. Obviously, they see that my audience might have an interest in their product, and this could lead to future opportunities. So I want to make sure I maintain a good thing, but like, I also want to make sure that like I'm not giving people bad recommendations or anything like that. Not that I recommend any cigarettes, of course, I don't do that. My reviews are just recommending things for myself, not for anybody else, of course. I don't want to open up any legal liability there.
Have you ever done like a sponsored showcase or like review or something where like they pay you to do it, or is it just free product?
Just free product.
Dude, I feel like you could really make some money, like, charging people for that kind of placement, you know?
With tobacco products, probably not. There's just a lot of regulation.
True.
Because it would count as an ad. And due to that...
I didn't even think about that.
Yeah.
That changes the whole game.
Because, of course, with cigarettes these days, they can't do sports advertising in the United States. They can't do billboards. They can't do television. But pharmaceutical ads are okay.
But the DraftKings logo is never off the screen.
Yeah, and I'm like, oh my God. Sports betting is absolutely on the same level as cigarette marketing.
For sure.
I'm not exactly sure why that's allowed. And I'm just kind of like, when I become president of the United States, I am going to be re-legalizing cigarette advertising. I've got a lot of plans.
Dude. Fuck yeah. Can we get some weed ads going too on the main stream?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, dude. All these fucking... Dude, for some reason, the legal, like, dispensary brands that are regulated at I think, scrutinized way harder than the hemp brands, they can't run any ads. But the Super Bowl this past year, Mood, who's, I think, the biggest brand in the space, fucking ran a Super Bowl ad. And it's literally just their URL. You can just go and buy edibles. And they ran a fucking Super Bowl ad for it.
So this was, like, Delta 8, or this was, like...
No, this is, like, THCA. Like a normal THCA edible. This shit will get you stoned as fuck. It's literally, if you look at the test results, they're pretty much no different than like an edible you go get at a dispensary. The only difference is instead of it being just...
So it's not the hemp law.
No, it does follow under. It falls under
okay.
it, but the edibles are a weird situation where it's Delta 9 THC is how they get around it. But Delta 9 is normal THC.
Yeah.
It's the same thing. It's literally it's just written differently. It's very crazy stuff. All of the laws surrounding hemp and weed are entirely written by people who have never consumed it and don't know anything.
Makes sense.
You know, like this state, I think, is probably a prime example of that. Like any more than an eighth is a felony, but if I take the weed I have right now and I put it inside one of my only gas bags, it's fucking legal.
Yes.
And it's the same thing. It's the same weed.
I actually have an interesting story to go along with this, though.
Mm-hmm.
So you mentioned if you put it in your bag, it's legal.
Mm-hmm.
So if what you have on you in the state of North Carolina is, let's say, the Delta 8, I'm just going to say Delta 8 as an example, as that's the most common one, but I realize there's many varieties.
Yep.
But let's say you have Delta 8 herb on you, or something like that. That's actually legal to carry on you, because of course it's legal.
Yep.
But that's just the herb. They might test it, but it's legal. But what I thought was really interesting is I walked into a head shop one time. I knew they sold a specific cigarette I wanted. State Express 555 Golds. Made in Singapore. Sold in the United States, made by British American Tobacco. Very luxury. Interesting cigarettes. Very common in Southeast Asia. Not so common around here. Originally a British brand, though. Very interesting stuff. But I walked in there because I knew they had them, and I wanted to get a pack or two to smoke. And I wanted to make a new review of them because it had been like a year or two since I had done a review of them. And I walked in to grab a pack, and the dude in front of me in line, he's like an older dude. He's probably in his 40s, and he's wearing jorts. He's got a tie-dye shirt on. And he's got 3 friends with him, and all of them are built like police officers.
Ooh.
Frankly put. And the dude was asking, and he was like, "Hey man, can I get some weed?" And the guy was like, "Yeah, Delta 8, Delta whatever kind of thing," behind the counter, absolutely not saying the word weed. If he says the word weed, it's going to be an issue.
He's in trouble.
So yes, the dude behind the counter absolutely got a talk to about this before he started the job there.
Yep.
Saying never say weed, kind of thing. Never say cannabis, never say any of that sort of stuff, which absolutely makes sense. I would do the exact same thing if I was the store owner personally. But the dude was like, "Can I get some of this, some of this, some of this?" And he got a couple of them, and he turns around and asked me, he was like, "Do you know where I get some real weed?" And I was like, "No, man, I don't smoke weed. I'm here for the cigarettes behind the counter, bro." And I'm just kind of like, "You fucking undercover cop, you're asking me about weed." I'm just kind of like,
this boy's trying to get you locked up.
Exactly. I was like, bro, 1, I ain't no snitch. And 2, I'm just kind of like, you're here at the store, and I know they were grabbing the bags to test them once they got back to whatever.
For sure.
But I was just kind of like, you're the most fucking obvious undercover cop ever.
Yeah.
I was just kind of like, the only thing that made me think maybe not an undercover cop was no pants. He was actually wearing jean shorts.
Dude, that's a cop.
Oh no,
Jorts?
absolutely. Well, I wear jorts. I love my jorts. Jorts
Listen,
are
I'm
comfy.
not saying. I'm just saying, if I thought of what's an indicator of someone being a cop, jorts are really high on the list. No disrespect intended.
I'm not gonna disagree with
No
that.
disrespect intended, but like that's high up, dude. Because I can't think of like. When's the last time you wore jorts, Chris?
They were
Yesterday.
really cool in Australia.
It was yesterday,
like
right?
Early 2010s. Everyone was wearing them in Australia.
I got to get some jorts action now that I think about it.
Jorts are gas. I love them. I always wear cutoff jorts. The ones
Ooh.
the dude was wearing were not cutoff jorts. But what I do is I go to the thrift shop and I get pants that are too long for me, and then I just cut them off into jorts because I hate with shorts. Like a lot of the times the pockets go like down like that.
Yup.
And so when I'm sitting in a seat, everything falls out of my
I
pockets.
hate that shit too, dude.
But with pants where it has like this type of pocket,
Yup.
like no issue.
You can store all your stuff.
Exactly.
Nice and safe.
So, but I haven't ever been able to find a pair of shorts that has pockets like these.
Oh,
so
you're
I just
making
cut off the
custom
pants. Exactly.
So how do you like? I'm genuinely curious. How do you style jorts? Like, what do you wear with jorts?
Ooh, Carhartt t-shirt.
Okay, that's fire.
Carhartt
Okay.
t-shirt and generally black shoes like the one I'm wearing
I'm starting
right
to picture the vibe. I see the vision. I'm getting a very like that's a North Carolina vibe right there.
now. Yes, sir.
I fuck with that.
Always. And then I've always got the socks up all the way as well.
Oh yup. Let them know. Okay.
Gotta keep that. Gotta make sure everybody knows.
You have a very unique taste in things. Like
Ooh.
you seem to like a lot of stuff that's like kind of out of the box. You know, like your
I-
cigarettes, your car. You know.
I have specific preferences, I will acknowledge, about most things. And I've always kind of had specific preferences. When it comes to clothing, for example, I have the preference for more oversized clothing.
Yep.
Due to the fact that sensory issues run in my family, so having like really tight clothing on me really bothers me to
I'm
a
just
huge
fat,
extent.
so I like big clothes. But
Hey, no. Compared to a lot of people in North Carolina, my man, you're all good.
yeah, out here, California though, buddy, I'm big. Motherfuckers are outside in California, dude. I'm not one of them.
No comment.
Oh
But,
man.
But I've got like very specific preferences in a lot of things. I enjoy what I enjoy, and if I don't enjoy something, I don't enjoy it, kind of thing. When it comes to cars, I have like very specific dream cars, but in all honesty, if I was given a car for free, I'd drive just about anything.
I'm the same way.
Yeah. I feel like most people probably would be in that
Yep.
scenario, honestly. The one exception might be a GMC Acadia with a burnt transmission.
Ooh.
Because, well, I couldn't drive anyway because that was burnt transmission.
Acadias are fucking terrible
They're
cars.
horrible cars. The Chevy Traverse,
One of
the
my
GMC
closest
Acadias,
friends'
oh my
moms
God.
had an Acadia when we were in high school, and we used to whip that shit, dude. The amount of times we'd break down in that shit was unbelievable.
They're horrible vehicles.
There was
I mean,
more than one time we had to call his mom to come pick us up, and we just left the whip there. I don't know what they did
Yep.
with it, but
Yeah, no, they're horrible vehicles. I had a family member that got a Chevy Traverse. They had it for a year. Transmission busted. Put a new transmission in it. A year later, the transmission busts again. And I'm like, why did you buy a Chevy Traverse? They're not a...
I feel like that's a lot of
I don't
like,
think they're ever going to watch this. So they're not a stupid person, but that was a stupid decision.
stupid choice. Stupid choice,
Absolutely.
for sure. So what is, like, let's say unlimited money, unlimited access. What car? One car only.
Oh, man. 50 W123s.
Ooh, okay.
50 of them.
50. Why, so you could just beat them to fucking hell, or what?
No, so just have 50 of them.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Where would you park them all, though? It's like on the lawn?
Yeah.
I have a friend who does something similar, dude. I have a buddy who he's really into drifting. And
Hell yeah.
he in LA, he lives in like this kind of normal neighborhood. He has a little like single family home. I shit you not, his entire backyard, both sides of the house and front yard are just cars.
That's what I'm
Like,
talking
all
about.
of
That's
it.
the dream right there. That's what I'm saying. Yes, sir.
It's hilarious, dude. He's a software developer for Toyota. So
Hell yeah.
they gave him, they let him pick like any car because he did the like UI for all the like new Toyotas.
shit.
So they gave him a Supra like for free, and he just
Yo.
modded the fuck out of it.
That's mint.
And like
that's fucking mint.
he drives the shit out of it because it was
Hell
free.
yeah.
So like fuck it, dude, he doesn't care.
Yo.
The only terms are like I think he has to return it to them if he quits.
Makes sense.
But like,
he just never quits.
yeah, literally, just never quit the job. Which I
So
mean,
if they fire him, he can keep
judging
the car.
by how he's doing, I don't think he's going to anytime soon. I think they take
Makes
care
sense.
of him.
Hell
But-
yeah. I'm like, free car from the company? I'm like, that's good stuff right there.
Oh yeah. So speaking
But,
of jobs, this is what you do for a living now, I assume, yeah?
Yeah.
How long has it been your job?
Oh, I have been doing this, I'd have to say full-time for just about the last 3 years now, ever since I graduated college.
Nice.
Graduated with, excuse me, get my words all jumbled up once again. Graduated with a Bachelor's of Science with a focus on, or Bachelor's of Science in Business Administration with a focus on marketing. So, business major, easiest thing I've ever done, literally easier than high school, not a joke. I went to a party school, I went to East Carolina University.
Fuck yeah.
Ranked #1 in Playboy for
Damn.
parties back in the day. Until it was ranked #1 for so many years that they just said, okay, that's just there, and here's the new #1.
Yeah, this isn't fair anymore.
Yeah,
Everyone
literally.
knows they're #1. Here's the new #1.
Precisely.
So you go to a lot of parties there?
The party scene was trash.
Really?
These days it's trash. It pretty much all turned to trash in, I want to say like 2012, sometime in the early 2010s, because there's a big party. They ended up flipping over a bus. Totaled the bus. They totaled the bus. Yeah, so
That's the end of that.
yeah, so basically the party scene really died down, and it doesn't help either that the year I went there, a bunch of frats at a couple other universities got busted for making Xanax.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
You were pressing it at the frat?
They were pressing it in the frat house.
What the fuck?
At a couple other universities, not
Those
at East
boys were
Carolina,
probably
though.
killing it, dude.
Yeah.
Oh my, I
But,
want to join that frat. What the fuck? Get me up in there, dude.
But, and I wouldn't be surprised if a couple frats were doing that there. So everything was pretty quiet the years I was there. But COVID hit after my first year there. I spent another year, and then I transferred to another university. I transferred to an online one because I was like, fuck this.
Yep.
I'm paying fucking in-person college money for not actually being in person. I'm online.
Yeah, not
this
getting
is ridiculous.
in-person education.
Yeah.
Fuck it.
But went ahead, went online, graduated, because it was work at your own pace. I just finished off like a class every couple days.
Oh, sick.
Because I just sat down for 8 hours and just did that every day for 8 hours a day. And just graduated in like the next 6 months and got my degree from there.
I feel like I would have a really hard time focusing on online school.
Cigarettes helped me a lot. I'd basically work for an hour, go have a cigarette, work for another hour, go have a cigarette, and then that was like my thing. I just turn off my phone, and that was all I did.
So the cigarettes help you focus.
Oh, absolutely. Not advice. Absolutely, though, they did help me focus, without a doubt.
Interesting. So before you went to college and everything, did you work any jobs when you were younger?
Yeah, I started off, I'm not going to say the grocery store chain in general, in specific, because it's very big around here. But I worked at a higher-end grocery store as a cashier.
Nice.
Did that for about a year, made $7.50 an hour.
Dude, that is still the minimum wage here. We just looked it up.
Oh, it's $7.25 here.
It's crazy.
It's crazy low.
That's so
I
fucked.
was mistaken, though. I was actually making $8 an hour. I got mistaken, though, because the next job I had, which was at a country club that wasn't a country club for golf, it was a country club for tennis. I worked there.
That's got to be a nice gig.
It was sweet. I was just working at their pool they had, and I was selling like hot dogs and beers and stuff, and it was like $8.50 an hour, and that was mint. It was just like the easiest thing ever. Just the only problem was everybody walking up and saying, "Put it on my tab," and I'm like, "Okay, I don't know you.
Yeah,
like, what's your last name? I'll put it on your tab, but
You're not that important around here, dude.
like I was just kind of like, man, I've only been here for like 3 months. I don't know you."
You should have spent like, for sure, and just not do it. Give them all free drinks until you get fired.
Cameras.
True.
Yeah.
True. Dude, that reminds me, one of my buddies, my friend Bob worked at a country club when we were in high school, and he worked there through the summer. It was like a golf club primarily. So he was the guy who would like drive around and pick up the golf balls. And I remember one time after hours, we like snuck onto the property, and he took one of the golf carts and crashed it. And that's why he got fired. Because he totaled the golf cart, just flipped that shit, and like destroyed it. And That was the last time you went to the country club.
Yeah, makes sense. He just didn't show up to his job after that?
No.
No.
Did you ever fuck around and do anything like that at the country club?
I wouldn't show up. That's too funny.
Did you ever like bring the homies to the country club and fuck around or anything?
No, not really. I just kind of kept work and friends separate.
That's smart. That's smart.
That was kind of my personal thought process, and even though I could have like gotten in the pool and done stuff at the country club, I'm like, if I wanted to play tennis or something like that, I would have had to pay. But I could have gotten in the pool for free, like no issue, like off hours and stuff like that. But I was just kind of like, I'm just not really much of a pool person, not really much of a beach person, in all honesty. If I'm gonna get in the pool, it's got to have a diving board, and this one didn't have a diving board.
Big
so
diver.
I was like, nah. Yeah, I like diving into, I enjoyed diving in your mom last night.
Diving boards make it fun, dude. Diving boards make it fun. You get more
Completely
range.
ignored what I said. Honestly, that's the best response for a yo mama joke. Is
That's
just
right.
completely ignore it, honestly.
That's right.
I respect it.
That's
I respect
right.
it.
Listen, dude, back in like 5th grade, I had to get used to that because back in 5th grade, me and my friends, we would, on all the field trips, we'd have like the yo mama battles and shit. Very big news, dude. There was this girl who I'm not going to name who was, she was a larger woman. And we would really have some jokes for her. And one time she had shot one off that she wasn't ready for the return fire. And she got really upset by the joke that one of my friends had cracked. And she went up to the front of the bus and told the
Oh my
TA,
God, bro.
everything. And we got back to the school. 6 of us got pulled into the principal's office, and she's pulling us in one by one and like screaming at us, bro.
Bruh.
Like we're like standing in the hallway outside of the door, and you can just hear like each kid getting yelled at through the door, like, "How dare you! Like, you're making her feel uncomfortable and all this shit." I remember they tried to say that like it was sexual harassment because we had like insulted her
But
mom.
you're in
and
elementary
shit.
school.
I'm 10 years old, dude. I'm not horny. How is it sexual? You know?
Well, I've got a family member that's a teacher. Mm-hmm. Taught middle school. Mm-hmm. When I was 11 years old, I was playing Minecraft for 8 hours a day.
Yeah,
I'm like, what is wrong with these kids?
Yep.
I'm like, oh my God, get off of TikTok, please.
Dude, it's frying these kids now. What did they like? How'd they punish them? Did you hear?
I think they got suspended for like 2 weeks or something.
That sounds about right.
Yeah, I was like, what is wrong with these? What is wrong with this generation?
That's crazy.
Like I sound
though.
like a boomer saying that, but
No, for real.
Genuinely.
I get it now. I remember when I was younger, I always used to think like, oh, these fucking older people, like, they're just so out of touch. And now that like, I mean, we're not even old. I don't know how old you are, but I'm 26.
Yeah.
And I feel like an old head now. You know, looking down at like some of the stuff that these teenagers are doing online. It's like, what the fuck, dude?
Yeah,
I would
I'm
never.
like Galaxy gas. I'm looking at my.
Give it 10 years and those people are going to be looking down on the next generation.
Yep,
and then we're going to
absolutely.
have 2 generations to look down upon, you know?
Yup.
So
Life is just going to get better. We're going to have so many people to look down upon.
Shit's
It's
getting
gonna be
sweeter out
amazing.
here. Yep.
Exactly.
So when you were going to college and getting your degree, I'd imagine you weren't expecting to do YouTube with that degree.
I started doing YouTube in college, my freshman year of college. I had been doing YouTube for years. Mm-hmm. I started off in like, I want to say like 2012. My first ever video was made. Posted a video in like 2013, 2014. That was like my first ever public video. And then throughout high school, I made like a bunch of videos. I did a couple game theory or like show theory stuff. I was really big into Gravity Falls at the time, which is an amazing show.
I do remember when I was looking at your channel, I sorted by oldest, and you have a lot of Gravity Falls videos on your channel.
Yes. Huge fan of Gravity Falls, huge fan of Phineas and Ferb. I love cartoons, I love anime. So did a lot of anime like edits as well.
You got like a favorite anime?
Ooh, favorite anime, I gotta admit, is probably, I'm gonna say Yuru Camp, which
What is
is a slice of life camping anime.
Okay.
About it's basically a cute girls do cute things show kind of thing. So it's just very wholesome, very like kind of sit back, relax, and just kind of enjoy like the happiness going on.
Just
in
a
front of
vibe
you.
kind of show.
Yeah, just a vibe.
Okay.
Really nice to just sit down and smoke to kind of thing.
Yeah.
And I'd have to say it's probably my favorite show. I've rewatched it like 3 times, and it's just like any time where I'm just kind of like watch after I get done watching a really depressing show or there's a really depressing ending, I'm like, all right, Eurocamp kind of thing. It's just one of those I go back to and it's just really good type of shows. When it comes to like live action, probably my favorite That's probably Hot Fuzz.
Okay.
As a movie, that
Fire.
is, not as a TV show.
Fire.
Huge fan of like action comedy and stuff like that, I will acknowledge.
Mm-hmm.
But I was really big into Gravity Falls when I was younger. I've always loved cartoons. Never actually watched SpongeBob though. My parents didn't let me.
Never?
Not a joke.
What?
Never watched SpongeBob.
Why?
My parents didn't let me because they didn't think it would be good for my brain.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Were your parents strict growing up?
No, not really. I mean, like I was actually homeschooled for
Oh.
a very long time. So I was in like preschool and then literally through kindergarten until last year of middle school. I was homeschooled.
Really?
No joke. Yeah.
Why'd they choose to do that?
They don't like the school system. They think
I guess
they
that's
think the
probably a
public
common
school
theme among homeschooling. You
yeah.
know?
So not enough money for private school or anything like that. But
Shit's expensive, dude.
It's so crazy. I'm just kind of like, I'm looking at some of the private schools around here and I'm like, this is college tuition price for
Literally.
elementary school. It's crazy.
Yeah, these people want like 40 grand a year to teach your kid fucking 1 + 2.
Literally,
you know?
exactly. But like, not enough money to afford private school. But my
Yep.
parents are really big, and I'm also really big. My parents have definitely rubbed off on me a little bit about this. I love Montessori, where it's kind of like, okay, let the kid. I don't know exactly how Montessori works, but I'm very glad that I grew up in a Montessori setting to an extent. Because I think it's
Montessori
like
is what? Just like...
so it's a different type of teaching from the traditional type of public school teaching we have in the United States. It's more open-ended, let the kid figure it out for himself, and when he needs the nudge, the teacher gives him the nudge. It's less sit down in the class and get taught something, and it's more fun-oriented, like make the teaching fun.
Interesting.
Kind of thing. And it was developed by a woman by the name of Maria Montessori, if I remember correctly. I don't know that much about Montessori, I'll acknowledge. But I do know that it definitely had a profound effect on my life. And so my parents definitely kept that going like throughout me being homeschooled. And then I ended up going to high school because it got to the point where I was a middle schooler and I was rebellious. So I would just stop doing my work. So my parents were like, you go to school then.
Yep, we'll have them deal with you now.
Yes, no, exactly. So I went to charter school, and that's when I went to the arts high school I mentioned previously. How do we even get on this topic? I'm not sure. I'm just talking.
We had brought up... I honestly don't remember how your parents came up, but I was asking just if your parents were strict.
Oh, that's right, yeah. I wouldn't say particularly strict. Like my parents, my dad actually bought me Minecraft.
Fire.
Because he thought it would be a good learning tool, which it was. And that's the only reason I know my
Fascinating
times
that they
tables.
won't let you watch SpongeBob, but like
Yeah.
you play Minecraft. Like I
Yeah.
feel like those are on the same plane, you know?
I think it was just the humor. Like some of the humor in SpongeBob can be very dirty at times. and I
Definitely some
feel
adult
like-
jokes, yeah.
Yeah. I feel like that can definitely be why they wouldn't allow me to watch
100%.
SpongeBob.
Yep.
But Minecraft, on the other hand, definitely a little bit more. And there's the whole education tool. They can definitely do education stuff
Yep.
with Minecraft, without a doubt. And I credit the only reason I know times tables to Minecraft, in all honesty. Because I've got the
Should we move
8 and
or-
10 times tables.
Really hear them.
You don't?
I'm not sure.
Okay, cool.
I hear them now.
Well, we can go check out your car. It's probably a good time.
I want to wait for just a second.
Okay.
Wait, I'm assuming we're leaving all this stuff up here, of course.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, for sure. To be fair, I don't think these people are stealing.
No, this is true. This is true. You make a very good point. Oh, yeah, let's go check out the car.
They do have a lot of hands for it, though.
Should I just leave all this? All right.
I don't know. How should we do this?
I don't know. Do you want to address the camera and tell them what we're doing?
Oh wait, do we want to stop? Do we want to talk about the topic we were talking about first off? Because wait a minute.
I got so distracted by them coming up. I don't even know where the fuck we are anymore.
True.
I got so distracted.
I've got a nice buzz going.
I saw the, like 2 people, and I was like, oh, okay, like we're good. And then like 20 fucking people. Yeah, well, all right, let's have some more fucking rye or rum. Pardon
Yes,
me.
sir. Yes, sir. But
This is good, dude.
It's very good, and the caffeine-free Coke is.
Oh, you know what I just noticed? Imported in Sonoma.
Is that where you're located?
No, but it's NorCal. So
Oh,
it's
hell yeah.
Santa Rosa, I think, is like fairly close. Am I correct on that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Santa Rosa, I went up there last year for a like a dispensary thing that I was doing, but it's like California wine country, essentially. So like they have all these beautiful vineyards out there that are just, it's incredible, dude. If you're going to California, probably that area I'd recommend. San Diego's a must, though.
Is that where the Windows XP wallpaper is from?
No,
or it looks like it.
I feel like
I don't know.
fairly
where
recently I had read where I think it's somewhere in the Midwest. That's like
I thought it was in California.
You want me to look it up?
Big bet. Big bet.
Let's look it up. Which version of Windows was that? XP?
XP.
Where is the Windows XP background?
Such a good background, though. It's beautiful. It's gorgeous.
Oh, no, you're right. Sonoma County, California.
Dead ass?
Literally right where this came from.
Because I knew it was like north of San Fran, but
near the
I didn't know
Napa-Sonoma
exactly.
County line, specifically off of Highway 12. Bro, they got latitude and longitude coordinates here. You gotta do this, bro.
Yo, that
this
would
is
be
your most viral
love,
video, dude.
I gotta go out to California and do that.
The thumbnail, you sitting on that hill with your cigarette and whatever beverage of the day.
Damn right.
Million views.
Day drinking and smoking cigarettes at the Windows XP wallpaper.
I guarantee you 1 million views.
Yo, honestly, that would be. I gotta do that.
Dude, I'll pull up for
Genuinely.
it. Fucking let me know.
Yo, big
I'll
bet.
come through.
Yo, sounds like a plan to me. Hell yeah.
Oh man, I got so distracted.
I gotta do a road trip in the Mercedes over there. I'm thinking.
Dude, what's the longest road
gas.
trip you've done in that car?
Not much.
Okay.
Richmond to Garner.
Okay. What's the
which
distance
is,
on that?
Like 4 hours if you're going slow like I was, 3 hours if you're going fast. It's like, I'm not sure the exact mileage on it, but basically from central North Carolina to like southern-ish Virginia, I'd say. It's like halfway to DC from here, I'd say. So that's where I bought the car. Mm-hmm. So that's like the longest road trip I've ever done in it.
Oh, so you road tripped it back when you bought it?
Yeah, road tripped it back.
Nice.
So drove all the way up there at like 7 a.m. in the morning, met him. It was like, okay, do I want it? Yes. Bought it, got it back. And I was like, literally my first question was, will this make the trip back to Raleigh? And he said, yeah, it'll make the trip. He was like, yeah, it'll make the trip all the way to Ohio if you want. And I was like, all right, bet, yeah, we're in.
Yeah, I remember my Volvo that I bought. Right before I bought it, my landlord chick who had sold it to me, she's like, yeah, just a couple months ago I drove it all the way here from California. And I guess she stopped every 5 miles and hit the engine with a hammer because like it wasn't holding up very well.
Makes sense.
What is maintenance like on a car like yours?
Not horrible by any means. The W123 generation, specifically with the OM617 or OM 616, if I remember correctly. So both those engines are considered to be some of the most reliable engines Mercedes has ever made. They're both diesel engines. One is a 4-cylinder, one is a 5-cylinder, either non-turbo or turbo diesel. Mm-hmm. And they're both considered to be million-mile engines. So really doesn't need any major engine work. Head gasket's not going to be an issue. And a lot of that stuff is not going to... It's mainly going to be suspension or the car rusts away before you get to that mileage.
That makes sense.
So maintenance on it is really pretty good. The only thing I've had to do is really brackets. Like holding stuff together and stuff like that because the rubber seals go. Just because it's an old car. So basically everything I've had to do is old car stuff. But the engine running amazing, and maintenance, I am willing to do some maintenance myself. Like anything that makes the car go, if I can do it in a day's work, I'm willing to do it. Yep. Kind of thing. I don't have a garage to work in, so I'm not willing to like leave the car on jack stands overnight. So anything that would require that, excuse me, nice burp.
Oh,
anything that requires something like that, I take it to a mechanic, and thankfully there's a really good German mechanic in my area that isn't too much per hour, and they know what they're doing when it comes to W123s. They're not a W123 specialty shop, but that's probably, I'd have to guess, probably 10% of what they work on.
Far better than going to the dealership or anything
absolutely.
like that.
Dealerships are a rip, especially with an old car.
Awful.
Like, they just have no idea what they're looking at when it comes to old stuff.
Is it hard to find parts for your car?
Not at all.
Really?
They made a couple million of them. Most of them didn't go to the United States, though. Most of them were in Europe, and then after that, they ended up in Africa as taxis.
Oh.
So there's shit tons of them still on the road, both in the United States and in Europe today. And there's just lots of parts compatibility with interior parts for the gas versions and stuff like that kind of thing.
We're free.
I was not expecting. I was like, oh my god, a bunch of people in like
25 fucking people. We had a case of PBR on the table.
I wouldn't have been so worried if they weren't wearing high-vis
Literally,
vests.
I was like, oh, these are city employees.
I was like,
bro.
oh no.
We just had 20 feds step up.
Like literally.
They're here for the bust.
But thankfully they were pretty chill. They didn't care. Like they were literally like, "Yeah, we'll be done in a minute." I was like, "Oh shit, big bet."
Oh god, my duct tape's coming loose.
Oh shit.
No, I'm good.
I got more duct tape if you need it.
No, I'm goaded now.
Big bet, big bet.
I have a second piece right here too on the leg.
Oh
So
hell
really,
yeah.
I've got myself secured.
That's what
no
I'm
worries.
saying.
We came prepared today.
Yes, sir.
You came more ready though, dude. You brought a whole cooler.
Got a whole cooler. Got the duct tape. Got the lime juice, which for some reason fell over. No, gotta stay strapped. Gotta stay strapped.
It's hectic up here, dude. You guys just saw we had a party in this bitch a few minutes ago. You know, shit gets
no,
hectic.
drink
Shit gets active. So, do you remember the moment? Like, was there a specific video or like moment where you blew up or had like a breakthrough?
Ooh. Some people. I shouldn't have done that.
That fit perfect. That was actually 2 inches away from the
Literally.
beverage. That was perfect.
Literally perfect. I agree. I think it depends. Like for me, I have one video, but I think other people would define my video that really defined my channel as being something else.
Okay.
But for me, I'd say the video that made me really realize that YouTube is something viable and is something I can do on a routine basis and make a living
one of
off
these was
of.
mine, by the way?
It was this one right
one?
here.
Okay.
Yeah, it's from IKEA.
I guess it doesn't really matter whose
Excuse
is
me.
whose. It's a fork, and neither of us ate off it. But okay.
This is true. Got to stay prepared though. Got to stay
True.
prepared.
True. Continue though.
Oh yeah. So of course, what video people think defines my channel varies from person to person. People that are newer to the channels, of course, are going to think that the day drinking, smoking cigarettes videos define what my channel is today. And I would absolutely agree with that. Today, I think those really define what my channel is today. They're some of my most successful videos these days. But I would actually say the video that really made me go, this is something viable, this is something I can do that works, this is something that I can do as a working job, was my how to smoke a cigarette full tutorial video, which I made about, I think, 8 months into me making cigarette videos. And that video was my first one to really get true evergreen views.
Okay.
True views over a long period of time. It was before it got age restricted. After it got 1 million views, which I
That's so
find
tragic.
insane. I'm just
hate
kind of
when
like,
they
it's,
do that, dude.
well, it is a video on how to smoke a cigarette. Now, I acknowledged during the video multiple times, don't do this, don't replicate what I'm doing, and I literally verbally said that. I made the video initially, I'll acknowledge, I don't think I've ever said this publicly before, but I actually made the video as a joke.
Oh, really?
I made the video to be like, let me do a tutorial on how to smoke a cigarette, but it's the worst tutorial ever, and the entire time I'm doing the tutorial, it's telling you to not smoke a cigarette.
Okay.
And so I was like, this is going to be a joke, but it ended up being an actual tutorial.
I feel like that's always how it is. It's always those videos that you least expect that end up banging.
Yes, absolutely. But it was my first video to ever hit over 1 million views.
Nice.
I'd had some videos do okay before that, but first video to ever hit over 1 million views. And it was 1 million views over like 2 years. Like solid, like 3,000 to 4,000 views per 48 hours.
Yep.
Which was insane to me as somebody who had never had evergreen views like that before, continual views over a long period of time. That was insane. I think I looked at the analytics a while back, and it was like, I think the channel gained like 30,000 subscribers off of the one video. And in the first year, I think it was like 10,000, which was crazy. I think without that video, the channel would not be anywhere near what it is today.
Yep.
Because that was the first video that truly blew up. And so I would say that that's the video that really defines the channel. And what was the way you put it?
Well, I think the way you would split it was you had what you defined as your personal take on that. But then would you say the audience agrees with that, or is there a different video that resonates with them?
I would say the audience wouldn't agree with that.
Okay.
For me, I would say that was like the breakthrough video.
Okay.
Kind of thing. Although one could argue as well it was my smoking a cigarette playing Pokemon Go video. Because that was the video that made me really realize that smoking cigarettes and just doing random stuff on video could be viable. And that's actually the video that made me really want to make more cigarette videos. So that could actually be argued as being the most breakthrough video on my channel. But I think generally, folks who watch me which I appreciate y'all's support. Thank you so much for watching. But I think a lot of folks that watch me would either say that it's one of my challenge videos, like smoking 10 cigarettes out of a water bottle to die 10 times as fast, which I have no intention of ever doing
Like,
again.
did you stick him into the water bottle? And
Yeah.
then, oh, God.
Yeah, taped him up and everything
That
so there's no
sounds
airflow.
horrible.
Oh, yeah, it was horrible.
And you finished it?
Yeah.
Did you, like, throw up? Or
Nah.
how did it feel?
It was all ultralight cigarettes. Oh. Even with it being ultralights, though, I was still buzzed as a hoe.
Dude. That would make
was
me
crazy.
projectile vomit.
Yeah, it was not it. I have no intention of ever doing that again. I didn't do one video on that. I didn't do 2 videos on that. I did 3 videos on that.
No.
One with 5, one with 10, but the first 10 video one didn't really work very well because there's too much airflow and I forgot tape. Then I did it with tape. So I did 3 videos on that.
Oh my God.
With the most successful being the 3rd one. Views-wise, at least.
How many views did it get?
Oh, I think it's like, I think it's over 50,000 views.
Fucking bet. We're in.
Yeah, exactly.
Make it 15 next time.
15 million?
15 cigarettes.
Oh, true. Oh, I don't know about that. Like, for me, I've actually been toning down challenge videos quite a bit lately.
Nice.
I used to really not mind doing like smoking 5 cigarettes at the same
Yeah.
time or smoking 10 cigarettes at the same time. It was just something I thought was amusing, but these days I'm just kind of like, I just want to review cigarettes. I just want to have a good time. I don't want to risk my health in any insane fashion. I don't want to make videos of me doing something insanely like out there.
Yep.
Where it's like, whoa, this is like jackass type smoking cigarette behavior kind of thing.
Yeah, I think that kind of comes hand in hand with just growing up. You know?
Yeah, no, I can absolutely agree with that. Like, I was making a lot of those videos when I was in or just out of college. But these days, I'm just kind of like, I just want to review the cigarette, just want to have a good time, just want to enjoy myself. And I don't really want to push myself too hard kind of thing.
Yep.
And just try to get, like, jackass style videos out there. I'm just kind of like, it's not really something I want to do. So I've actually toned down a lot on the challenge style videos. But when it comes to other videos besides the challenge style videos that I think might that a viewer of my channel might define as being the defining video of my channel or the breakthrough video of my channel, I would have to say it's probably day drinking, smoking cigarettes in a public park.
Yep.
That video was, I'd have to say, probably the first one to go exponentially viral on not just YouTube, but on many different social media websites.
Everywhere.
It was crazy. I genuinely just made the video because I was like, I want to go day drinking and I'm just going to smoke cigarettes at the same time. And then I just edited it up and that was the video. I had no expectation of it doing any better than any of my other videos, but it did insanely well. It was like 400,000 views in the first month, which for my channel, even still today,
That's
is
a fuckload of
insanely
views, dude.
It really is.
I think for any channel, that's a fuckload of views, dude.
It's an insane amount. And I was just kind of like, that's nuts kind of thing. And it wasn't just that, but it also went viral on Instagram, Twitter. I was getting tagged in posts for months afterwards.
I mean,
which
dude,
is wild.
That specific video, seeing just the screenshot of the title and thumbnail, I think I saw it first on TikTok like years ago.
Yeah.
And like that's how I found out who you were. And I remember I went and checked out your channel and I was like, yo, this guy is fucking killing it.
Hey,
Like,
appreciate
I
kind
love
words.
what you do. I gotta say, like, I think you've really found a very good niche. Like,
Hey.
you could take this kind of format of like chilling in the park and vibing. You could do a whole you could start your own podcast and do that, and just have people on park benches and fucking interview them. You know, like
To an extent, I feel like I'm actually kind of already doing that. I've actually been asked by some folks before, do a podcast. And I've always responded with, because a lot of the videos I make are, when it comes to cigar videos at least, they're already over 2 hours long. They're like a lot of the cigarette reviews I do are 45 minutes. I do very much, I know YouTube these days and TikTok, of course, is very much short form content.
For sure.
But a lot of what I do is actually very long form content, like 30 minutes to over an hour, possibly even over 2 hours.
Yep.
And I'm like, that's podcast length right there. So personally, I don't feel any need to start a podcast myself even though I think what you mentioned, just interviewing people in a public park, just random people.
Yeah.
In a public park, I think it's
dude,
an
you
amazing
can sit on a bench
idea.
with a sign like.
No, exactly.
I'll give you $10 for 10 minutes. You know,
No,
come sit
literally.
down. That's fucking awesome.
Like I think that would be I think that's a great concept for a podcast. You got to
Yeah.
do that now.
You've got this real like kind of nostalgic feel to your content that I think is hard to replicate. Another thing I want to touch on too, you just mentioned how like your current videos are 2 hours long, so you don't need to make a podcast. One thing that took me a while to kind of wrap my head around is like your viewers just want to hear more of you, and they don't care where it's from or how long it is. Like, trust me, your viewers don't care that you already do a 2-hour video. They want another 2-hour video. They just want to hear more.
This is fair. I do feel like some of my viewers, I feel like a lot of my viewers would appreciate it, but it all comes down to time in the day kind of thing.
Can't please everybody, you know?
Well, of course. But I upload every single day.
Yep.
Doing possibly over a 30-minute video every single day. I don't want to overwhelm with content by any means. My general rule of thumb is don't upload over a video a day.
Yeah,
if I'm going to do
good rule of thumb.
extra things, it's going to be a live stream.
Yep.
And that's my general rule of thumb. But if I was doing a podcast as well, where it was like 2 hours, and then I do a cigar video the day before, which is also 2 hours, then I'm giving people, and then in my head at least, maybe this is just my marketing stuff going off or something like that. But in my head at least, I'm thinking, okay, which are you going to choose? The 2-hour cigar video or the 2-hour podcast of me talking to random people that are just random people? Which is somebody going to choose? And then there's also, of course, and there's just me explaining my way out of why I don't have a podcast yet. But then, of course, I'm also just making videos every single day for both of my channels, both the Jacob fucking Jones channel and the Jacob Jones Money channel, which is my monetizable channel. Pushing myself to do more would be a lot.
For sure.
So that's my excuse as to why I don't have a podcast.
For sure, yeah. I mean, I'm not necessarily saying you have to go make one.
Oh, yeah.
More so, I just mean, like, dude, I think your audience wants more, you know, no matter what. I think people who are truly fans of you, like, they don't give a fuck about how many 2-hour videos you post. You can post 2 a day, they're tuning in.
This is a very good point.
They don't give a fuck.
I absolutely do agree with that. I think there's definitely folks that watch me and enjoy the content that I produce, which I'm really appreciative. Of course, I want to clarify. I really do appreciate all of the support that everybody's kind enough to give the videos that I make and me as a person. But I do think there is an audience for as much content as one can produce.
Yep.
I will acknowledge.
So I'm gonna tell you, at least my, like, what I'd probably guess most viewers do. I really obsess over my analytics. So like I look very closely at like all my stats on all my channels. I like nerd out over them. I like talk to my clips guy like, yo, like, what do you think of these fucking stats? Like, how can we change this view rate and stuff? Most viewers, like, let's say for example, I'll use me as an example. So like, let's say I post a 45-minute long video on my main channel, and then I post an hour-and-a-half podcast on the same day. The majority of viewers are going to watch 20 minutes of the first video and 30 minutes of the second video, and they're going to finish neither.
Yep.
That's just how they're going to do it, you know?
Yeah.
So, like, I would just say, like, dude, whenever you want to do it, don't ever think like that. Don't ever think like, no, I'm doing too much. Just jump into it.
True.
Because it's gonna be worth it. People are going to watch it.
You've got a very good point.
You know? For a while, I remember I used to only do my main channel. Like, I would only post on my Goblin channel. I didn't do anything else. Because I thought, like, oh, I post enough on there. And I did my podcast, and I stopped posting as much on the Goblin channel because I figured, oh, people are just going to go watch the podcast. But that's not really how it worked out. It wasn't until fairly recently I hired someone to, like, start editing all my streams into, like, little clips.
Stuff? Yeah.
And then I have another VOD channel where it's just, like, the full VODs. People will go and actually watch the clips and then the whole VOD. They'll watch it all.
Oh,
like,
shit.
People genuinely, if they want to hear you, they just want to hear you.
Are you
know?
multi-streaming on YouTube as well?
No, I just stream on Twitch.
I wasn't sure. I'd be multi-streaming on both YouTube and Twitch, and that definitely. I'm like, I haven't had like a stream like where after it's done, like do like particularly insane like views wise or anything like that. But for me, and I've watched a little bit of some of your streams on Twitch before. But you're averaging, like, let's say 300 viewers on Twitch, I'd say, roundabout.
Yeah,
when you're playing The Sims,
that.
at least. Let me put it that way. Which is what I saw you playing. For that, I mean, like, I'd say if you were on YouTube, let's say you had another channel, it was just a live stream only channel kind of thing, like, average another 100 viewers, then after that, you're going to get, I'm like, for me, people watching afterwards, that's another $10. And I know $10 doesn't seem like a lot, but if I'm doing a stream like 3 times a week, that's $40 a week kind of thing. And like if one of them doesn't say anything well, like that's crazy kind of thing. So for me, like multi-streaming, I'm just like, Yeah, I watched what was it, Charlie's Critical's Penguin Zero's video on multi-streaming. I don't know if you've seen it, but like,
I haven't.
He was talking about how his most successful video of all time, money-wise, isn't any of his actual YouTube videos. It's actually a live stream.
Oh yeah.
And he did like $48,000 or
Bro.
some crazy shit like that off of one video, except it was like a 4-hour-long live stream.
Bro, my
And I was like,
channel,
Jesus
before I got
Christ.
demonetized, I lost my ad revenue in 23. But somehow, by the fucking grace of God or something, dude, I was getting ad revenue on all my story videos on my main channel for like years and years and years.
Seriously?
Yeah, that was my primary income up until 2023. Like,
Damn.
just straight ad revenue off the main Goblin channel.
Huh.
Like, my
Well, I
video...
guess it's tell, not show.
Yeah,
So
I wasn't
that's what
showing,
really
so
makes
that
difference.
was what allowed it. But
Yeah.
eventually, I started smoking on camera, and that's when they took it.
That'll do it.
That will do it. Similar thing to me. It wasn't like literally my top, but one of my like most successful. Actually, no, I think it might have been my top. I'd have to go and look, but either way, pretty close to the top was a live stream that I had just neglected to take down. Like I didn't even think anything of it. It had gotten like 250,000 views over like 4 years.
Holy shit.
And I remember I had looked at it, dude. It made like $2,000 or $3,000 off like
Damn.
just the, and it was like a 3-hour live stream.
Yeah.
And it was
And it's
like
just people watching all the way through
just
with
people watching
ads
the whole
every
thing.
like couple minutes or so. Yeah.
Yep. The stream VODs are really like,
They're popping off.
that's where it's at.
And-
You know, that's how you feed the family right there. You know.
Exactly. No, seriously. And I'm honestly surprised a lot of people that are predominantly, like you and I are predominantly YouTubers
Yep.
with a live stream, with doing live stream in the background.
Yep.
But I know there's a lot of people that are predominantly live streamers that aren't doing multi-streaming. And there's nothing against that, of course. If they have a contract or if they have a preference and they don't want to multi-stream, there's nothing wrong with that. But I'm surprised I don't see more people doing it just with the money involved in. And also I really feel like it adds in as well. It allows you to reach a broader audience to an
Yep.
extent. So I just find it surprising that I don't see more people doing it, in all honesty.
Did you
Nothing
ever-
against it, of course.
For sure,
but-
yeah. Do you think you'd ever want to do like streaming full time as opposed to YouTube?
Nah, probably not.
I'm in the same boat.
I really enjoy live streaming, but some days I'm just not really wanting to live stream and
Yep.
chat live like on a video. I can, even if I'm like even if I'm like really busy for a day or something like that, I can sit down and just chat for like a couple minutes to 10 minutes to 20 minutes and just talk about something I really enjoy talking about, cigarettes, of course. But when it comes to live streaming, my minimum for live streaming these days is 4 hours.
Oh wow. Okay. It's a long stream.
Long stream, but that's what I found works for me when it comes to, okay, I get tired after 4 hours, and I found after 4 hours that nobody really joins.
Yes.
Kind of thing, unless I go over 8 hours.
It
And then
definitely-
people start joining.
There's like waves of
But-
when it pushes your stream
Absolutely,
for sure.
absolutely. But for me, being a full-time streamer, I couldn't do it. There's days where I'm just kind of like, I just want to make a video and go hang out with family or friends for the rest of the day, and doing a 4-hour stream on those days, I just wouldn't really want to do it. I love streaming, but I only love streaming when I really want to stream.
Yeah.
Kind of thing. I wouldn't want to force myself to stream all the time, excuse me.
Yeah, I don't think I could do streaming like as a primary income. I
don't
just
think I
couldn't
could,
take
yeah.
it. It's so like, I feel like, you know, doing what we do as YouTubers, like we have time to prepare and like think through what we're doing. And I feel like streamers really have to like, you jump on and if shit hits the fan, you just got to improvise.
No,
you know?
literally. I mean, like with some of my videos, especially some of my more research-intensive videos, like my reviews sometimes are very research-intensive. If I've never reviewed a product before, I don't really know what I'm. I've done the research on the product, but I need to memorize the history of it, and I just don't have it memorized because I haven't said it over and over and over again. I generally say like what I want to say for the history, like just to myself, like 3 or 4 times before a video. But I haven't said it like 20 times. I've literally done over 100 takes for videos before.
Really?
Yeah, over 100 takes for videos before, just trying to get it to the perfect point where I'm like, that's perfect, that's exactly what I want.
So you're really like particular about how you want your content to be.
To an extent, yes. I mean, like most of my video is uncut.
Okay.
That's something I really like doing. I really like doing uncut content, not just because I think it really fits what I'm doing, but also because I'm lazy and I don't really want to edit.
I think if you're good at it, it's, you know, you can hide your laziness by like, hey, this is just all natural content, you know?
Oh, without doubt, that's definitely something, and I feel like that's definitely given, as you mentioned, my content has sort of a, you described it as having somewhat of a nostalgic
For
feel
sure,
to it.
yeah.
And I think the uncut aspect of that is the precise reason why, in my opinion at least. And other people have described that, and I'll be honest, it all started as me going, all right, I don't really see anything I want to cut out of the video, and I'm just going to not cut anything out of the video. I'm just going to leave it uncut.
Yep.
And I don't see any reason to edit what's already good, so I'm just going to do that. And then it just kind of stuck. It just kind of stuck.
See, it's good if you can, like, build your audience on that, though, you know? Because I think it shows that, like, you can be consistently entertaining, and the edits don't make you entertaining. Like, you have that talent, you know?
I think you have a fair point with that. It took a while for me. I wouldn't consider myself somebody who has a talent to talk in front of a camera. It's practice makes perfect for me.
Well, I think anyone...
it didn't come naturally.
I think anyone with the size of following you have has to have a talent to talk in front of the camera. Like, for sure. I think if you weren't good at talking to the camera, you wouldn't have a following.
Well, this is a fair point, but I've been talking into a camera for almost 5 years now. At the beginning, it definitely was not as natural as I am right now. I was struggling, I'll acknowledge. It might not appear so on camera, but in my head, I was really struggling. Just trying to think, okay, what do I want to say? I want to be entertaining. Now I'm not even thinking about what do I want to say to be entertaining. I'm just kind of talking. I literally think of the camera as being another person.
I think that's the most entertaining way to be, though.
Exactly, yeah. But it was one of those things where I was just kind of like, I don't personally consider myself to have a talent of speaking in front of the camera. I personally just think it's the practice I've put in to make myself be good at talking to a camera that has made it pan out the way it has. And that's kind of my personal take, I'll acknowledge. It's kind of like I've got a brother, and my brother, I was driving them somewhere. We were going to like thrift shop or something like that, because my brother was like, yo, drive me to the thrift shop, because I don't got the driver's license. Yes, fucking nerd. Fucking loser, don't got their driver's license, they're fucking 19.
Yeah, come on, dude. I got that shit on my 16th birthday.
That's what I'm saying, you know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying.
I was outside.
I didn't get it until I was 17.
I picked my homies up on my 16th birthday and backed into a car with them all the same day.
Yes, sir.
Didn't tell my parents.
That's what I'm saying. But my brother was asking me, they were like, do you think YouTube is luck? And I was like, no, not at all luck. I don't think YouTube is luck.
I agree. I don't think it's luck either.
It's absolutely effort that's put in. It's not even talent, it's effort. Which one could say the effort you put in is the talent. But it's putting the effort into making, because the thing that will make people grow the most, and I've been asked this a couple times, what do I need to do to grow on YouTube? And I'm saying, just make content.
Literally.
That's all you have to do is just make literally consistent content. Exactly. But it takes the effort to put all of that, to make all of that happen. And they actually were like, really? It's not luck? And I was like, but they were like, X video, because they know the channel.
Yeah.
Because of my brother. And I was like, no. If I hadn't ever made that video, that would have never happened. There's so many channels out there that just aren't making videos, that they're not getting views because they aren't making any videos, kind of thing. Got on that side topic. I'll admit, I have to take a fucking piss so bad.
Go take a leak, bro.
I'm gonna go.
Yep.
I put it almost in my mouth because I was like, that's just gonna be funny.
Well, welcome back to the table.
Hey, glad to be back.
After
Glad
a
to be
nice
back.
little booze park piss,
Oh yeah.
we're back.
Glad to have taken a piss. Got to take a piss mid-video sometimes, especially during like cigar videos and stuff. I'm like, I'm sitting here for like 2 hours, just take the cigar in the bathroom.
So you having the cigarette actually reminds me of where I wanted to ask a couple questions. Have you ever had any like negative health impacts from smoking?
Not anything to like a significant extent, but definitely I'll acknowledge smoking cigarettes every day. Definitely, I don't have as much endurance as I used to, and definitely when I'm like running or something, I get out of breath way more easily than previously. But it's nothing insane. I haven't found myself like having lung issues or pain by any means, I will acknowledge.
How long have you been smoking them now?
Ooh, so I had my first smoke when I was 17, almost 18, as said earlier on in the podcast. But I really only started smoking consistently after my 18th birthday, because I was legal smoking age in the United States at the time, which the 21 age being raised fucking BS.
It's stupid, dude.
It's so stupid. I'm like, and it wasn't even rage due to like, it was raised due to vaping, but it wasn't even vaping. It was vitamin E acetate carts, which are fucking illegal, made in China to begin with. I'm just like, this is fucking ridiculous shit.
Yeah.
Like, raise the smoking age over an illegal product is insane. I think it was stupid.
I agree,
But,
for sure. I don't think it changed anything, honestly.
No,
you know?
not at all. I mean, like, there's still 14-year-olds out there vaping. And
100%.
So it's,
yeah.
it's like insane. And I've walked into so many places where the dude in front of me is like so obviously like 15, 16.
Yeah.
And he's asking for a vape, all nervous, and I'm like, all right, and then just hand him the vape, and I'm just kind of like, yeah, I'm not gonna snitch on the place.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna say that that's a good thing to do because that would be bad for me to say that because, well, I don't want to get any legal consequences. But I mean, like, I ain't dissing it by any means. I would, if I was at the age trying to buy something, I'd like to be able to find a place.
For sure, yeah. We're only looking down upon it because we're old enough now.
Exactly.
You know?
Yeah. No, precisely. But it's one of those things where it's just kind of like this shit's whack. With the whole age being 21, which fucked over one of my friends who had been smoking since she was 12.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, she'd been smoking since she was 12 and finally turned 18. Like, no joke, like 10 days later, fucking raised the age to 21.
Dude.
She had 10 days she could buy a pack of cigarettes.
Literally,
it was ridiculous.
My birthday is January 2nd, 1999. The law took effect January 1st, 2017 in my home state. So the day I turned 18, I could not go buy any blunt wraps or anything because the day prior they just made it 21.
Bruh. Damn. My condolences. That's so
I feel her
whack.
pain, dude. I feel your friend's pain.
What the fuck? That's ridiculous.
It's so stupid because, yeah, I mean, you're right. It didn't change anything. I just went to the shop that didn't care.
Exactly. Yeah. No. Literally. I'm not gonna say because YouTube doesn't like this.
We don't go
Of
to
course,
air,
I was smoking when I was making videos on YouTube, and I was 100% legal. Of course.
For sure.
I was of smoking
Always.
age. Of course. Absolutely.
Always.
But did it fuck over people I knew? Absolutely it did. And it was just kind of like, this is whack. They were of legal smoking age. They can be drafted into the military. They've got to pay taxes to the federal government for what they're working on. Why the fuck can't they buy cigarettes and alcohol and all that sort of stuff? I kind of get the alcohol argument because mother against driving, drunk driving is not it. I mean, like, it's funny. It's a funny meme. I love drunk driving memes. I love playing racing games. I love BeamNG in specific.
I saw you doing a drunk driving stream the other day.
Yeah, that would have been in BeamNG. Yeah,
Yep.
it's so much fun to drink and drive in BeamNG. I need to get myself like a nice like sim racing.
Have you ever gotten a real DUI?
No.
I have one, unfortunately.
I'll acknowledge I don't know the story behind it, but I did see that you.
Would you like a brief summary?
I'll go for it.
So, all right, I'll preface this by saying, guys, drunk driving is not cool. I learned a very expensive lesson from my DUI. It cost me over $10,000 after court fees. It was about $3,500 alone in court fees that I owed, which
shit.
covered both the fines and probation. My attorney was like a few
Probation?
Yeah, I was on probation.
Really? First offense around here is just a ticket and, like, you have to go to a class.
Oh, Illinois doesn't fucking play. Illinois does not play. I was on 1 year.
Oh my God.
1 year unsupervised probation.
So, like, if you hadn't paid up, you would have been in prison.
For sure, yeah.
Dead ass?
Yeah, and if
Holy shit.
I was on a supervision too, so if I got like certain traffic offenses, it would have triggered a violation. I wasn't getting drug tested, thankfully, but like, yeah, if I did anything else, I would have gone to jail. And
So what I'm hearing is North Carolina is the state to drink and drive it.
You know what the real state is? Wisconsin.
Dead ass?
You don't lose your license until your third DUI.
Oh, it's same here, yeah.
Really?
No joke, yeah. So you'll literally get like, you'll get a traffic offense and like you have to pay a bunch of money and go to a class on your first and second offense. You might get a breathalyzer on your second for like starting your car and stuff. But like third one, that's when you lose your license.
Oh, dude, no. In Illinois, when I got my DUI, it was either install the breathalyzer device in my car or I don't drive. The problem was I couldn't get my car registered to me because my license was automatically suspended upon my DUI. Oh. So I didn't have a car that was legally mine to put that into. So I just had to take the year suspension. And then that whole year I was driving around on a car with plates that belonged to a random person and no insurance. And like just crossing my fingers, I wouldn't go to jail because I had to go buy weed, you know. But
To clarify, all of y'all watching, that was a joke. He just said he didn't actually do that.
no, I did do that. No, I did do that.
Oh, he
for
did
sure.
do-
I've
okay,
said
never
over
mind,
and over
never
in
mind.
videos. But no, I
Okay,
did
okay.
really do that. I really did all that shit. But so my DUI, I was on stream actually. I was live streaming. I drank a whole bottle of Ciroc, and I drank half the bottle, and then like the stream was like coming towards the end, and I just chugged the last half, like slammed it because I was drunk, and it tasted like water to me at that point. And I remember I ended my stream, and I was really hungry, and I thought to myself, I could probably drive to Wendy's before the other half of the bottle hits me, and then get home and eat. So I drove to I jumped in my car, and I was already drunk. I shouldn't have done that to begin with, but like I was stupid and young, and like I didn't know any better. I used to drive intoxicated all the time when I was young, so I was just stupid, you know. And I got in my car. I drive to Wendy's, and I'm so sad about the car, bro. It was a 1991 Cadillac DeVille, and it was purple, and it had cigarette lighters in all the fucking doors.
Purple?
It was like a deep purple. It had cigarette lighters in all
I know
the
the
fucking
purple you're
doors.
talking about looks so good.
Bro, it was incredible. The car barely worked, but like it drove to Wendy's. So that's all I needed. So I got to Wendy's. I get my food. Never ended up eating it. I'm driving back, and the liquor hits me, and I like kind of blacked out. So like I don't exactly remember this, but this is more like my recollection through what I was told. I got back to my garage. Like I pulled my driveway. Was too drunk to know my garage code, so I couldn't get in my house. So I'm locked out, and I should have just gone to sleep in my car. Like I should have just ate my Wendy's and slept in the back seat or some shit. But for some reason, I decided to leave. I was like, well, fuck, I can't go home. I don't know my garage code, and my mom's like not gonna answer. She's gonna kill me if I call her right now. So I'm just gonna leave. I don't know where the fuck I was going. I get back in my car. I back out of the driveway, and I hit the little pole on the side of my driveway on my back out. Back all the way out. And I forgot to mention when I pulled in, I hit the garage door. So I backed out, right? I pull out of my driveway because I lived in like a townhouse. So there's like a long driveway that leads into all the like actual personal driveways. I pull onto the street, turn left, drive straight into a tree on my neighbor's lawn, knock the tree down, go over the tree because it was a baby tree. It was like a newly planted one. Drive straight into the corner of his house. Like crack all the bricks, drive straight into the fucking corner of his house. It wasn't very fast because the tree had slowed my momentum. So I like cracked some of the brick, but like I didn't, severely damage the house or anything.
Yeah.
I remember I'm sitting in the car, and I just remember the guy coming out and like yelling at me to like turn the car off or some shit. And I was so fucked up. I had no idea like what was going on. I was so confused. And I just remember the cop showing up, and I didn't get breathalyzed on the scene or anything. I just told him I was drunk. I was like, yeah, I'm fucking wasted. Like, take me downtown,
Hey,
boys.
honestly, I'm sure they appreciated that because they're just like...
For sure, yeah. I made it easy for him, for sure.
Yeah.
I was like, boys, hands
Like,
behind my back,
definitely,
take me
like-
downtown,
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I hate to say it because, like, never admit to what you do kind of thing
Mm-hmm.
if you do something. But, like, honestly, in some scenarios, it's just, like, the better thing to do because otherwise the cops are going to
I was so fucked either way. Yeah. There was no way I was getting out of that.
yeah.
And if I didn't consent, they would have just drawn my blood. So
Yeah.
didn't really matter. But I remember at that time, I just had no idea what a DUI even meant. Like, I didn't know what I got myself into until, like, my first court date. I had no money. My parents threw me out of the house for that. So my mom kicked me out. So I was, like, living in this fucking trap house with, like, two of my homies that had, like, no electricity half the time or anything. And the fuse was broke, so we didn't have gas. We didn't have heat or cold air. The electricity, you can only plug in, like, certain things in certain outlets because otherwise it would break the fuse. But
I've been there, done.
dude, it was rough. But I remember I went to my first court date, and I didn't have an attorney. And they asked if I wanted time to get an attorney. I didn't even know how much that shit cost.
Need
So
Saul
I was like-
Goodman.
I was like, yeah, bro, I'll hire a lawyer, no problem. I start calling around, dude. All these motherfuckers that asked me for money. I hired one of the guys who sent me a letter, which I'm going to tell y'all right now, never hire someone who sends you a fucking letter.
Unless it's Saul Goodman.
Yes, but Saul Goodman will not send you a goddamn letter when you get
No,
arrested.
he will not.
I hired him, and he basically did nothing. Like, I got no reduction on anything. I got totally fucked in the ass. Had to do, like, traffic school and all this shit. I think it was 250 hours of community service.
Holy shit.
Yeah, a fuckload.
Oh my god, that's way more than you got to get, like, fucking... I'm not going to say actual numbers because I don't know what they are, I'll acknowledge, but it's not 250.
Dude,
So,
Illinois
that's
doesn't play at
crazy.
all
No,
about DUIs.
that sounds like they don't. Holy shit, I didn't realize.
And then while I was on my suspended for that DUI, the Volvo that I told you about, I was driving up north for Thanksgiving to visit my mom, and I got pulled over for a busted taillight. And the Volvo was not insured and not registered to me either because my L's was suspended.
Shit.
So I get arrested for suspended license, driving with invalid registration, and it was like some
They
insurance
arrested you
thing.
for that?
Yeah, they full on arrested me.
Damn. Like around here, they just impound the car.
Oh, my car was gone too. Yeah, that shit also got
Damn.
impounded. Yeah, but I
they
went
wouldn't
to
arrest
court.
around here.
The case got dropped, thank God, because I got a good lawyer for that one. But they were going to give me, it was either 240 hours of community service or 10 days in county jail, and I had to pick. And then
Fuck county jail. No.
I was going to do county jail.
I was
going to do county jail. I was actually planning a jail series. I was telling my lawyer,
Seriously?
like, bro, I'm going to take the 10 days and I'm going to like monetize it. Like, I'm going to put my
county
mugshot
jail
on the shirt.
is not it.
Oh,
like,
I know.
Club Fed is the shit.
Listen,
Like FPS Russia, he got good shit in Club Fed.
Listen, dude, I will get the shit beat out of me a few times for a nice new mugshot. You know, that's really where my brain was at that point.
Makes sense.
So like, I told my lawyer, I was like, I'm probably going to take the 10 days, and he was like, really? Like, okay, dude. I mean, I'll tell him that. We showed up to court, and they ended up like dropping the charge because I pled not guilty because I had a plea agreement with the prosecutor. Prosecutor was buddy with my lawyer. So they had this really good plea where it was like I was going to do fucking no community service nearly. It was like 20 hours instead of the 200 and whatever. And I was going to keep my license, which was like huge because by the time it had gotten to like around when I was supposed to plea, I'd gotten my license back from my DUI finally. And I was just about to lose it again. So I told my lawyer, like, dude, if they're going to take my license, I'm pleading not guilty. Like, I'm fighting this to the very end. I want my license back, you know? So I had a plea agreement with the prosecutor. It gets up to the judge's desk. He throws out the plea. Like, I signed it and agreed with it. The judge was like, no, this guy has a record. He fucking, look at this shit. He doesn't care. Like, he needs to learn from this. And he threw out our plea agreement that I'd already signed and everything. Which, yeah, that, like, very rarely happens.
Yeah.
You know, typically they go with the prosecutor. So my lawyer pulled me out. We went to the side room, and he's like, well, he threw out the plea. Like, what do you want to do? I'm like, not guilty. We're going to trial. Not fucking guilty. Knowing that I was probably going to go to jail for longer than 10 days if I lost the trial. I get back in there. I plead not guilty. The prosecutor motions to dismiss, and case is gone.
Damn.
So, same day and everything.
Hey, good lawyer is what the fuck.
Good lawyer is what you need.
That
But
is
listen,
the exact ball.
that scared me so straight. Like, those 2 arrests within a short time frame, I've never drunk driven again.
No,
Never
fully
again.
understandable. Yeah, drunk driving. It's one of those things where it's funny to do in video games. Absolutely.
Yeah, it
is.
is.
It fun to do in video games? It totally is.
It's a fun
But
little
real
joke,
life,
you know?
Like, exactly. Yeah.
Yes.
But like in real life, nah.
It's very serious and it hurts people, you know?
Exactly. It's one of those things where.
Drunk drive on a closed course.
Exactly. It's one of those things where I have actually gotten many requests to do a drinking and driving video.
Mm-hmm.
And I have said on multiple occasions, and it's actually something I really want to do eventually. Not in my Mercedes.
Yes. Get a rental.
The fastest car on earth is a rental because you don't care.
there you go. I got
but,
a rental over there we could test out.
Well, that's very true. That's very true. For me, it's like, have you ever seen I don't know if you ever watched Mythbusters.
I have.
Oh,
Yep.
it's such a good show. But they did an episode where they were testing whether driving angry is worse than drinking and driving, which I thought was really interesting as a kid.
That is a very interesting
And
premise.
they did this on like a closed it was like a military like testing ground with roads, and so it was like a housing complex where it was like military training for like busting in doors and stuff like that. And so they did all the thing there. So it was all on a closed circuit with paramedics and everything, just in case they crashed into a building and got hurt. And I'm just kind of like, if I was going to do that video, I would have to do it on something like that because one, if I was to do it on public roads, of course, DUI. Just
Yes.
not even if I didn't get pulled over, it would be a DUI because it's on video. And two, it's just kind of like just for YouTube purposes, I don't think they'd want me posting a DUI video.
No, they don't.
So it's like one of those things where it's just kind of like, okay, I would have to do this on a closed circuit, literally prove I have the ambulance right there, fire
Yep.
department right there, just in case anything happens.
Yep, nice closed course, you
Exactly.
know, little loop.
And if I can find somewhere like that, if any of y'all watching have land near central North Carolina with roads on it, like let's say a mile worth of roads, hit me up because I will buy like some $1,000 shitbox and I will make that video because I think that would go hard.
Dude, I've always wanted to do that. I like have a lot of nostalgia for my beater days. Like I miss driving beater cars.
What do you drive these days?
I have a 2024 Toyota Corolla.
Hell
I'm an
yeah!
economy
Fucking
guy
Corollas
now.
are based.
Dude, so I did the whole like nice car thing a few years ago. I bought a Mercedes. I had an AMG and everything, and like it was
What
cool.
kind of AMG?
It was an E43.
E40.
So 2018.
Wagon?
No, sedan.
Oh shit,
No.
still based though.
Yeah, the wagons
hell
are so
yeah.
fucking rare,
They're
dude.
so rare, but they're
I
so
want
nice.
E-Class wagons so fucking
They're
bad.
so. I would
That's
honestly.
the
Like,
only way I'd go back to Mercedes.
Absolutely.
Only way. But yeah, I remember looking, and they're like $20,000 more. Like I remember at the time the E43 was like 60 grand, and the E43 wagon was like 85.
holy
So
shit!
fuck that, dude. I'm getting
Yeah.
a sedan, you know.
I can agree with that.
And I financed it. My credit has always been horrible, but like I financed it, got a shit deal. It was cool for the first few months, and I actually got really lucky by getting in a car accident. It got totaled in a split fault
shit.
accident, and it bailed me out of my really bad financing situation. Where like
72-month loan type shit.
bro, I had a 72-month loan.
Holy shit.
I owed
Oh,
well, my
man.
credit score is 520. Like right
Oh,
now, my credit
shit.
score is 520, and that's an improvement. I used to be in the 4s.
Damn.
But like I had a Mercedes, it was cool and everything, but like when I crashed it, it was a blessing, dude. And I remember I thought at first I wanted another nice car. I went to the Mercedes dealership. The salesman in there just didn't give a fuck about me. They were like kind of rude and everything. I was like, okay, I must not look, old or wealthy enough to fucking get their attention. So I left, and I was kind of irritated. And my buddy who drove me there, we're driving back when we passed a Toyota dealership. And I thought in my head, I was like, I could just end this right now. I could just fucking go get a Corolla, and it's going to last me like 30 goddamn years, and I'll just never worry about a car again. And it was like kind of a joke in my head at first, but then I was like, yo, pull in that Toyota dealership. And I bought the Corolla that night.
Hell yeah.
And then it got totaled 2 months later.
the Corolla.
Yes,
Damn.
I've bought 2 Corollas in the past year, actually, because a guy turned in front of me, kind of similar to your accident story, where a dude just made a left turn right in front of me and fucking got owned, So I'm on my second Corolla now, my second 2024 Corolla.
Well, base choice. Corollas are insanely
I love it personally.
good.
I love it. I have a hatchback.
Oh shit! The fucking. Oh damn! That's
It's-
even more base.
it's goated,
Yo,
dude. It's
that's so
goated.
fucked because that was the. Fucking, they originally introduced that as the fucking Scion, like IM or
Yes.
some shit. Those literally I was talking to my dad like the other day, and he was like, "Did you know Toyota makes a Corolla hatchback?" And I was like, "Yeah, of course I know that." And I was like, "Yeah, no." And he was like, "They actually look really nice." And I was
They're
like,
awesome,
"They
dude.
So nice." Like, I test drove a Scion IA, which was like the Yaris.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, not a Corolla, but it was a Yaris. And I was like, "This is nice." Like, it was too much for me, but it was nice. But Corollas, like, I know there's a lot of folks out there that are like, Corollas are like base level, like why buy a Corolla? But like they're so good.
No, yeah,
Like,
that is.
they run, they drive, they get 30 miles per gallon.
Mm-hmm.
Like, why wouldn't you want a Corolla if you just want point A to point B?
Yeah, I'm
And,
getting
like,
30 miles a gallon in traffic.
Exactly. And like I've heard the new ones are really fun to drive as well.
They are, bro.
Like, especially if you get the manual. I don't know what you have.
Automatic. I can't drive
Yeah.
manual.
Yeah, I can't drive manual either. I need to learn.
Me too.
All of my friends know how to drive manual. I don't know how. But I need to learn how to drive manual. But the Corollas are fucking lit. They're
I'm scared to
super
like
fucking
blow my
nice.
friend's transmission learning it.
No,
know?
literally same here. Like, genuinely same here. Like, one of my friends, like, as mentioned, he has a Subaru Baja right now, which is like the pickup truck version of the Subaru Outback.
Yep.
It's a super fucking sick car. Really, really, really cool. I'll show you a photo after the stream. Or after the stream, after the video. I don't want to dox him, so I'm not gonna
We won't air
put
them.
it on right now.
Yeah.
But it's super fucking mint. And he's got I think it's a 5 or 6 speed manual. And I mentioned like one time, and I was like, I need to learn how to drive manual. And he was like, oh, I'll let you learn. And I was like, yeah, I'm just not really willing to do that because I'm afraid I blow your transmission. He's like, actually understandable. Like,
Yep.
actually, like, you know what? Like, if you're afraid of that, like, I'm like, hey, no issue kind of thing.
I wish my
And-
homies with manuals were like that, dude. They keep pressuring me and they have nice cars, and I'm scared. Like,
Because then I'd want to play for the clutch and then
dude,
the fucking
my friend Attila has a fucking
transmission.
BMW M4.
Yo,
and he
that's
keeps telling me to
nice.
learn manual in that, and I'm like, dude, you're smoking dick.
No, I'm not willing. Hell no. BMW prices for a manual? No.
Yeah, good luck. Good luck
Yeah.
getting me to get in there.
No, literally. But and another one of my friends has a manual Mazda 3, which is super fucking mint. Mazda 3's goated cars is what I mean. Like,
Yep, I used to have one of those.
You guys used to have Mazda 3, deadass?
2011. Yep,
Yo.
2011 Mazda 3.
Those are fucking nice, especially like the Mazda Speeds.
It was great until I crashed it.
Holy fuck. Oh shit.
crashed a lot of whips, dude.
My condolences.
How many car accidents have you been in?
I've been in a bunch, but only one of them, aside from the one that I got rear-ended in the Mercedes, which
Yep.
I spoke on earlier, which didn't total. It was just
Very
a
minor,
crash.
yep.
Yeah. Did no damage to my car. Did more damage to the other person's car than my car. But aside from that one, I've been in one, which was the Crown Vic crash. After the Crown Vic, oh yeah, I forgot. We were talking about cars, and then I was
Yep.
talking about what I had. So drove an LS430 after that. Then after that, stopped driving the LS430 when I went to college because I didn't need a car in college. I went to East Carolina U. They had great public transportation, great free buses. So I had to check those everywhere if I needed to, unless I walked. Because this is Greenville, North Carolina, where Jimmy Donaldson, Mr. Beast, is from. Yo,
Yep.
shout out Mr. Beast.
Big ups, Mr. Beast.
Big ups, Mr. Beast.
I need a job, player.
Yo, Mr. Beast, whip your cock out.
Dude, let me get $1 million, dude, please. Damn, how rich do you think that guy is?
I don't think he's as rich as people think he is.
For sure, I agree
Like,
with
I
that.
think he has money. I think he has millions in the bank. But I mean, like, let's be honest here. $1 million in the bank, yes, it's a lot of money, but it's not as much as it used to be.
For sure.
I mean, like, being a millionaire today is something you could achieve on a normal salary if you really save your money and put it in the stock market and stuff like that kind of thing, and don't put it into GameStop or penny stocks, and you just put it in the S&P 500 and you're playing it safe and you're doing good investments. Not one to condone Wall Street bets behavior or stuff like that. It's very.
You go on Wall Street bets?
I look at it for fun, for shits and giggles.
Do you invest in anything?
S&P 500. That's
Okay.
it. I'm a very
Okay.
safe investor. I've got a Roth IRA. I put it all in
Nice.
the S&P 500. My goal is to retire by the time I'm like 55. And when I say retire, I don't mean like not do anything. Like, I just want to be like secure and not have to like work a job for like the rest of my life after that point, kind of thing. Like, if I want to still do stuff, like, I can. Like, I have no intention of ever quitting working because I don't know what I'd do with my time otherwise, honestly. I've always been doing something, whether it's school or work or something like that kind of thing. I just don't know what I'd do with my time if I literally did nothing. And I think, honestly, I'd probably die by the time I'm 65 if I didn't work.
Yeah. You get bored quick, dude.
No, seriously. And I really think boredom leads to death, genuinely.
For sure.
But it's one of those things where I'm just kind of like, okay, I need to put in like the money per year that I can into my Roth IRA. I need to get that shit going because with Roth IRAs versus this is becoming a finance thing now.
Fuck it, dude. Let's get into finance,
fuck
bro.
yeah.
Let's talk about
That's good CPM. Graham Steph. he
it.
does
Yes, sir.
finance.
Yes, sir.
He's
Put
got
this at the
fucking-
beginning, dude. I need some good ads on this.
Yo, no, for real, for real.
Splice this up a little bit.
Like the fucking like I was seeing Graham Steffen's video on what his CPM and RPM is. He's got a $30 RPM. $30.
Fucker. And
No, seriously.
those kind of views he gets, too?
Yeah.
Bro, imagine a
That's
million
crazy.
views on $30 RPM.
Yes. I'm getting like average like $5. I'll acknowledge
that
like
voice-
maybe $5.
Yeah, 5 is a lot.
Yeah.
Like 5 already is good.
Like car videos with like no smoking, no cussing, $8 to $10 depending on the car. Yeah, it's crazy.
Oh my! I got to look at what we get on the podcast, but I know damn well it's not close to that.
But like liquor videos though, like it depends on liquor. But like tequila whiskey, you're looking at $5. So low key gonna be having to make more whiskey and tequila videos because that shit's pretty good.
Those guys are spending money over there.
And there's just so many ads that want to cover that, of course.
It's so crazy how widely the ad revenue fluctuates depending on
It
your
really,
niche.
yeah, no, seriously. I mean, like for like certain liquors, like if I did like vodka, it's like $3 something kind of thing. But whiskey is like $5. And it's very interesting how it fluctuates with countries as well, which I think is like a total fucking rip on YouTube's part. Not a diss on YouTube, somewhat, but I'm very thankful. I am very thankful for the position I'm in, so I don't want to shit on YouTube too much.
I think they deserve some valid criticism, though, you know?
I think they do as well. I will agree.
Sure.
But I do want to, of course, clarify that I'm very thankful for the position.
Oh, yeah.
But when it comes to like what some other countries are getting, I'm just kind of like the advertisers from certain countries. For example, I did a video on Old Monk rum, which is made and produced in India and is an iconic Indian staple. They actually
Do you like that one?
I liked it, not straight, but in a rum and coke. It's fucking amazing.
Fuck, I almost picked that bottle.
Genuinely.
I almost picked Old Monk.
Which ABC store did you go to?
It was like something with a W County. It was like, started with a W. I can pull it up real quick.
Oh, shit. I'm just curious to know because
Do
actually
you want
I want
me
to
to
pick
say
up another
it?
bottle.
Hold on, let me...
You can say it if you want to. I'm literally going to go there like tomorrow and pick up a bottle of Old Monk because the place I went to get Old Monk
Wake
stopped
County
selling.
ABC.
Oh, wait. What was the Addy, though?
Here. It is right there. Should be on the bottom, the Addy.
Shit, y'all went to Mission Valley? That's where I went. They had Old Monk there?
Yeah.
That's where I went to get Old Monk? What the fuck?
Literally
I was in
right
there
all
no
the
joke
way
a
on the
week
back
ago.
wall. All the way on the back wall. It's literally right next to this bottle. Top shelf.
I literally went there a week ago and was like, yo, y'all still sell Old Monk? And they were like, no, we haven't gotten any in like months.
Well, they
I was
just
like,
fucking got it by the looks
what
of it
the
the
fuck?
shelf was stocked, bro.
Oh my god.
It was. They had like 3 different types of it, I think.
Holy shit.
So they got it, dude.
I'm gonna go there and pick some up literally tomorrow, not a
Let's
joke.
fucking get it, dude.
Because I made a video on the Old Monk rum from India, and it's an Indian staple. It was actually supplied to the Indian military for many years, so it's very much a staple, and it's like the college drink for a lot of folks in India. And I drank it, I tried it, I did a review of it, I posted it on the channel. That video is probably my most successful video on the new Jacob Jones Money channel. But the RPM on it is 49 cents.
Fuck.
49 cents RPM.
That is brutal.
And that's because most of the viewers watching the video are from India, which I'm very thankful for their support.
Of course.
But I think it's insane that YouTube is paying me less just because, or paying me less, I'm trying to make this not sound so bad.
No, I get what you're saying though. Like YouTube compensates, they give you less money for the viewers, like an ad viewer, depending on where they're from, because that's how they value that viewer based on region.
Yes.
Their spending power.
Absolutely.
You know?
But it's one of those things where the ads they're showing, I'm like, there's no way companies like, let's say a viewer's watching in India, they're watching the video in English.
Yeah.
Because I don't speak Hindi. I don't speak any of the other languages which I know are spoken in India, which I know is a lot of languages, that is. So the video is in English. They're watching the video, and I'm just kind of like, the advertisers on this video, while they might be like Indian brands or Indian stuff like that kind of thing, they're not paying that low of amount of money.
Yeah.
I'm just kind of like, there's no way they're paying that like they're still paying the same amount as people in America. It's just YouTube realizes they can get away with paying you less. I feel like for other countries where people might not think they're paying as much, but they totally are.
You know,
like,
Twitch does the same thing
deadass
with subs. Turkish Twitch sub is 60 cents to you.
But it still costs the equivalent of $5 USD for them.
I'm not sure about that part.
I was about to say that would be insane.
I think, I might be wrong, I think so. I believe it does, but I might be mistaken on that. I need a Twitch expert. I don't stream enough to know. But I do know for a fact that they do pay you, the amount you get per Twitch sub changes by region, like a lot.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yep.
That's good to know.
Yep. So ban all the Turkish people in your chat.
I was gonna do that anyway. No, I'm just kidding. I wasn't gonna do that. Yo, shout out the Turks, yo.
Big up to
I want to
Turkey,
visit.
dude. I got my boy Attila hanging out in Turkey right now, dude. He's been there for 4 months. He needs to
Hell
come
yeah,
back.
brother. I got some Turkish neighbors. They're fucking chill as hell. But they be smoking weed and smoking cigarettes on the front porch every day. They're fucking chill as hell. They're great.
Yeah, Turkey's an interesting place. I
I
want to go
want to
there.
visit. I want to visit.
They have a hella cats in Istanbul.
Yeah, and
Like,
they're like
the whole city.
I've watched a bunch of like what was it like I can't remember what channel it was, but they did there was a whole video on like the cats in Istanbul
Mm-hmm.
like getting like fucking tagged on whether and they literally like capture like stray cats and spay them and stuff to like
Yeah, they
and I'm
really like care for the cats there.
Yeah,
So like
and
the
I'm
locals like all take very good care of the stray cats, and they'll have strays that have like collars and they're like groomed and stuff
Yeah.
because the locals will just take care of them.
like it's
you know?
fucking lit. I'm just kind of like I in the neighborhood I live in, there's strays everywhere kind of thing. Like
Yep.
Like where I am, I'm just kind of like I walked up on the porch a couple days ago and there's a fucking pregnant cat there. And I was like, get the fuck off the porch! I'm not feeding you. I was like, get the fuck off the porch, bro. I was like, you are not having a bunch of fucking litter of kittens here. I'm not taking
Damn,
care
low
of a
key,
bunch of cats.
I keep that cat around so I can take a kitten. You know, I like cats.
I'm allergic to them personally, so I can't take in a cat. I love cats when if I can pet them outside or like
Yep.
if some of my friends have cats and I love petting them then.
Got a hairless cat.
Apparently those are still like if you have an allergy to cats, it's not really the hair, it's more the like grease they have on them. So those still have the grease. Yeah, it's the saliva, that's what it is.
Yeah,
Thank
they
you.
are
Yeah.
very grimy creatures, the hairless cats.
Yeah. My family has a Shih Tzu, which is
Oh.
like a hypoallergenic dog, like a poodle,
Yep.
but not a poodle. Bred for the Chinese royal family before the Communist Revolution, and then when that happened, they massacred all the dogs because it was an object of the Chinese royal family.
Yep.
But they were brought over to Britain before that, and now they're a thing very much everywhere else. I'm sure back in China again. Love her to death. Her name's Smokey. No relation to me smoking, actually. Named long before I was smoking.
She inspired you to smoke.
I think so, honestly. It's named after the Smokey the Bear, actually.
Nice.
'Cause she kind of looks like an Ewok.
It's a California celebrity right there, Smokey the Bear.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yo, Smokey the Bear, he got a good point. I'm not
Mm-hmm.
going to lie. Like, don't cause forest fires. Good shit, for real.
Yeah, honestly, Smokey. I feel like every state should have their own like forest mascot.
No,
you know?
honestly, I can agree with that. Like, Smokey the Bear is iconic, but, like, we need Smokey the Bear and friends.
What would you make the North Carolina one?
Ooh, state bird's a cardinal.
Okay.
So I feel like a cardinal wearing like a park ranger hat
Ooh.
with like a don't litter sign in hand or something like that. I feel
So
like
it
it'd
would be
pretty
kind of
lit.
like a humanoid cardinal, like you'd have hands.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it would be really good. I think we'd get like a furry commissioner on Twitter to do it or something like that.
Oh, I had a furry call in a few episodes ago.
Yo,
I know
hell
one,
yeah.
dude. I know who to
Hell
call.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. That's
Dude,
what I'm
furries
saying.
make bank, bro.
Yo, people who make fursuits are fucking loaded.
Dude, I just had a conversation about this a few weeks ago. This girl
Hell
called
yeah.
in who's a furry, and she's telling me how her and her boyfriend make like fursuits in their free time. Dude, they're thousands of dollars
Yes,
for a fursuit.
literally. My brother's a furry.
Really?
And yeah, my brother's a furry. They literally go to furry conventions and everything, and like.
Oh, I'm I want to pick your brain about this. Actually, I'm very curious.
So, in high school, I was very anti-furry. I was
Uh-huh.
just kind of like, okay, I like what the fuck. But like as I've gotten older, I'm just kind of like, why do I give a fuck?
Yeah.
Like in high school, I was an edgy high school. I was kind of like, okay, well, like what the fuck is going on with this? But
That's
like,
how a
I
lot
don't-
of people are in high school.
Yeah. But like I've always been into anime. I've gone to multiple anime conventions before. I love doing that sort of
Nice.
stuff. And I just kind of, as I grew up, I was just kind of like, it's just cosplaying. But like you're wearing a fursuit. Like what's the difference between, wearing a fursuit and wearing like the character and like wearing the clothing of the character you
Yep.
love, kind of thing. Like there's no difference between that. Kind of thing. Like, is there certain objects of both communities that make me very uncomfortable? Absolutely, absolutely there is. But are the vast majority of the people in the community super chill, super nice people? Absolutely. The furry community is super chill, and I have no beef with them at all. And same with the cosplaying community. And my brother actually made their own fursuit. They literally, I'm like, Joann's is fucking closing. They fucking declared bankruptcy. They're closing all their stores.
Oh, no.
My brother's fucking pissed. Like, I heard a fucking 15-minute rant about it.
Oh, you think furries are like one of their primary like customer bases?
I wouldn't say. I was about to say absolutely, but no. I think it's actually old ladies.
Okay, furries are up there though.
They're up there. I definitely think they're up there. Like people make their own cosplays of fursuits. I'm like Joann's is like the place to go.
I was wondering how they're still in business, but I get it now.
Yeah, I mean like Joann's. I mean like every time I've walked in there, because I've gone there with my brother once or twice, because they don't drive themselves, because they're a fucking nerd and don't have their
Too busy
fucking
making
license.
fursuits,
Loser.
Too busy making fursuits.
No, literally. like genuinely, I asked them a couple days ago, and I just called them up and I was like, yo, like I know you need to get out of the house. Do you want to go to the thrift shop and go to like a couple thrift shops? And they're like, nah, I'm making a fursuit, because they do commissions and shit. I was just looking at it going like, bruh, you haven't gotten out of the house in 3 days. You need to get out of the house. But like, also I respect the grind, kind of thing.
You know, what a time to be alive. You can make fursuits for a living. You can do what we're doing.
No,
it's a great time to be a human, dude.
Like I get asked every once in a while, like, would you much rather be living in the 1970s? Because cigarettes and everything like that. And my answer to that is always no. Because I like to be able to microwave my food.
Yep.
I like to be able to make videos on YouTube. I wouldn't be in the position I'm in right now if I was raised in a different era. And also racism.
Yes. So let's say hypothetically you were born in the 70s, and right now it's, I don't know, fucking, you're born in the 60s. Right now it's like 1975 or some shit. What do you think you'd be doing for a living without YouTube?
I'd probably do business marketing. Okay. I'm really big into not only like marketing from a YouTube perspective, which marketing yourself on YouTube is very interesting, because of course when you're taking classes about marketing and business classes, it's all about other people's business. So you're trying to figure out, okay, you're looking at all these analytics and stuff like that. But when you're marketing yourself, it's a bit of a different story, of course. But I'd probably be doing marketing. Probably, of course, not television or YouTube or something like that kind of thing, but marketing to a significant degree, marketing, doing advertising for some company or something like that kind of thing. There's a bunch of people that I have looked up online and done research about that I think are really, really, really interesting from a business perspective, some of which are controversial because of what they did. Yeah. Lee Iacocca is one of these very prominent examples. He's the person that raised Ford out of bankruptcy with many cars, including the Mustang. He's the person that made the Mustang happen.
Oh, smart guy.
Yes, seriously. And he's also the person that raised Chrysler out of bankruptcy and out of basically fading away with the Chrysler Grand Caravan, which is insanely iconic. I mean, like, say what you will about the Chrysler Grand Caravan, but it's what made Chrysler become successful in the modern era, because Chrysler in the fucking 80s was shit. Yep. It was trash.
Yeah, I think the Grand Caravan is still probably all they've got that's notable.
No, seriously. I mean, like that and the Dodge Ram 2500. But I mean, like Chrysler isn't even owned by Chrysler. Like Chrysler isn't even really an American company anymore. It's actually like a French or European company, because it's owned by FCA, Fiat Chrysler. Something.
I think it's Jeep, isn't it? Is Jeep in there?
Yeah, Jeep is in there because it's owned by Chrysler. Because
I think it's Italian, if I remember correctly. I might be wrong.
Oh, they've got Alfa Romeo too, which is Italian.
Yes, yes.
But yeah, Jeep, it was owned by...
Woo!
Damn, what the fuck was that? I don't know if the camera picked that up.
I feel like it's probably that group that was up here, dude.
It could have been, yeah. There is NC State right over there. Oh, somebody's got their plane out.
Oh, they just crashed their tree. They just hit a fucking tree.
Holy shit.
Oh, it's stuck in the tree.
Oh my god.
Bro, it's literally stuck.
Yo, he's never getting that out.
No,
what the fuck?
Where is it?
Look,
it's right over there, yeah. Holy shit. Oh my god, it literally just went into the tree.
Oh, it's that group over there that's like cheering for the plane, and they're all pissed now because it's stuck in the tree.
Oh, fuck. Oh my god. I literally turned around at the perfect time. That's crazy. Holy shit.
Oh, they're all pissed over there.
Oh, there's no way they're getting that. They need a fucking stick and a half for that.
Bro, you need to pick another tree up, I think.
No, literally. Holy
down.
Shit. Speaking of this forest right here, though, this is actually one of my favorite ever smoke spots.
Really?
Knowledge. There used to be in the very back of the forest a tree house. So the tree house was pretty sketchy. It was probably made by a frat at like NC State, which NC State is right over there. It's probably the second most iconic college in North Carolina besides UNC Chapel Hill because of Michael Jordan. Yo, shout out Michael Jordan, yo.
Big ups, MJ.
Yo, big ups, yes sir. That's what I'm saying. But NC State's right over there, and it was probably made by a frat, but it was a treehouse, and I'd go there after high school with friends, like after the school was done and stuff like that, and go smoke. And so we'd literally be in the treehouse, and we'd just be smoking, just chatting, chilling, smoking cigarettes and stuff like that. Like every once in a while kind of thing, and it was a great time. Sadly, they do a music festival. I'm sure you saw a lot of the tents over there, and there's like benches up and everything like that.
Yep.
That's because they're doing a music festival here in like a week and a half, 2 weeks.
Okay.
So they're doing Dreamville, run by J. Cole. Or at least it was.
I've heard
It started
of that.
by J. Cole. Yeah.
Okay.
So that's actually right like over there in the field.
Damn.
So where y'all parked actually is the parking for celebrities.
Oh,
that
so
are
is that
performing
what they're
there.
like doing over there with all the construction? Those
Yeah.
fences? Okay. I was wondering what the hell they're building here right now.
Yo, that's a big ass fucking bird. Holy
I know,
shit.
dude.
God
There's
damn,
some shit
bro.
going on here.
Jesus
Big
Christ.
ass bird. We got the. Oh, come over here, dude. We got the.
Good ass vulture.
The plane kind of dangled a little bit.
It did.
It's like hanging down. I feel like a good shake might get it, dude.
Honestly.
Like
I wouldn't be
if that
surprised.
whole group went and shook the tree, I feel like they'd probably get it.
I feel like it, yeah. Like it's just barely in there. Like I feel
We
like
could
it's
get
all
over
good.
there. We could go shake the tree.
It's tempting, but so this is a healthcare building for like Medicaid and stuff like that. So the old abandoned like mental stuff would be on the other side of the park over there, and most of it's destroyed. There's actually the cemetery over there for mental patients. A lot of the graves are unmarked.
Like
because-
exclusively for mental patients?
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah, used up until like the 1970s or 80s.
Oh, that's
'Cause
crazy.
The park only, of course, it wasn't really a mental asylum. It was more of a mental institution. It was one of the first humane mental institutions in the United States. Mental asylums, not cool because, I mean, like, they're not humane. They're doing fucking lobotomies and shit like that. That shit ain't cool.
Yep.
But mental institutions where it's actually helping people with mental illness and making sure that they're doing all good. I think that's fucking amazing. And Dorothea Dix, as a person,
Yep.
While she didn't start this park, it was named after her. Yes, sir. Cameraman grabbing another PBR. Hell yeah, brother. That's what I'm talking about. Yes, sir. But it was like this park was one of the like where this is right now. This was one of the first like humane mental institutions, which I think is fucking amazing, and it's something I love very much. Sadly, shut down when a lot of the federal funding for mental institutions and asylums was shut down, which I'm pro shutting down mental asylums, but
Yes.
anti shutting down mental institutions, because I believe that people that need help need the help, and if they
Yeah.
can get it in a humane way without lobotomies, I think that's amazing.
Yeah, asylums maybe just weren't the right way.
Yeah.
You know? For sure.
But mental institutions are amazing, and this is one of the first real places to have had that. And the graveyard over there, it ran from like the early, like late 1800s. I can't remember exactly when the oldest grave is. I've looked before, but it's like early 1900s to like late to mid 1900s kind of thing, like 1970s. And I think it's this park is amazing.
Yeah, it's beautiful, dude. I mean, this is a
It's
crazy
gorgeous.
view, dude.
It's gorgeous.
You literally see the whole downtown, dude. It's like perfect. You got the forest right there. You got the downtown right there.
No,
It's
literally.
a vibe. You got planes in the trees and shit. You know, it's a lot of shit to see.
No, genuinely. There is a bit of controversial history here, though.
Ooh.
This, before it was a mental institution, it was a plantation.
Ooh, no
with-
good.
Yeah.
No bueno.
And that was prior to the Civil War, so we all know what was happening.
Ooh,
Yeah.
no good.
No good
bueno.
there. No good
no,
there.
No, no.
The dude who owned the plantation, his grave is over there.
Oh shit.
I wouldn't be surprised if people pissed on his grave, in all honesty.
I was just about to ask. Do you think people go vandalize that often?
I don't know about vandalizing, but pissing on his grave, I absolutely
Probably.
believe it happens. I
No
know one of my-
evidence.
I know somebody I know, one of my friends, he was like, I mentioned that, and he was like, I'm gonna go piss on his grave. I wouldn't be surprised if my friend did it.
Damn.
Because I'm just kind of like,
That's crazy. I mean, it's nuts how much like general society changes in such a relatively short time. Because when you think about it, that was only a couple hundred years ago, and when that guy died, he was probably getting buried by a bunch of people who were like, "Oh, what an honorable, like, successful man," you know? Like, let's give him this nice grave. And now, just a few generations later, people are just pissing on his grave.
No,
you
literally,
know?
yeah.
That's crazy.
no, genuinely. It's wild. On a question for you, what do you want your grave to look like? I know, but I'm curious to know what you want yours to look like.
I don't think I've ever thought about that.
I have thought
honestly.
about it a lot in all honesty.
I personally, I don't think I give a fuck what happens after I die.
Really?
Like, you could probably just throw me in the woods over there, dude.
Dead
like,
ass?
Yeah, I really do. I'm dead.
Damn.
What am I going to do? Complain? I'm dead.
Fair point.
I don't know. I mean, personally, I don't know what your views on the afterlife are, but like personally, the way I was raised, I wasn't raised like super religious or anything.
Me either.
So I don't hold like much religious beliefs towards the afterlife, which those who do, I mean, cool. You can believe whatever you want.
Oh, no, absolutely.
But I personally believe that when you die, it's just like going to sleep. Like, it's just back to the void, you know? The way I think about it is like, well, I don't know what happened before I was born. I don't recall any past lives, you know?
I wasn't even fucking sentient until I was 10 years old.
Exactly, yeah. It's like, well, the past, like, millions of years were no pain, no issue. I was just taking a nice nap. So that's what I think happens. So, like, personally, I don't know if I give a fuck what happens, like, after I'm gone. Because I'm not going to know either way. I'm out. I'm sleeping, you know? But if, hypothetically, let's say, like, heaven is real and I'm going to be up there looking down, watching what people are doing.
No, I'm going to be in hell.
Well, yeah, I'm probably looking up, actually. I'm probably looking up. But if I'm able to see that high up when I'm down there, I'd probably want... I don't know. I think I might want to be cremated and, like, put my ashes somewhere cool.
I can agree with that. But, like, I want to be cremated and have a grave. Like, I want, like, half my ashes to go in the grave, and then, like, half my ashes to be, like, spread around, like, somewhere fucking random. Like, I had, still have, a friend, I met him in middle school. Well, I knew him from elementary school to middle school, but I really got to know him in middle school. And he said something hilarious, which I think is still accurate to this day. He said that when he dies, he wants his ashes to be put in a jam jar. And he wants the jam jar to be given to his biggest enemy ever.
Oh.
So when his biggest enemy accidentally knocks the shelf, the jam jar then smashes onto their carpet. Mm-hmm. So then their ashes get all over the carpet, and it's in the ashes, and it's a pain in the ass for all eternity.
Because it's jam. So
it's
they're fucked.
Exactly. And I was like, yo, that is such a good fucking idea. That is fucking amazing.
Oh, they're flying more planes.
Yo, dead ass?
They just sent it. It just landed right there in the field.
Oh, shit.
They're flying more over there.
Oh, shit. Hell yeah.
They've got more.
Hell yeah.
That's got surely like some college thing or something where they all
Yeah,
book a plane or
that's
something.
NC State parking over there. So they
Okay.
do like carpool. They have a bus that pulls up like every like 15 minutes or so.
Yep.
So like take people to campus and stuff. So I'd figure it's NC State.
That one's gonna fall out of the tree.
Oh shit.
Oh yeah, it's coming. Oh,
It looks like it.
dude, it wants to go so bad. Oh my, I'm praying actually. I hope for their sake it comes down. We can't litter. We can't leave that in the tree. It's a stain on our.
There was a kite in one of these trees literally for like 2 years.
What
I don't
happened?
know.
Did like you think
I
someone
have
went and
no
got it
idea.
finally?
I've got no idea what happened. I didn't see anybody grab it. But it was literally one of the trees for like 2 years. So like if I was recording with that in the background, like the kite was there for like 2 years.
Became a landmark.
It literally, yeah, genuinely. On that topic, there's a bench over there. So if you see where the corner of that building is, there's a bench in front of that. I made a video there called "Smoking a Cigarette in a Designated Smoking Area." Somebody actually went on fucking Google and made a fucking location for designated smoking
Dude, I
area.
saw
in
that when
Dorothy.
I was pulling in here, and I thought that's where we were shooting today. I was like, oh, this guy's really by the book. We're going to the smoking area.
That's because of one of my videos. I was like, what the fuck? That wasn't on there before that video. It was crazy. I was like, I literally saw that last night when I was sending you the exact coordinates.
Have you ever gone to see if people are like smoking there?
I've never gone to see if people are smoking there.
Dude,
It's
that's
got
your
3
turf
reviews.
now. You should go.
Honestly, I think I'm gonna need to. But I smoke like either on this porch or like around here. Like, I don't want to say a lot because I don't want to dox myself. I don't want to say I record here a lot. But
Of course.
maybe I do.
Yep. It's a nice park, dude. It
it's
seems
a
like a
very
lot of
nice
people
park.
come here. So
This, I gotta admit, is my favorite park in the local area.
Yep.
Kind of thing. Great thing is, unlike LA, I'm like, we ain't got people shooting up needles.
dude, I think you would genuinely be in a state of shock if you saw like.
I've seen videos, and I believe I would as
Bro,
well.
listen, like, I think LA is the one place where whatever you hear on the news, they're understating it.
I believe
like
it.
they're
I
legit
absolutely
understating
believe
it. I feel like most
Skid
other
Row
places
is holy shit these days, I'm sure.
Like they talk about, for example, Chicago. You hear about how Chicago is this like violent place. I'm from there. It's fucking beautiful. It's a very safe city. The violence is all gang on gang. So like if you
It's
can
amusing
be,
because like the gun laws in Chicago are crazy hard.
yeah,
kind of
we're
thing.
the only state. Oh, do I still have it? I think I still have my firearm owner's identification card. You have to get a separate ID to buy a gun.
Hell yeah. Yo, what you got if you're willing to say? If you're not willing to say, I totally understand.
I have a lot. I have a
Yo, hell yeah.
yeah. Here's my Foyd.
Yo, hell
Firearm owner's
yeah.
identification.
I'm not willing to show mine on video, but
I have a 44 cal Desert Eagle. I had a 50,
Hell yeah.
but I couldn't have the 50 in Cali. I had to get rid of a lot of my stuff. I have a Glock 27, which is like my main like primary thing.
Hell yeah.
My favorite like pistol I've ever owned was a Smith & Wesson M&P Compact.
I've heard good things. One of my,
incredible.
I took a firearms class, and one of the instructors had one of those, and
Fucking
I asked him
remarkable.
after. I was like, "What do you recommend?" Because I was looking at purchasing,
Mm-hmm.
and he was like, "Get whatever feels most comfortable for you." But I really like this one in specific. Personally.
Dude, the M&P feels like I have aimbot. Like it's
Hell
so
yeah.
dead on. It's
You didn't
crazy.
CS.
Yeah, literally. I don't have to try. You just reminded me. Actually, you recently got accused of that. Very
I got accused of
widespread.
aimbotting in fucking Counter-Strike.
Very viral clip recently, which
Yeah.
we'll show you guys.
Yo!
But a clip of you getting a really nice kill on Mirage with a revolver.
Yeah, with
and
the
it
R8.
went super viral. I mean, I think Onipixel, who's the biggest
Oni
Counter-Strike
Pixel,
content
Dima,
creator,
wall hacks
Yup.
also reacted to it, which is crazy. I posted it because I was like, oh, this is a good clip. And then people were like, you're hacking. And I was like, I don't know. I was just happy about the good clip.
how'd it feel having the whole community coming at you like that?
Good.
Really?
It felt good because I was like, this is insanely good promotion for the Twitch and for the YouTube. For the next two Counter-Strike streams after that, because to optimize to capitalize on that, I then streamed Counter-Strike for like the next two
Of course.
streams after that. I was averaging like 95 viewers, which
Fuck yeah.
which for me, like I only started my Twitch in like that was just average on Twitch. Like on YouTube, it's very consistently like a certain amount kind of thing, which I really do appreciate everybody watching, of course. But on Twitch, it's more inconsistent depending on the game, depending on the time, and
Yup.
what I'm and everything.
how
like
streams
that.
are.
Exactly. But due to that, I was averaging like literally 50% more than I normally did at that time, which was crazy to me.
So you gotta milk that.
Like literally, yeah. I
Yup.
milked it to the fucking core. I even reposted the reactions and everything like that kind of thing.
Yeah, I saw it was all over my feed for like
yeah.
a week, dude.
And it was fucking nuts. I mean, like some people were like so insistent that I was hacking. I'm just kind of like, look, I enjoy playing Counter-Strike, but like I don't care enough about the game to hack.
A lot of people
I'm
in that
too
community
lazy.
are just so cheater sensitive, you know? Like, because there is a really bad hacking problem on Counter-Strike. But
There
like,
is.
Dude, I think anyone who thinks you are live streaming aimbotting is probably an idiot, you know? Like, you just got to use logic for a couple seconds and think,
Yeah.
what incentive does a guy who doesn't make Counter-Strike content have to go live and aimbot?
No, literally,
much,
yeah.
you know?
Like, it was just one of those things where I was just kind of like, I literally just responded to every comment saying I was cheating with, go watch the VOD. Because if people wanted to watch the VOD, they'd realize I'm shit at Counter-Strike.
And you get ad revenue.
Exactly. Precisely.
Yes, sir.
Yo, it's all about milking it to the
Yes,
fullest
sir.
extent.
Milk
Yes,
those haters,
sir.
man. You go watch the VOD.
Damn right, damn right. But I responded to everybody saying, just watch the VOD. You'll see that I'm shit and this was just a lucky flick.
Yep.
And that's exactly what it was. It was literally just a lucky flick.
Yep.
And it was just one of those things where I was just kind of like, this blew the fuck up. And I've realized I'm just kind of like, okay, I need to post hella Counter-Strike clips.
Yep.
And excuse me.
That was a perfecally timed one. That
That
like sounded
was-
like part of your sentence, you know?
That was perfectly, I could agree with that. And, but like, I've been posting hella Counter-Strike clips and like, I can't complain. Let me put it that way.
Did you ever get like an apology from those people who were coming at you and really saying you were hacking?
Actually, one or two people did apologize.
Really?
Which I was really surprised about. Like my personal thing for like watching like people that did something that they shouldn't have done and they apologize. Like honestly, like my personal role, I'll acknowledge like don't apologize, because if you apologize, you're admitting like that you did something wrong. Like unless you really did something, like you said the N-word on live stream or something like that.
To
like,
apologize. Yeah.
other than that, like if you just were rude or something like that, like don't apologize. Like I hate to say it like that, but admitting that you're wrong is just going to make it bigger and is just going to make it like
For sure.
like just worse on you kind of
You gotta
thing. Like
stand
just
on it.
ignore it. Exactly.
Yep.
But like I was really surprised that I actually got some people saying I was wrong, that's my bad, which I was just like, whoa, holy shit, I wasn't expecting that.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of accountability going on, which I thought was really, really, really interesting.
That's nice. It seemed like people were just coming for your throat at first there.
Genuinely, I mean, like people were definitely like dogpiling on it, and I'm like, I posted at 2 a.m. So like, I literally.
What
posted
rank
at
are you on Counter-Strike?
Silver 1. I'm unranked on most maps, and I'm silver 1 on like 4.
So you're not
maps.
even ranked in Premier. You just have a competitive rank.
Yeah. I don't even play Premier
He's
because
fucking-
there's too many sweats on Premier. I'm just like I play Counter Strike for fun.
Yeah, Premier's.
Yeah, like I know you're heavy into Counter Strike. You got fucking Catawise.
I
you
like
trying
the
to trade me
skins.
Catawise on stream.
I like that. I did try to send you a gift.
Yeah.
You should have taken that.
I was not. I was just
Dude,
kind of
it's like $25. It was literally a $25 skin.
I was like, I can't do this.
It's just, so I like to collect the skins like dog shit sticker crafts. I specifically have this thing where I buy from a certain website. So whenever I have leftover money after I buy the skin I want, I'll use that for like the ugliest fucking catto craft
Hell
possible.
yeah.
And it's become a tradition where now I have like a loadout of just the ugliest fucking piece of shit. Like the stickers are scraped and shit. I have a
yeah.
CZ with a 60% scraped Navi 2014 on it. Piece of shit, you know? Yeah, I like the skins more than like the actual game. I like the game too, but like something about like the dynamics of like the wear on the skins and all the different little like patterns, and like it gets my brain going a certain way where like I'm really interested in it, you know?
That's what I'm saying.
It's fucking cool.
No, like I've seen the meme a couple times where people are saying that like Counter-Strike is the OG NFT community.
is.
But yeah, exactly.
Literally is.
As you said, it really is.
Well, I think
Which,
Team Fortress 2 came a little before.
it did.
I think
yeah.
TF2 was like the OG. Counter-Strike's what really made it happen though.
I can agree with that.
For
like,
sure.
Like people, I've gotten better about this. But when I first started playing Counter-Strike on stream, before I started playing Counter-Strike on stream a lot, like I've got like 140 hours now. But when I first started streaming Counter-Strike, which was probably I'd have to say probably about like 2 months before the clip went viral. I only had 90 hours in Counter-Strike. I've owned the game for almost 10 years.
Oh, shit.
But I only had 90 hours. I was gifted the game by a friend. I played with them a bunch, and that was about it, kind of thing. I just
great
played it for
gift
fun.
right there.
It was a fantastic gift, no, genuinely. And so I get the gift every week. Because technically it was paid for.
Yeah.
So I've got that shit already on there, kind of thing. But TF2 was really what I was into when I was playing a lot of games during high school. And that and Sid Meier's Civilization 5.
Dude, I've
so
played
good.
I have like 600 hours on that
No,
shit.
genuinely, same
I've played a
here.
lot of Civ
It's
5.
so good. Like,
What's your favorite Civ?
oh, I've only ever played Civ 5, I'll acknowledge. Or do you mean
No, I mean like Civ
Civilization?
in the game. Like, what's your favorite like one to
okay.
play as?
Venice.
Valid.
Yeah,
Valid.
Venice is...
You're a single city kind of guy.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't even get city states when I'm playing on Venice.
how do you play them?
I just go for technology victory, where I'm just doing single city, low military, but like high for
That
the
is
size
super
of my
winnable if
country.
you play it right.
Yeah.
Because they have one city, you have low ass tech requirements.
Yeah.
You can get crazy techs in like 2 turns.
One of my things that makes it easier for me, though, I'll acknowledge, I refuse to play on anything over Prince difficulty, which is number 4.
dude.
Because
Step into the gauntlet, brother. Hop on Emperor.
I have played Deity before. the highest.
I can't do
difficulty
DD.
for.
I'm not that good.
I played it once. I did a duel and I won just for an achievement. But my thing is that with Sid Meier's Civilization 5, if you play over Prince, like when you're on Prince, there's no benefits towards the civilization, towards the AIs, and there's no benefits towards you as well. It's equal boards all around. But if you're playing on lower, then you get an advantage, and if you're playing on higher, then they get an advantage. And I just don't find it fun if the AIs have an unfair advantage.
Yeah, they literally get that like damage bonus in combat from the difficulty.
Like literally, and I just don't find that fun in all honesty. So it's one of those things where I'm just kind of like, I just play on Prince all the time. Like I know going for the harder difficulties is the shit, but I just don't find it fun in all honesty. And the reason why I play it is because it's fun. So I put myself through the pain.
That's valid.
So,
That's valid. I play Persia mainly. Persia's my goat.
I've never heard of that before. Explain it.
The Golden Ages are stupid, bro. If you get the right text, I haven't played 5 in ages because I got really into 6 and like stopped playing 5, and now 7's out.
So I'm getting bad reviews.
I actually, dude, I think 7's good.
Really?
I think in like 2 years, 7's gonna be fire as fuck.
Well, that's the thing with the Sid Meier's games is that they always start off shit.
See,
but then they release the DLCs and then it's good.
Yes, 5 and 6 came out, and they started trash. Like I didn't even play them the first 2 years. 7 is fun. Like right now on launch, it's actually a fun game.
Ass.
It's I think more so it's like very unpolished. Like the UI is ugly as fuck. It's definitely glitchy. The AI is kind of smart militarily, but tech wise, they don't know what the fuck they're doing.
Makes sense.
But like I think Civ 7 is better on launch than 6 or 5 were.
Makes
so
sense.
I feel like in like 2 years it's gonna be heat.
I think I know why Civ 7 is so good though. We had Luigi Maggione, the man himself, intern at Fraxis, the creator company of Sid Meier's Civilization 5.
Damn, you think he contributed that much?
I think he did.
Okay.
I'll acknowledge.
It's just his energy, his spirit.
I think it's Luigi. I think it was all him, honestly.
That guy's like certainly doing the rest of his life in prison,
He
right?
is absolutely, shout out Luigi.
That's the GOAT. There's a 0% chance he is getting off.
No, seriously. I'm like, they're trying bros as domestic terrorists. I'm like, I'm not going to comment too much because, if YouTube doesn't work out, like, I want to be able to get a job. But, Bro interned at Fraxis, and I think he had a dramatic impact. Let me just put it that way.
That's the GOAT right there, dude.
Exactly.
Free Luigi. So I kind of have an off-topic question from where we're at. But,
go for it.
Earlier in the show, you had mentioned getting demonetized fairly recently. How did that impact, like, you making a living?
For a month, a lot. After that, not so much. For the couple months prior to getting demonetized, I was really happy because for about 3 years, I had been making I don't want to say the exact number, but I'd been making let's say $1,000 a month.
Yep.
Which is not really enough to live off in this area. But it's enough to live off of, but not really be comfortable.
Yeah.
Like you can
get some roommates and
Exactly. It wasn't comfortable, but it was enough, and I was kind of like, okay, I see what's going on here. I see. I can definitely. I think that this is going to keep going up, and I think this is something I want to commit to. So I fully committed, and I said, okay, this is something that I absolutely want to go for. This is a dream. I've wanted to make YouTube content. Just talking about what made me want to make YouTube content for a moment. It was Minecraft.
Really?
I love Minecraft. I played it for thousands of hours when I was a kid, I swear.
Minecraft is fucking goated.
It's so fucking goated. When I was younger, I watched to learn how to play Minecraft. I watched a couple Let's Plays tutorial series on YouTube. That was my first experience with YouTube. I watched Co-Star and Kurt J. Mac. Those are probably the two most inspirational channels to me. Kurt J. Mac, I don't know if you know who he is.
I don't think I've heard of him.
Have you ever heard of Farlands or Bust?
No.
I wasn't sure. So Farlands or Bust. So it's a series run by Kurt J. Mac where he's walking to the Farlands in Minecraft in beta 1.7 in stock Minecraft. He's not doing rail. He's not doing mods. It's all stock. And legendary dude. He's still doing it to this day. It's fucking crazy. But I saw their content when I was a kid, and when I was a kid, when I was like 12 years old, and I was like, I want to do that kind of thing, and that's what made me really want to do YouTube. But off that side topic now, like for me, when I was looking at everything, and I was just kind of like, okay, I really want to do this full time. I want to make this work. Mm-hmm. I looked at what I was doing per month, and I was like, okay, I can barely make this work. This is what I'm going to go for. I'm going to commit to it. I'm going to make it work. I'm going to go for it, and I did. I was right out of college, and I was like, okay, like when I was in college, it wouldn't have worked, but like the moment I got out of college, it would have been okay, and it was, and that's what I went for. Like the couple of months before I got demonetized, like I was doing, I'm not going to say an exact number, but I was doing better than I was normally.
Fuck yeah.
Kind of thing. And I was kind of like, this is actually a livable wage in my local area. Like, I not only have money to pay rent, get food, live a normal life, but I also have money to put in my savings.
You got leftover.
Which is amazing because I can invest the savings, I can put that into that, and it was amazing. But got demonetized in November, then only took got demonetized in December. Not only took my December money, but also my November money.
This past December?
Yeah.
Oh
literally
shit,
this past
that's
December.
very recent.
Yeah. And I was like, this is fucked up. So I started a new channel, Jacob Jones Money.
Yep.
Subscribe, yo. Subscribe to
Go
Jacob
tap
Jones Money,
in,
of
dude.
course.
Get him his ad revenue, folks.
Yes, sir. Jacob Jones Money, called Jacob Jones Money because I make money off that channel. You know
I
what
get
I'm
the
saying?
name now, dude. I love it.
Yes, sir. It was inspired by, I was watching fucking Jay Schlatt. Shout out Jay Schlatt. And I saw his channel, Jay Schlatt Live, and I was like, wouldn't it be funny if I just did Jacob Jones Money, like in money in all caps, like for the Jake. And I was like, okay, that's what I'm going for. So I went for that.
Fuck yeah.
But that's my monetizable channel, and for the first month, it was about the same, a little bit lower than what I would normally do off of my main channel if it was monetized. But thankfully, due to the amount of videos I've posted, due to some of the evergreen views that are coming through now, it has risen up to be about the same level as what my main channel was on. So thankfully, the demonetization of my main channel only affected me for about a month, which I'm very glad for, I will acknowledge.
That's scary whenever that happens, bro. I mean, I remember when I got demonetized, I was fucking shitting bricks, dude.
No, genuinely, it was fucking spooky. To say the least.
Did you like apply to get it back, or?
I did, yeah. I literally went back and forth for like a week with their representative, and they were like, "We can't do this. Like, this isn't gonna work." And I'm just kind of like, I have warnings at the beginning of my videos. I have literally a 7-minute and 16 millisecond warning. Literally, its exact length. 7 seconds and 16 milliseconds warning at the beginning of my videos. And then every couple minutes, I have another warning that just shows on screen during my videos. I have warnings on my videos. Anybody watching my videos should know that I don't encourage or condone the use of tobacco products or anything else. But YouTube doesn't care.
Yeah.
They will absolutely demonetize any content they possibly can. Which makes sense from a business perspective, because then they're getting the ad revenue from my videos, but I'm not getting anything. So
yeah, they still run ads on your shit. They just don't pay you for
absolutely,
it, which is so fucked up.
And it's one of those things where it's just kind of like, okay, I'm not getting any money, but they're still running ads. Like, fuck them, kind of thing. So I stopped. I'm like, before that, I was doing live stream on my main channel. I was doing super chat. I was doing all that sort of stuff, and I literally asked my audience afterwards, which I really appreciate the support. I appreciate everybody who's kind enough to donate during live streams. Really appreciate all y'all's support. But I literally asked like a month afterwards, because what YouTube said they were going to do is, hey, if you have people that donated, because they took my November revenue.
Yeah.
No, during November, I was lucky enough to have a couple people be kind enough to donate around about $1,000 in donations.
Fuck yeah.
About like, I want to say like 45, 50 people total were kind enough to donate like just that much total, which I really appreciate. But YouTube took that in November, because they took my entire November worth of money.
Same happened to me.
exactly, fucking
Yep.
whack.
Yeah, I lost my ads in March, and they took my February money.
Yeah, it's so. I'm like, they shouldn't take any money until you're demonetized.
For sure. Yeah, I agree.
Kind of thing, like what I can't remember what it's called in the fucking U.S. Constitution, but it's like ubiquitous quo or some shit like that. I can't remember what it's called, but like, it's not if you do something before it's illegal, you can't be charged for it. Like if you smoke weed before it's illegal, you can't be charged for it. But then the side point of that is that if you smoke weed before it's legal, then you can still be charged for it. But like ubiquitous quo kind of thing. But like YouTube doesn't buy that. They're a private company, of course. It's just I can't remember the exact name of what that's supposed to be. But I was just kind of like, fuck YouTube Super Chat. I literally don't do it anymore. I do like Streamlabs only.
Yeah,
PayPal
fuck yeah.
only.
That's how you should do it.
Because I was just kind of like, okay, YouTube. Like I loved having it on there, even though YouTube takes a massive cut out of Super Chats. I still liked having it on there just because of accessibility reasons. Because I mean, like when you're live streaming, if somebody's gonna do Super Chat, they can do it all through the app.
Yeah, they don't want to leave the YouTube app.
Exactly, but if like they do something else, then they have to leave the YouTube app. They have to leave
Slaughters
live
your
stream.
conversion rate.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Excuse me. But with that happening, I was just kind of like, fuck YouTube Super Chat. I literally asked people. I was just kind of like, do you get your money back? Because YouTube says that they give everybody their money back when they. If they demonetize you, everybody who has donated, they say they give their money back. Nobody in my chat said they got their money back.
Really?
Nobody. I got not a single
crazy.
person, and I know for a fact that some of these people donated, that some of these folks donated during November. I know for a fact they did.
And they just didn't refund them. That's so fucked up.
Nope. Not even now. They've gotten refunded.
What the fuck?
So YouTube's just taking the money. And they say they're going to refund. But I was like, okay, it's chill if they refund the money for memberships and for like donations and stuff like that. Like that's chill kind of thing. Like they just take my ad revenue. Hey, it is what it is. There's nothing I can do about it. YouTube is a platform. That is what it is. But no memberships got refunded and no fucking donations got refunded. I was just like, what the fuck, bro?
Yeah.
I was like,
they scammed your fans.
Like literally,
They scammed your fans.
and like I'm just kind of like, this looks bad on me as a creator because it looks like I'm scamming people, kind of thing. Like
I don't think that's how any of your viewers would have.
no, I don't think
interpreted
it's.
that,
I don't think it's any. I don't think it's how any of my producers would have. I don't think it's how. Excuse me, I'm very buzzed right now. I don't think it's how any of my viewers would have perceived it. But to an outside perspective, let's say, I think it's how somebody on Twitter could have perceived it.
Definitely.
And it's one of those things where it's just kind of like, this looks bad on me and it looks bad on YouTube, but it looks more bad on YouTube than me.
For sure.
And it's just kind of like, refund my viewers. Like, if I'm not getting the money for the donation, refund them for what they were giving.
Doesn't need that money. They won't even notice it leaving their account.
Like,
you know?
literally. And I'm like, Google isn't even making a loss.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I will acknowledge, I'm not one to talk politics, except about, like, tobacco products and things I want to talk about. But Google, as a company, is making a profit, no matter what, every single year, kind of thing. They're not making a loss. I mean, like, let's say Amazon, for example. They made a loss every single year for, like, fucking 4 years in a row on purpose to get tax benefits, which totally makes sense. I would do the same if I was a company. I'm a business perspective person. Got a degree in business. I'm a marketing perspective person. I've got a degree in business. I totally get it, kind of thing. I want to clarify. I'm not hating on it. I totally get the whole business mindset. I totally do that fucking scumbag money behavior if I was in some company's position. I hate to say, but like, hey,
Fuck
money
the IRS,
is money.
Bro. Fuck the IRS.
Yo.
Abolish it, dude.
Yo, genuinely, fuck the IRS. I'm not going to disagree with that. I fucking hate the IRS,
Fuck the
for
IRS.
real. Like, the IRS got more fucking... Also, the IRS should not be allowed to carry guns.
They carry guns?
Deadass. Some
Damn.
IRS agents are allowed to carry guns. Not
That's
a joke.
crazy.
Genuinely. Thing is, there have been more If the statistics are looked at, there have been more negligent misfires of weaponry in the IRS than there have been purposeful disfires in the IRS. So, I mean, like, most of the time when the IRS goes to talk to people for, like, hey, you haven't paid your taxes in, like, 3 years, you need to pay your taxes, and they're, like, in some bumfuck location where the guy's going to have a gun, they take the sheriff's deputy with them.
Yep.
Makes sense. They want the sheriff's deputy with them. The sheriff's deputy probably knows them. They're in some location where it's like, oh, this is the middle of fucking nowhere kind of thing. Totally makes sense. I'd do the same if I was in their situation. But the IRS agents themselves having a fucking pistol on them. And then they whip it out. And they're like, look at what I have. Oh, I fired.
Whoopsie.
Like, what? Like, the IRS should not carry guns on them.
No, yeah, they don't need a gun.
Like, absolutely not. Like, if the IRS needs somebody to protect them, that's what the police are there for, kind of thing. I genuinely, like, it's ridiculous. What was I talking about, though? I can't remember.
We were talking about...
I just heard a plane crash.
I just watched it. Yeah, another one.
There was another plane crash? Where was it?
You see the pink one right under the tree? It's on the ground. It's behind, there's like a little bush sticking out from the tree line. It's right...
Ooh.
Look, you see the little pink thing right there? It's hard for...
I'm gonna move over a bit.
You can barely see it. Like, you can literally...
Oh, I see it.
That plane is still fucked, though.
Oh, yeah, that one's not coming
Is this
down
everyday
today.
shit here?
I'd say so. A lot of people fly planes here. There's the big field over there, which people can't fly planes in right now because they're setting up for the Dreamville concert stuff. So they're using this field instead. So I'd say, like, flying planes and, like, crashing them in and stuff is pretty everyday stuff here.
Damn, we should make a plane, dude.
Yo, planes gas, though.
We gotta go ask those. I'm so scared of flying, dude. I'm terrified of it, bro.
What's up with this person taking a nap?
I love fucking flying, though. Like, the G-force when you take it off and landing is fucking lit. Giving me an adrenaline rush. I'm not gonna lie.
Dude, I was trying so hard not to throw up on my flight yesterday.
Dead ass.
It was so
I was
bad,
puking
dude.
all night.
I did throw up all night yesterday. I threw up at the airport, low-key on the ground. It was a grave mistake, and I feel bad about it, and I'm sorry to the airport staff. But,
Yo, RDU, goated.
dude, I fucking... It was a bad day yesterday.
Makes sense.
But today's a great day.
It is. Low-key, I gotta take another piss. I'm not gonna lie.
Hit it.
I'm gonna go.
Get over there, dude.
I'm gonna go take another piss.
Get
I'm
to
gonna
it,
go take
gangster.
another piss. I know you said you gotta take a piss. You still gotta take a
I
piss?
never said I take a piss.
I thought you did for some reason. I'm not sure.
Well, if you do, go now.
Oh shit, my cigarette's rolling away.
Uh-oh.
I'm extra sensitive when it comes to paint. This is a good trick I learned.
Oh, wow, that's a veteran technique there. You're gonna stick
squeeze
the
it a bit.
cigarette, like, through the... Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
It'll work. Eventually.
Jacob Jones tips right there, dude.
There we go.
Look at
Precisely.
that. Wow.
That's how you don't get your cigarette to not roll away when you're smoking out of a can.
I've never seen that.
But if some cigarettes you can actually stick it through the hole, or some cans you can stick it through the hole. It might depend on the can. And you could just smoke it like that. So you could just keep it in the hole the whole time so it don't go nowhere. But I'm extra sensitive when it comes to pain for some reason. Like, I used to skateboard. Never learned how to do like a kick flip or anything. I could just like skateboard down hills and shit. It wasn't anything impressive. But I broke my fucking shoulder skateboarding, and then I broke my ankle. And I was just like, I don't like pain.
Yep.
And I am extra sensitive to pain these days. Just hit my finger, and I was just like, oh God, that hurts so much. But
I feel like my
this is
pain
already
tolerance
open.
has definitely gotten better over the years. When I was a kid, I was for sure very intolerant. But then I got some like real injuries, and it was like, oh, okay, this isn't that bad. I got
Certainly.
stabbed in the knee with a screwdriver twice. So it went all the way through like
We're
the
gonna
joint
need a story time.
in my knee. I stabbed myself actually. I was really drunk, and my homie told me that he had like gotten stabbed in the knee with a screwdriver, and I was like literally blackout wasted sitting at my desk, and I was like also coked up, and I was like, dude, screwdriver's not even sharp enough to fucking stab yourself with. Like, you're lying. I thought he was like making it up, and he's like, no, I'm dead ass. So I was in my drunk, coked out fucking rampage, went and grabbed a screwdriver and was like, dude, you're capping. Fucking straight into my left knee. and stabbed myself twice. And I pulled it back out, did it again because I didn't feel it at first. And I realized, like, oh my God, it's in my knee, you know? So I didn't go to the hospital at first. I just thought, like, oh, okay. I woke up at 6 a.m. My leg was full of blood. I was bleeding internally. So if I didn't go to the hospital that day, I would have lost my whole leg. But they, like, did this surgery where they had to, like, clean out my, like, kneecap and, like, joints and shit. I couldn't, like, I had to seat in my shower for, like, a month or so. I was on crutches and shit. They had me on, like, IV Fent in the fucking hospital.
Holy
that day,
fuck.
my pain tolerance went up.
Oh my God, fuck that.
Yeah, that shit was
Holy
fucked.
shit.
That shit was bad. It was not fun.
My pain tolerance is not that. I don't think, even if I was hell.
Oh no, I was literally like screaming. Like I was laying in the hospital bed after my surgery and literally just like yelling in pain. Like just like an NPC almost. Just like, oh. And like, dude, the nurses were so sick of my fucking shit. Because I was ringing the bell every like 10 minutes, like more Fent, more Fent, more Fent. Please.
Real question, were any of them hot though?
I feel like, to be fair though, like when a woman is taking care of you in your time of need, she's hot. You know, like you'd have to be really fucking ugly for me not want to pipe in that scenario. You know,
I mean, like,
and I'm not a picky
gonna
guy
lie.
either.
Yo,
I love women.
like,
I like a beautiful woman. You know?
JILFs? Don't get me started.
Okay, that's a little above my pay grade. That's a little above
Like,
my
for
pay grade.
me, like, a woman that is, like, a couple years older than for me, is, like, a couple years older than for me, is, like, mint. But, like, a JILF, you know, I'd hit.
Is that like your dream woman, just a nice JILF?
I wouldn't get married to a JILF. Because, like, if I'm
It's
getting
tough to-
married to a woman,
yeah.
I'm wanting to, like, be with her for the rest of my life.
Time's
kind of
limited
thing.
on the JILF, yeah.
Exactly. But, like, I'd hit.
For sure.
Kind of thing. Let me make sure this is all right first.
Have you ever been with a JILF? Fuck, dude. Gotta
Not
hop
a
on
lot
Tinder.
of them on Tinder.
Huh?
Is that a grandma?
Yeah.
Yeah. Grandma, you want to
Grandma,
fuck?
I'd like to fuck.
That's dark, dude.
I don't think so, dude. They're adults, right?
That's
Yeah.
fucking dark.
They're adults, man. I don't know.
I don't know.
You think your grandma's never had sex?
You don't like to think about it. Like, I totally
promise
get that.
she
Like,
has.
I don't want to think about
Hopefully not
grandmas
the
having
last 20
sex.
years.
You'd be surprised, dude. You'd be surprised, dude. You see those,
Like, the most STDs that go around any community.
I know what you're about to say.
It's retirement homes.
Yep.
Yeah. Not a joke.
There's like a swinger community.
Genuinely.
There's one in Florida.
Because they don't use condoms, because they're all fucking impotent.
Yep.
Or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, also, to be fair, at that age, who gives a fuck, bro? Give me
No,
another
like,
disease, I already
genuinely,
have
like,
10,
if you're
you know?
fucking 75, you only got, like, fucking 10 years going max. and,
I'll
like,
fuck that chick
it,
with
why
herpes,
not?
dude. I don't care.
Nah,
You know?
fuck yeah,
I'm 75. We're up.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. You want a sip of this shit?
Yeah, I'll take a sip. This
Hey,
is a
big
ranch
guy.
water.
So this is a ranch water. So it's tequila, lime juice, and carbonated water.
Not bad, actually.
No,
It's
yeah.
like a Sprite.
Right? Exactly.
like Sprite.
It's
Not
good
bad.
shit. I really like it.
It's a valid drink.
And I've been drinking these a lot. I'd have to say probably my favorite mixed drink is rum and Coke.
I could tell.
Like, it's a classic.
I could tell.
But ranch water, I mean, like, sometimes just not wanting the sugar from. I don't like Diet Coke. I don't like Coke Zero.
Yep.
It's just not my thing. So sometimes I'm wanting a mixed drink with no added sugar.
Yep.
Like, especially like during live streams and stuff like that. Like, I drink caffeine-free Coca-Cola, generally speaking, because, like, if I drink caffeine-free Coca-Cola at 9 o'clock at night, I'm not going to bed until like 4. And so it fucks
shit.
up my sleep schedule like real bad.
Really?
Yeah.
Caffeine's
like
hit.
caffeine, I'm super sensitive to caffeine. Like, it runs in my family, like, super sensitive to like everything. Like, all my family is super sensitive to alcohol and everything, which is really amusing because alcoholism runs in my family.
Interesting.
It does genuinely.
How far back does that stretch?
A couple generations at
Oh,
least.
shit.
Um,
Do you have like a top alcoholic in your family? Someone who's like the biggest degen or something?
oh yeah. One of my family members has like multiple DUIs. Should I say this on camera?
Well, you don't have to say his name. Yeah, my family, I think I have one uncle who was an addict. He was an opiate addict. And then no one else in my family really did it until I came along and picked up the torch, and I said, I'm going to make sure all the future generations are fucked.
You know, got to keep the tradition going, right? There's no
Yep.
tradition if you don't keep it going.
And I'm an only child, so my family's
Oh, shit.
fucked. They're cooked.
Damn.
I'm the only chance they got of the bloodline, and they're all going to be addicts, probably.
Hey, you know, hey, it is what it is kind of thing.
Now, I really want to check out your wit, but before we go over there and peep it, I have
be
some
back.
questions from the fans.
Full go for it.
Now,
Go for it.
I posted on Twitter. I don't normally use my phone on set, but we don't have our beloved Info TV today. So I posted on Twitter before today's shoot, and I asked all the viewers, I said, if you could ask Jacob Jones one question, what would it be?
I saw the post.
I got some bangers. So first and foremost, from Young Ryzen, he wants to know, what's the best cigarette to smoke while drunk driving?
American Spirit Blacks.
You knew that immediately.
American Spirit Blacks.
Is that from experience?
No.
Okay.
But American Spirit Blacks, they're strong, they're good, they're rough, they're everything you want if you're drunk and you want to get a really big buzz.
Yep.
If you don't want to get a really big buzz, Camel Blues. But if you want to not chain smoke while you're drinking, American Spirit Blacks, without a doubt.
Okay. All right. I like that. I think I've tried like normal American Spirits one time, but I didn't like them much when I was younger.
They were American Spirit Blues, I assume?
Yes, the blue pack.
So the blues are, in my opinion, the most basic of the American Spirit lineup. They have a lot of very interesting cigarettes. In my opinion, at least. I just realized this is empty. I should put my cigarettes in there.
Free ashtray.
Exactly, precisely. But American Spirit Blacks are made with a blend of, they don't say, but based on my personal taste, guess-wise, I'm thinking they make it with a blend of Virginia, predominantly Virginia, Oriental Burley, and Perique tobacco. And they do say there's Perique tobacco in them, but they don't say what the exact blend is, like the percentage-wise. Like a lot of pipe tobacco say, okay, we have this percentage of this tobacco, this percentage of this tobacco, this percentage of this tobacco, which is super helpful because you get an idea of, okay, what the percentages of are the blend, and so you get an idea of what's going on with the blend itself and how that goes and everything like that. So it's actually really nice. I really appreciate the company saying exactly what the blend is. I've actually called up a company before because they have the phone number on the side of the pack. This company, do they? They don't have a company, but they do have their website.
Okay.
Or they don't have their phone number, but they do have their website, to say it correctly. But I have looked at, I have actually called up a couple different companies just for informational purposes, just to get an idea of like, okay, is this blend discontinued? I tried a cigarette, the Camel Wides Greens, which are actually discontinued now. But they were not discontinued up until like 5 years ago. They're only discontinued in like 2020. They only make the Camel Green, dark green wides now, which is very fucking confusing because the Camel Green wides,
Cigarette
Camel
types
dark
really
green
confuse
wides.
me.
Yeah, a lot of the naming is very confusing, but it all comes down to regulation purposes, I'll acknowledge. I've got a pack of the Lambert & Butler Original Silvers from the UK that was contributed by a viewer. Those are full-flavored cigarettes, but in the United States, anything called a silver, for example, the Marlboro Silvers, those are a ultra-light cigarette. So complete opposite of a full-flavored cigarette. It really does depend country to country, which is very interesting. Trying to remember what I was about to say, though, honestly. What we were talking about?
I'm at the point where I'm pretty fucking buzzed.
I'm pretty fucking
And,
buzzed as
like-
well. I'm not gonna lie. I'm fucking going good.
We were talking about you had called one of the cigarette manufacturers because the number was on the side of the
yeah.
box. Did they actually
Yeah.
pick up the phone when you do that?
Yeah. So it's a consumer like complaint or just question line. So you can ask like a question you have, and like I asked about like a couple different like cigarettes and stuff like that, and I was like, hey, like, do you guys still make this cigarette anymore, kind of thing? And they were like, let me check on that. And they were like, no, we don't make that cigarette anymore. So I just got the confirmation I needed just to know whether they made the cigarette or not, because there's not a lot of information online about some cigarettes, especially much more niche ones than that, about whether they're discontinued or not. I'm like, there's a whole brand that I didn't even realize was discontinued until I actually smoked them, honestly. And like cigarette varieties in the United States go in and out all the time. I mean, like, it's even more prevalent in some countries, like Japan, for example. I went to Japan for a month a couple years ago. Looking forward to going to Japan sometime again in the future. I went to Japan for like a month and a half a couple years ago.
Oh, that sounds sick.
And it was fucking sick. I highly recommend. If you ever get the chance to go to Japan,
I need
fuck
my
it.
passport still.
Highly recommend.
I
You just
I
got the
think
real ID?
2 years ago, I became eligible to get my passport. Or
Yes,
like 1 or 2
sir.
years ago, so I
Hell
gotta get that
yeah.
shit.
Hell yeah. Highly recommend. Like Japan, there's no weed. Absolutely. I did smell weed twice when I was in
I've
Japan.
heard through the grapevine that there are a handful of growers in Japan.
I absolutely
and
believe
it's
it.
quite literally like $200 a gram.
I believe it. Absolutely believe it. I smelled weed a total of 2 times when I was in Japan. Once was when I was hiking on a trail in Kyoto, and 2 old people walked by me, and they didn't have anything in their hand, but they smelled like weed. They just walked by me, and I just smelled weed. So I was like, "Y'all were smoking," and they were literally like 65 years old, walking by
That
me.
makes
and I was
me
just
happy,
eating
though.
No, genuinely,
That
like
makes
they're
me
just
happy.
fucking
Good
vibing,
for them,
like,
you know?
like for real. Like they were just like happy-go-lucky couple smoking weed on the trail. Like
I hope to get
fucking-
high as hell in Japan, dude.
Nah, for real.
Such a tragic place for weed to be banned because it seems like such a great spot to smoke.
No, genuinely, yeah. The other place I smelled weed was in Osaka, which is the second largest like population center of Japan, and I smelled it there, and I was in my Airbnb, like I was in an Airbnb, and the entire apartment complex was Airbnbs, and I went down to the lobby because it's like original apartment building, so they had a lobby and stuff like that, and there were like 3 guys that were like just chilling, and I was like walked by and I was like, "Yo, we're smoking weed," kind of thing. I could just smell it
Yeah.
on you, kind of thing. It was just that sort of business, and I just thought it was amusing. Like Japan, I was like, I wouldn't take that risk. Like, fuck that. Like, holy shit. Like, even if I was somebody just smoking weed, which I'm not, I still wouldn't take the risk because
Yep.
like Japan is crazy hard on weed. If you get arrested in Japan as a foreigner, you're fucked.
Yeah.
Like way more so than in the United States. But I smelled it twice in Japan, which I thought was really. I wasn't expecting to smell it at all.
Yeah, it's got to be shocking.
It was. I smelled it the first time and I was like, what the fuck? I was like, holy shit.
Dude, I would have been so excited.
No,
Holy
genuinely,
fuck.
I was like, oh my god, these people chilling, yo.
I would have hunted that shit down, bro. I would have been like, pass it, dude. I don't give a fuck if it's Delta 8. Pass it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Get the Yakuza shit going. That's what I'm saying.
Dude, you know, they have like hemp there in Delta 8 in
do
Japan.
they really?
They do.
I didn't know that.
It
Deadass?
is HHC is the like most popular chemical that they have there.
Seriously? I didn't know that. I didn't think it was like. I didn't
I
think
think
like
it might-
weed or herb or hemp was legal at all.
It's not necessarily legal. It's just not illegal. But I think that's going to change pretty soon, from what I'm aware of.
Interesting.
But yeah,
Very
they have
interesting.
like smoke shops that sell like little Delta 8 and they sell bongs and shit. But like, yeah, those guys are probably going to shut down soon.
Interesting.
I'd
I
imagine.
didn't realize that. Well, I think it really. I'll admit. I think it all comes down to what Japan Tobacco has to say about it, because Japan Tobacco is the big tobacco of Japan.
Yep.
I mean, like Altria, which owns Marlboro and Philip Morris and stuff like that. Because Altria is the parent company of Philip Morris, which owns Marlboro, which owns L&M. While they are big tobacco in the United States, without doubt, they're not really that big in Japan. The biggest company in Japan when it comes to tobacco is Japan Tobacco, which is the old Japanese government like monopoly on tobacco. They actually had a federal monopoly on tobacco until like the 1970s.
Oh shit.
Same with Korea, actually. Same with South Korea.
Interesting.
So that would be, for Korea, that would be KT&G, which is the Korean Tobacco and Jinsei Corporation, which was the old South Korean tobacco monopoly, which is very interesting. But I think I would reckon, because while Japan Tobacco International and Japan Tobacco are technically private companies as of today, the majority of the stakeholder in the company, around about 30 to 40%, is still the Japanese government. So it really comes down to, I feel like a lot of the legislation really comes down to what Japan Tobacco does, and if Japan Tobacco decides to invest in weed companies, then the government might follow afterwards, honestly, because they realize, okay, if this is profitable, the stock's going to go up and we're going to make more money, kind of thing. And I think it's very interesting. I mean, like, the same thing happened with Japan Rail as well, with JR Central, JR West, JR East. They all went on the fucking Tokyo Stock Exchange and are now making fucking bank for that shit. It's very interesting what they've done, I will acknowledge. With privatization with privatizing previously nationalized companies.
Man, publicize the weed over there, dude.
No, for real, for
Fucking
real.
get us the weed.
I'm like, there's such a big drinking culture in Japan. It's crazy. Everything I've watched about Japan has led me to believe there's such an insanely large drinking culture. And there really is. There's so many bars. Everywhere I went to sold alcohol almost no matter what, unless it was literally like the Kirby Cafe or some shit like that. I didn't go to Maid Cafe when I was in Japan. I need to go to one.
Oh, dude, they have one in LA.
They have a Maid Cafe in LA?
Yeah, you can just go to LA. They have one. I haven't been yet, but I would love to go. I really want to try it.
You gotta get high and go to a Maid Cafe.
Dude, come
bro.
to LA. We'll do a fucking we'll do a whole Maid Cafe outing, dude. I'm down.
Big fucking bet.
Our follow up to this, we'll do an interview with a maid, dude. We'll get some shorties on, dude.
Hell yeah,
That'll be
brother.
lit.
That's what I'm talking about.
Fuck
yes,
yeah.
sir. I'm fucking down for that. High
All
key.
right. So the next fan question I have from Nico.
Yes, sir.
Nico wants to know, what's your go-to purchase at a corner store or gas station? We're talking snack, drinks, smokes, etc.
American Spirit Black
Fire.
and a kind bar peanut butter
Interesting.
dark chocolate. Yeah,
Valid.
peanut butter dark chocolate kind bar, which I have with
have
me
one?
today. Yeah, I have 3 of them.
What the hell?
I brought enough for everybody, just in case everybody got hungry.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Oh, we have those in the studio.
we
Yes,
do have
sir.
those in the studio, actually.
Yes,
yeah.
sir. Peanut butter dark chocolate kind bar, fucking gas.
That's a winner snack right there.
It's good shit. It's good shit, genuinely.
Mm-hmm.
I love these things. Like fucking, I get hungry all the time. Like I'll eat breakfast and I'll be like hungry right afterwards. So I have one of those like afterwards. Like if I'm still hungry, I'll have one of those. And like gives me a sugar, gives me like carbs and protein that I need, kind of thing, to just hold over till the next meal. So for me, like I'm a cheap ass. I hate spending money, but like if I wasn't to buy those, I'd be going to Chick-fil-A instead and spending like fucking $8 on a meal, which is fucking a rip. Because fucking Chick-fil-A for like I've got allergies.
The Chick-fil-A meal is $8 here?
Well, for me, it's like $8 because
What do you
I've got
order?
allergies. I'm gluten, dairy free.
Okay.
So I can't like eat wheat, malt, so I can't eat the breaded chicken there. So like if I was going to get like let's say like fried chicken sandwich meal, it would be like $6.50. But
Are you hearing this, Chris?
is it dead ass like less expensive in fucking Cali?
More expensive.
More.
Oh, it's
more,
more
more,
expensive.
like triple. Like,
Serious?
bro, I take my girl to McDonald's and it's like $38 for 2 of us for a normal meal. Like, we don't get any extra shit. We literally just get 2 combos. That's it. She gets the 2 cheeseburger combo. I get the single quarter pounder with fries. It's like $38 fucking dollars.
Yeah, the dollar menu is the $5 menu.
Yeah, there is no
Small
dollar.
fry is like $5.
Yep.
What the fuck?
The
We
drinks-
still got the dollar menu here.
You still have dollar drinks here?
Yeah.
Dollar drinks don't
Bullshit.
exist in LA.
What the fuck?
Bullshit. You have the dollar menu still?
Like,
Yeah.
like if we go to McDonald's, there's an actual $1 menu. Does Taco Bell have a dollar menu here?
I don't know about Taco Bell because I can't even think of Taco Bell, but I know my friends ate at Taco Bell all the time because it's the cheapest fucking restaurant in their local area. Like I was literally gonna ask you all.
I haven't seen a dollar
After
menu in
this.
years, dude.
Same.
Holy shit.
They don't exist.
Before COVID.
Like I was gonna ask y'all after this. I was like, do y'all want to go get lunch?
Yeah, for sure. But like,
because there's a place in
well,
my
it's
local
dinner
area
time
that does,
now,
like,
but
Peruvian that does like Peruvian rotisserie chicken, and like you can get an entire meal for one person for like fucking like you can get like quarter chicken with rice and another added thing for like $2.
let's fucking run that shit, dude.
For like $15 total max.
We're running that for sure.
Like it's fucking gas. Mommy Nora's, yo, good shit. I
Big
love
ups,
Mommy Nora's.
Mommy
Good
Nora's.
shit.
After we're done there, you guys are welcome to pull up. Just like don't blow the spot while we're eating. That's all.
Genuinely such a goated restaurant. It's like I've taken multiple girls on dates there. I used to. Sorry.
At the same time.
No, not on the same time. No, I ain't into that shit. But like literally when I used to use Tinder.
Tinder's dangerous, dude.
Tinder is dangerous. I stopped using it.
You can
'cause,
never
like,
date a girl from Tinder. I
No,
learned that
genuinely.
one the hard way, dude.
Yeah. I stopped using Tinder. Not only because of that, but also just because I was just kind of like, I'm just sick of using dating apps. I just want to meet somebody in real life, kind of thing.
Have you ever gotten like hit up by like girls who watch your videos?
No, I never used. I didn't use Tinder when I was anybody on YouTube, I'll acknowledge. So I never really got hit up about that.
But like nowadays, do you ever have like girls hit your DM like, "Oh, I love your videos." Like, let's
On
hang
Twitter, it's scary.
Really?
It's scary. I'm like,
The
I'm
Huzz
not
are
responding
feeding.
to you, and I am not getting anywhere near you because you are a absolute risk on every behalf.
I agree with that. I will also counter that by saying I met my girlfriend in my Twitch chat.
Hell yeah!
So sometimes
Babes, let me
it
get
can't.
that shit
Sometimes
up.
it
Yes,
can't
sir.
work.
Yes,
Here,
sir.
lock it up. Lock it up. There
Yes,
we go.
sir. That's
Sometimes
what I'm
it
saying.
can work. But yeah, most of the time, don't do that.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
Like PewDiePie, he met Marzia through fucking email when
That's
he was
real,
fucking
dude.
blowing up on YouTube.
That's
That's
real.
fucking goated. Shout out Marzia, shout out PewDiePie, yo. Bro said the N-word, still goated.
Yeah, I remember my girl like redeemed one of the point rewards in my Twitch chat, and it was for a Twitter follow.
Yes, sir.
And I followed her Twitter, and I saw her Abby, and I just hit her DM like immediately after I ended the stream. Normally, like I don't like do that with viewers, but I was like, yo, I'm going on this one. So
Yes, sir.
thankfully
Yes,
it
sir.
worked.
I get more gay guys in my DM than I do women, though.
Really? The gay guys fuck with you?
Yep.
Damn.
I'm like, hey, I ain't got no beef with it. Yo,
I think I've
respect
gotten a
y'all,
handful of
respect.
those for sure. Like,
Yes,
but
sir.
not very many for sure.
Yes, sir.
OnlyFans.
I actually have an OnlyFans account. It's
What?
free though.
What do you
because
post?
I don't post anything. I just set it up to like get the name on there so nobody else can take it.
Oh shit! So
Yeah.
one day you're planning for the future.
Yeah, it's like one of those considerations because
Okay.
like I missed out on like Blue Sky because Blue Sky I was like up and coming and I was like once they opened up like the like you don't have to be invited thing, I was like, oh, let me make an account. Somebody had already taken Jacob fucking Jones. I was like, I need to take this on every other platform I possibly can. So I took it on Reddit, I took it on OnlyFans.
Hopped on
took it
OnlyFans,
fucking-
made that.
No, literally, I literally sent it just to make the account. I don't even post anything on there. I don't even post anything on OnlyFans. I have an
Dude,
account. It's free though.
You should post like uncensored smoking and drinking clips on there,
It's already uncensored. Trust me.
but like get blackout drunk on there. Dude, the drunk driving video can be on OF. You won't get in trouble.
True.
Yo,
That's a very good point.
Oh my god, we just
I got a
cooked up money
Patreon too.
play.
I haven't ever posted anything on Patreon.
Really?
Yeah.
I have a Patreon, but I've been locked out of it. The support won't help me, but they're still charging people money. And I get people who hit me up that are like, Goblin, hey, I paid for this on Patreon. I'm like, bro, I'm locked out of my account.
Have you hit up the support on Twitter?
I've hit up the Patreon, like actual like email support, and they like.
Hit
I'm
them up
locked-
on Twitter because they're really helpful on Twitter.
I'll try that.
Try it,
I'll try
yeah,
that.
yeah,
They've been
yeah.
scamming $1 a month out of my fans for quite a while,
What the
years
fuck?
now on end. And I can't even log in and see like who's like buying shit or anything because I'm locked out.
Are
of
you still getting the
email.
money from that though?
No.
No,
You have to go on the website
No.
and like withdraw it, and it's from a bank account. Like the only bank account I ever connected to that is closed, and it's been closed for years. I haven't had that bank account since like fucking 2018 or some shit.
Oh shit.
So like I probably have, I don't know. I mean, I never had. I think the most I ever made a month was like $40. So like it wasn't anything crazy, but like, dude, over
Damn.
years and years and years, there's probably like $1,000 in that bitch.
Shit.
And it's in Narnia. I don't know where the fuck it is. You know?
Narnia kind of goated though. I'm not gonna lie. Narnia.
Yeah, but fuck Patreon, dude.
Yo.
Fuck. Robbing my fans.
Narnia as a fucking book series though.
I never read the books, honestly.
It's good shit though.
They
I
had
highly
cool covers.
recommend
I
it.
remember seeing the covers as a kid. and
The
thinking, cool.
movies goated.
Movies
The books goated. I
Yep.
highly recommend.
I don't
Lord
have
of
the
the
attention
Rings?
span for books.
Sorry.
I don't have the attention span for books.
I
ADHD is bad.
Makes sense. I like my parents, and I know this kind of wraps around to a topic we had earlier, which was like how restrictive are my parents kind of thing. Like they never let me watch SpongeBob. My parents, one of my parents' rules were, if I'm gonna watch a movie that's based on a book, I have to read the book first.
Interesting.
That was one of my parents' rules, and I honestly
That ruins a lot of movies.
fully plan on enforcing that for my kids.
Really?
Whenever I have kids,
Bro,
yeah.
that ruins a lot of movies, though.
But I think it's so good because you get your kids to read books.
True.
Because, like, if they want to read, like, let's say, if they want to watch the Percy Jackson movies, they got to read Percy Jackson. Percy Jackson gas.
It is a good
But,
series.
like, the movie's kind of trash.
Yes. Yep. What drink do you get at the corner store?
Ooh.
We got the cigarette and the snack. We never heard the drink. What's your bevy?
In the United States, or in my state in the United States, can't buy liquor at the corner store.
Yep.
Which is a shame. I'd love it if I could. I think it should be able to be bought at the corner store. I'd love to be able to go down to fucking Handy Hugo's, which I don't even know if this thing in California, but it's a thing around here. I'd love to be able to buy fucking liquor, kind of thing. That'd be amusing. Liquor, hardly know her. Go to drink probably whatever they got on hand that I can drink, honestly. Like I don't really go to the corner store to buy alcohol, honestly, because I've got allergies. I can't drink malt liquors.
So it's alcohol or bust for you. You're not going in there and getting a Dr. Pepper or nothing. You're fucking
yeah.
You're getting the liquor.
I don't buy Coca-Cola to drink I don't drink this on its own. I drink this with rum.
Interesting.
Kind of thing. Like I don't drink the caffeine-free Coca-Cola to drink caffeine-free Coca-Cola. I drink it to get like fucking buzzed with the rum and Coke kind of thing.
I'm kind of curious that I think I heard you mention earlier, but you consider yourself an alcoholic, yeah? Or no?
As a joke, yes. In reality, no.
Okay.
I wouldn't say a good amount of, yeah, there's some members of my family that are absolutely alcoholics. Compared to them, I am nothing. They drink fuck tons.
How often do you drink, if you don't mind?
Oh, whenever I'm live streaming, like really only on live stream days, like 3-4 times a week, maybe. But like when I drink, I am buzzed right now. I've never gotten blackout drunk though.
Really?
And believe it or not, I've never gotten blackout drunk. I have no intention of ever getting blackout drunk. It's just something, I enjoy the buzz from alcohol. It's a way for me to enjoy real life without like getting insanely fucked.
So you think necessarily what makes an alcoholic is more so the level of intoxication they reach? Okay. Interesting.
I wouldn't say it's drinking daily. Like if you drink a beer a day, like that's not alcohol.
Yeah, I agree.
That's
I
just
don't
you're
think that's
enjoying a beer a day. But like if you're getting blackout drunk every day, you might be an alcoholic, kind of thing. No diss. I'm like, hey, everybody's got their own thing.
Do you ever fear like progressing into alcoholism, considering it runs in your family?
These last few months, absolutely.
Really?
But I've reached a level now where it's just kind of like, okay, I'm stagnating at like this amount, and I really have no desire to go any more than this. Like when I'm not live streaming and when I'm not like drinking on live stream, I'm just kind of chilling and I'm not drinking, kind of thing. Like I love doing my drinking driving streams and my drinking like getting drunk and playing Counter-Strike streams. I love doing that. But max during the streams, I'm drinking 6 rum and cokes, which that's over a 4-hour period. Like so that's a lot of rum and coke.
That's a good amount.
It's over 4 hours.
That's nothing slight. Yeah.
Like it's nothing slight, but it's over 4 hours.
Yeah.
Like it's not in like within an hour period. Like if I was within an hour period drinking that amount, I'd be blackout drunk without a doubt.
Yeah, it was me yesterday at the airport. 6 vodka crayons in an hour.
6 vodka crayons. Holy fuck.
First one was a double.
I wouldn't be able to stand. I'm not gonna lie.
Like
I'd be
all of them
fucking.
were double, but the last
No, the first 2 were doubles and the rest were singles. Okay. So yeah, it was the first 2. I was trying to cope and say it was
Double
the first
shot
one,
vodka crayons. Fucking 6 of them. Holy fuck.
I had a bad day yesterday. Yeah.
I would be dead on the floor. EMTs would be trying to revive me.
Bro, I was sitting there doing breathing techniques on the plane the whole time because I was about to throw up on this grandma next to me, dude. I was literally like leaning forward. My head was against the seat in front of me, and I had the tray table out, and I have my hands on my head like this, and I'm inhaling through my nose, exhaling through my mouth. I'm like counting the seconds and shit.
Nah, literally. Dude. And like when I'm on planes, I'm like, I love like the G-force taking off, and like, I love the G-force. Like this might be, I don't know if people like this, but I love the G-force. Like I am not even really a roller coaster type of person, but I love the adrenaline from like, I'm not gonna say I'm an adrenaline junkie because I don't like go skydiving.
Yeah.
Or like, I do kind of want to go skydiving though.
I would never go skydiving. I'm so scared
I'd
of
love
heights,
to
bro.
do that. I'd love to do that. Understandable that you're scared of it though, and that you would
Heights
never do
scares
that.
the fuck out of me, dude.
I'm not gonna diss it, but I would love to do it myself. I need to do that low key, high key. Smoking a cigar while skydiving.
Dude.
Oh, banger video,
dude! Little rum and coke in the plane.
No,
jump out with a
literally,
cigarette lit. Oh, you're locked in, dude.
That'll be fucking banger.
That would be good.
But like when I'm on a plane, like low key, I'd be kind of getting motion sick. Like This is gonna sound wild to some people in the audience watching, I'm sure. But I took a how to fly a plane like course when I was in like middle and high school. Like, I can't remember exactly when it was, but I was like 14, 15, taking like a how to fly a plane course. And like, I got in the plane with the dude who was teaching me how to fly a plane kind of thing. And like, this is the first I was required to like get like, your like pilot certificate. Yeah, pilot's license, yeah. And I never went through that. I have no desire to get my pilot's license personally, unless it's like a Cessna. I don't want to get a commercial pilot's license though. But like a Cessna would be badass. But like, we got in the air and he was flying the whole time. And he was like, all right, it's your turn now. And I was like,
God.
So I started flying. I was flying for like 15 minutes. And I got so motion sick. I was like, bro, please take over. I'm so motion sick right now. We're gonna crash if you make me fly anymore.
Yeah.
And see, he took over. But like, that shit was gas. I literally flew a plane for like 15 minutes with no license. And that shit was so good.
Let's go.
Like, genuinely.
It's gotta be a fun experience.
It was such a memorable experience, such a fun experience. I genuinely need to drink some alcohol and do that again.
Fuck yeah. So the next question we have from a very interesting name, actually. OVO, no, might as well be though. We have OVO Swag Boner.
Yes, sir.
And he wants to know, how much do you spend on beer and cigarettes monthly?
Cigarettes these days I've actually been spending less because I've been given a lot of them by viewers, which I really appreciate.
Do you have like a P.O. box?
Not that any cigarettes are sent to because that would be illegal.
Oh, of course.
Of course.
But you get
but
coupons.
A lot of viewers are kind enough to give me them in person, of course.
It's really thoughtful.
So I really appreciate it. A viewer is kind enough to give me 500 cigarettes in person. Shout out Raymond Liang.
That's a lot of fucking smokes.
It really is. He also gave me the 500 cigarette adapter. Oh. Which I was like, holy shit.
What a guy.
Fucking legend. Raymond Liang. But I received that in person, of course.
Okay.
Absolutely received that in person. But generally speaking on alcohol, I'd have to say I'm spending $150 a month.
Okay.
Probably about, just roundabout. Excuse me.
That's just on the alcohol?
Just on the alcohol. Because I'm buying probably like a couple drinks a month to just kind of try on video and to mix into drinks like on stream and stuff like that. And then like other drinks, like I'm like, what I bought, like what I've got with me today with the tequila, that's the Tres Agaves Blanco tequila. $45. Very high quality tequila, very good stuff. Amazing in a ranch water, which I'm drinking right now. With the rum I bought like $20. So it's like with tax, $70 total kind of thing. I'm like, buying that times 2 is $140 total. And that's about what I'm buying per month, roundabout kind of thing. So $150 total, just on alcohol per month, I'd have to say.
Nice.
But with cigarettes, like let's say I was buying a pack of American Spirit Blacks every couple days whenever I needed one, I'd probably be spending another $150, $200 for all that.
How fast do you go through a pack?
Depends on the pack. American Spirit Blacks, 3-4 days. Because they're fucking strong as hell. And genuinely, I go for a walk. I don't mind smoking a cigarette on my porch. Like, I love doing that. But, like, honestly, I'd prefer going for a walk and, like, listening to music. Like, listen to 3 6 Mafia. I don't know if you know 3 6.
I'm familiar with them, but I don't really know their music like that.
3 6, goated, absolute goated music. I love 3 6. Do you know 3 6?
3 6 Mafia?
3 6 Mafia.
Yeah, of course.
3 6 Mafia, goated. I love their shit.
Juicy J.
Juicy J, La Chat, Project Pat, goated, yo. I love 3 6. I like listening to 3 6 while I'm smoking, going for walks, kind of thing, and just be fucking chilling, smoking like one cigarette, and then like. But if I'm smoking an American Spirit Black, I'm only smoking one cigarette, and like 20 cigarettes in a pack, because that's the legalized. That's the legal limit for cigarette packers. There's not. They're like literally in the United States, the legal limit for cigarettes is exactly 20. You're not allowed to have over. You're not allowed to have under.
Interesting.
Only 20. No joke. So like, if you see a pack of cigarettes that is 10, It's actually a pack of filtered cigars, not a pack of cigarettes. Like the Jerem Blacks, they come in packs of like 12. Couldn't happen if it was
Interesting.
cigarettes. Yeah.
That's weird. I didn't know that. It's a very strange law.
It is. It's a federal law, not just the state. But what was I about to say? But yeah, I like to go for walks. So like, I'd say like I finish off a pack every like 3 to 4 days of like American
Nice.
Spirit Blacks, for example. It's probably like another $150. It's like probably $300 total on like alcohol and cigarettes. I'll acknowledge.
Nice. I mean, that's not terrible, I don't think. You know? Sounds about like most Americans probably.
Honestly, I can't disagree with that. I got some fucking smoke in my eye and I'm fucking super buzzed. Holy fuck, I gotta take a break.
You need a break?
No.
You sure?
I just need to take a break from the alcohol and cigarettes. So I'm
There
just
you
gonna
go. There you go.
Take a moment real quick.
So I have one more fan question, and let's
Hey,
go
go
check
for
out
it.
your whip. This one is from Pitkin, and Pitkin wants to know, are you still honestly enthusiastic about drinking and smoking, or has it started to feel like a job?
I fucking love it. I
can
love
tell.
it. Drinking and smoking is fucking lit. I'm not gonna lie. I truly enjoy drinking and smoking. I mean, like the first day drinking, smoking cigarettes video I made was just because I wanted to. I was just kind of out there. I was just kind of like, okay, I want to make a video about me just drinking and smoking. I drank like a hard cider and smoked like 4 cigarettes, and that was the video. And it went super fucking viral. And I've made many videos on it since then because I realized that that sort of topic and that sort of idea for a video works out very well. But it's something I genuinely would enjoy doing. I don't make a video if I don't enjoy doing it. That's just the fact of the matter. If I don't think I'm gonna enjoy making a video, I don't do it. And that's just how it is. I have considered many videos before where I'm just kind of doing something that I'm uncomfortable doing, where like let's say I'm smoking 500 cigarettes. I don't want to do that. I don't want to smoke 500 cigarettes. Like I was sent 500 cigarettes with a 500 cigarette adapter. And I'm very thankful that the person that was kind enough to contribute the 500 cigarette adapter along with 500 cigarettes was kind enough to give it to me as a joke. And they admitted that in chat. But I'm just not willing to do some stuff on video these days. And a lot of challenge videos, I'm just kind of like, nah, I don't want to do that. Like, I don't want to get blackout drunk in a park and go do everything like that kind of thing. I just have no desire to get blackout drunk in a park. For me, smoking cigarettes and day drinking is all about enjoying just the beverage, enjoying the drink, having a good time, enjoying my time in the park. And then after I'm done recording, I go chill out for 3 to 4 hours, and then I go home.
Yep.
And that's what it's all about. I genuinely have no desire to get like super fucked up in a park. It's just not my thing. I don't really want to get fucked up, like even when I'm just alone, not recording, not live streaming. I just like I have friends that are like all about getting like blackout drunk, and like that's what they want to do. Like, and I have no diss against that. I want to acknowledge, like if you want to get blackout drunk, you want to get fucked up. Fuck yeah, kind of thing. But it's not my thing. Like I want to sip on my drink. I want to just enjoy a nice buzz, have a good time, which I'm doing right now, and have a good one. And for me, like making YouTube videos in general doesn't feel like a job. Like it feels like I'm just doing what I want to do. It feels like the ultimate hobby to me. Like for me, I love drawing. I love doing art. I love playing video games. I love smoking cigarettes and enjoying alcohol. And for me to be able to do YouTube every single day, it doesn't really feel like a job. It feels like a hobby that I'm doing, that I'm actually making a living off of, and I'm very thankful for the opportunity. And so I would have to say, does day drinking, smoking cigarettes really feel like a job to me? No, I would have to say it does not.
Fuck yeah.
I'd say that's what I've got to say. Yeah.
Well, it's good that it's still fun.
It's so much fun. I love day drinking. I love smoking cigarettes, and I love day drinking and smoking cigarettes. What can I say?
Well, I think it's time to go check your whip out, huh?
Yo, big fucking bet. Let's do that
peep
shit.
it,
Let's do
dude.
that
I want to
shit.
see this. The legendary Jacob Jones Mobile.
Gonna leave my 1979 cooler up here just for the moment.
Yeah, I guess this is a safe place to leave stuff, probably.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's coming up here too much. I don't
so, like-
see. I see a dog over there. I see a person over there.
I'm so used to LA, dude. I'm sitting here thinking like the crackheads.
Yo,
that come
LA
steal
crackheads, they go fucking steal everything. I wouldn't fucking leave jack shit in LA.
You'll see a lot of like cars that get left up on blocks because they steal all the wheels.
Fuck that shit. I mean, like, fuck it. I was hearing about like cars, like, they don't really get stolen around here. Like, they
Really?
kind of, like, depending on where you are, they might. Like, if it's like a fucking Dodge Hellcat, like, it might kind of thing. But like, that shit's easy as hell to steal.
Yeah.
But like, a car that's not as easy to steal, kind of thing. If it has a manual transmission, you're okay.
Yeah.
Kind of thing. Like, cars don't really get stolen around here like that kind of thing. Which I'm very appreciative for because I don't want my car to get fucking stolen.
Yeah.
But it's one of those things where there's not really enough crime around here for me to really worry about. Like, if I left my phone on the table, I'd be worried about it because it's my phone. But like, if it's like my cooler with like a bunch of shit around it, I'm not really too stressed about it because like, if somebody walked off with it, I'd see them and I'd fucking chase them down and be like, well, give me my fucking cooler back, bitch, kind of thing. But I am going to take my cooler nonetheless because this is a cooler from 1979 and I'm not willing to lose it.
Yeah, you can't lose that exclusive cooler.
Exactly. I can agree with that. I've got fucking 5 cigarette butts in this fucking thing here. Jesus fucking Christ. Holy
You've hit your daily
shit.
quota.
I have, well, not quite, I'll acknowledge. I've smoked, just from my memory, I've smoked 8 cigarettes today. My daily quota is around about 10.
Oh, okay.
I smoke around about 10 cigarettes a day, average.
Okay. So half a pack a day, give or take.
Yeah, half back a day, roundabout.
Cool.
Is what I go for. But I'm going to leave everything else up here. 'cause
Yeah,
I'm not
fuck it.
really
I think we're
stressed
good.
about
Let's go see your
everything else.
whip.
Hey, big fucking bet. Let's
Before
fucking
someone
go.
steals it.
Yes, sir.
We'll go with the ornament on the hood.
Yes, sir, of course.
Fire.
It's a, so this is a 1985 Mercedes-Benz W123 300D turbo diesel sedan.
Beautiful.
It's got the OM617 turbo diesel under the hood with a Palomino MB-Tex interior and a classical white exterior for the paint color. The previous owner did indeed have his door open when he was backing out of a garage, so the front door is a bit dented right here.
I do see an indent. Yep.
Yep. But I just got to find a new door, and it's all right.
Yeah, fuck it. I mean, the door still opens, right?
Let me go and unlock it, and if you want to hop in,
Yeah,
I'll
let's take a
show you
look. I'm
some
a
of the
hopping shoddy.
interior stuff. And if you want to hop in the back, Mr. Cameraman. Like, they don't make sofas anymore. But like, this is what we need. We just need like fucking ashtray up here, fucking tap your ash out,
Yep.
driving kind of thing, chilling. It's fucking amazing. 285,000 miles on the odometer.
She's got a lot of life left.
She does, exactly. Odometer doesn't work, I'll acknowledge. It's more like 290.
How long has it been stuck there?
I bought it 2 years ago. The odometer has been stuck there for the last 1 year and 11 months.
Oh, you might be closer to 300 by now, dude.
I wouldn't be surprised in all honesty. I haven't taken on like major road trips. I've just driven around town and stuff like that. So I'm not sure exactly what the mileage is like. I will acknowledge.
You should road
but
trip this thing, dude.
I honestly really do want to.
You should.
Frankly, but and due to the door being dented, it does not want to stay open, but it's all good now. Just keep a fucking microfiber towel in my door.
You ever had this ashtray like flip back on you if you had to brake too hard?
I don't keep it on here while I'm driving.
Oh, okay.
Just
when you park up.
Yeah, just when I park
Odd
up.
time.
And then I put it down every time I'm not driving. I'll acknowledge.
What would you say your favorite thing about this car is?
Ooh, the engine and the reliability of the engine, without a doubt. And also I gotta admit, if I had to say one thing about this car that I love so much, it's the engine. But the reason why I love the engine so much is because of my history with this car. Because I actually grew up driving around, or riding around, not really driving around, because I wasn't driving at the time. But riding around in W123 Mercedes like this one, because my parents love this generation of Mercedes. My parents owned, at one period of time, 2 W123 Mercedes, a station wagon and a sedan. The sedan had 380,000 miles on it.
Oh, shit.
The station wagon has 300,000 miles on it, just about the same as this car. And that's what I grew up driving around in when I was a kid.
I feel like you just don't get that kind of mileage out of cars anymore.
No, seriously. I mean, like, the best you're gonna... I'm like, I hate to say this, but, like, Ford EcoBoost, for some reason, is the fucking most reliable engine you're gonna get in the modern era.
Is this a sunroof right here?
Yes, sir.
That's
sunroof?
luxury,
Yeah.
dude. In the
Yes,
80s,
sir.
that's big boy money.
The
What the hell?
The only option this one is missing is heated seats.
They had that option?
Yeah.
What the
You could get
fuck?
heated seats in this. If you're in, like, Maine, you could option heated seats.
Oh, that's
Not a
fucking
joke.
sick.
So, like,
dude.
that would be it right here where all the controls are. So I've got, like, hazards, windows, mirror right here. So the mirror on this side is manual. The mirror on that side is electronic.
Interesting.
And then this is for sound as well. So this is for, like, basically, like, I'm trying to remember exactly what it is. It's basically like sound shuffle. So you basically put this to, like, the station you want, kind of thing. I can't remember exactly what it's for. This does not work. This control does not work.
I see you have a tape cassette back here.
Yes, sir. Or tape cassette back here.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, sir. That actually came with the car. I
shit.
did not buy that. That came with the vehicle. I don't even know what that is, in all honesty.
You don't even know what's on it?
No, I
Dude,
have no
we should find a
idea.
cassette player and, like,
I'm
find out.
pretty sure this car
This-
has one.
I would say stick it in here,
Shit.
but it doesn't work.
Oh.
Yeah. So
Let's
the
see.
cassette that's in here is stuck in here
Oh,
permanently.
it's a Leonard Skinner.
Oh, Freebird?
Leonard Skinner band, Gold and Platinum.
Yo, dead
All
ass.
selections have been previously. Yeah.
Freebird?
It just says Leonard Skinner band. It doesn't say
Hell yeah,
copyright
brother.
1979. Dude, this is actually sick.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, you got a banger right here. Where'd this
Hell
come from?
Right here.
Yeah, thank you very much.
What a find, actually.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I've got like 2 other cassettes. My favorite band of all time is Cura Benito. I don't know if you've ever heard of them. You've heard
I
of
haven't.
Flamingo, I'm sure.
No.
Like Flamingo, like the do.
I'm, like, very uneducated on
I
music,
wasn't
honestly.
sure. I highly recommend Cura Benito, though. But fucking banger music. If you've heard Flamingo, I'm sure if you might have not realized it's Cura
Probably
Benito,
would recognize
but
it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's one of those types of songs, but fucking amazing song, iconic band, favorite band of all time. I have a cassette from there too, and I'm so sad that this doesn't work.
There's a guy going up to the
Because,
house. He just, like, went in, I think.
Oh shit. We fucking ball. We're not up there anymore. Hey, it's
Do we
alright.
have any equipment up there still?
Some stuff. My wallet and stuff's up there, but
Oh shit, we can go grab it if you want.
it's
to.
fine.
I'm
Let's just,
not-
wrap it up with the car. What else?
Yeah,
well,
big bad.
okay, all right.
What?
Well, I mean, this is real wood, right?
Yes, sir. Real wood.
It's a fucking
Yes, sir.
banger
Real
wood.
wood. 290,000 miles on it, and it's fucking mint. What can I say? I fucking love it.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Best $3,500 I ever spent.
Really?
$3,500.
I feel like
These
a
really
great
aren't
deal.
worth that much. I'm like, they're getting up there.
That's
because
yeah.
I'm like, these with like low mileage. I'm like, a station wagon of this hit $100,000 for like 70,000 miles.
Damn. I mean, for 3,500, it seems like you for sure got your money's worth out of here.
For sure, absolutely. Owned it for 2 years. I fucking love it, and I want to get another one. That's how much I love it.
You think when this one dies, you're just gonna get a new one?
I'll replace the engine and keep this one going.
Oh shit.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll just find a crashed one, take the engine out of it, and just get it swapped in and get this one
So
going.
you're really
again.
committed to this car.
Yeah,
This
I mean,
one-
like, but the engine ain't gonna go for like 500,000 miles from now. So
Yeah.
I'm getting at least 800,000 miles out of it. My guess.
Wow.
That's my guess.
That's
Yeah.
fucking nuts.
That's my plan at least. Let me put
Are
it that
these
way.
like original air vents here?
Yes,
They look-
sir.
They look modern, dude.
Yes, sir. Original
crazy.
air vents. I mean, like the W123 generation of Mercedes set the standard for what a luxury car should be. And so when it comes to like what a luxury car should be today, I fully believe that it's really based on like the W123 and other like cars from that era.
For sure.
Which is like late 70s, early 80s to mid 80s, because this was built in 1985, which is the last year for the generation of W123s. The only really odd things about this car is window switches are in the middle, not on the driver's side.
That is interesting.
Yes. Very European thing. Pretty standard for European stuff. And parking brake right here, and you let it loose like that. That's pretty European as well.
Oh, I'd accidentally fucking engage that shit all the time.
Yeah. No, it's one of those things where I'm just glad it doesn't go like super down low, because I just keep my foot right here and I just don't fuck with it. But I literally do this every time before I start the car, just to make sure, even if I don't have the parking brake on. And then the other thing is that falls out. Where did that go?
Right here.
Thank you very much.
Here you go.
That's a very standard thing with W123s. I will acknowledge, just gotta put the button back in just like that. And it's all good. So basically, when I'm changing controls, you just
make sure it stays.
Yeah. But it's really not a big deal. I mean, like, it's an old car. It's old car shit kind of thing. But I love W123s. I grew up riding around in them. And ever since that's been my dream car. Other dream cars, Lotus Evora.
Very nice.
Lotus Evora.
Very
4-seat
nice.
Lotus, supercharged, Toyota, 6-cylinder V6. G-Wagon from the 1980s with the diesel.
Bro, they just
fucking
closed the fucking tax loophole on the G-Wagons.
Where you can't use G-Wagons as company cars anymore?
No, they closed the 6,000 pound loophole. So it's no longer like... I think that you still can like get a rebate, but it's nowhere near what you used to get.
What?
Yep.
There's so many G-Wagons on commercial plates around here. They're going to be
Bro,
pissed.
you think it's crazy here. Whenever you come to visit LA, whenever you pull up on us, dude, I swear to fucking God, every intersection is like 4 G-Wagons, and I promise you none of them paid full price.
Holy
they all
shit.
did the 6,000 pound LLC tax loophole.
Jesus Christ, I had no idea. I'm not going to lie. I had no clue.
RIP to the best loophole in history. Dude.
Nah, for
now we
real.
got to pay full price.
That's crazy.
Well, I gotta say, bro, I mean, this has been a fucking great episode.
It's been amazing.
It's been a fantastic time. I really appreciate you pulling up.
Hey, appreciate y'all pulling up.
For
Y'all are the one
everyone
that
who's
flew all
watching
in.
back home, who maybe hasn't tapped in yet, where can they find you at?
Jacob Jones on Instagram and Twitter and YouTube, and Jacob Jones Money on YouTube as well. That's my monetizable channel. Check it out, because that's where I really make the money from, you know what I'm saying?
Go tune into that.
Check out Jacob Jones Money on Twitch as well, along with Jacob Jones on basically every other platform you may be able to think of. Yes, sir.
Y'all
yes,
go
sir.
tune into Jacob Jones Money, because we got to start crowdfunding for the Maid Cafe trip. All right?
Yes, sir.
Y'all go tune into that shit. Ladies and gentlemen, thank y'all for watching. Jacob, thank you for pulling up.
Hey.
Great episode. Oh, that was terrible. No, there we go. No, really lock it in. Yeah,
There we
and
go,
then
there we
bump me,
go.
and then bump me.
Yes,
There we
sir.
go. Ladies and gents, drop a like, drop a sub. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think this is our longest episode.
Think so.
I'm pretty sure. We'll find out when we're done editing. But thank you all for tuning in. Drop a like, drop a sub. Go check out Jacob's content. I assume most of you probably already have, but go do it again. And thank you all for watching. We're going to not drive, because that wouldn't be smart to do right now. So I'll see you all in the next one. Deuces.
Yes, sir. That's what I'm saying, you know what
Beautiful.
I'm saying? Not going to be driving for the next 2 hours or so.
Yes, sir. There it is. There we go. And I could pop this up even more, technically speaking, but...
its own?
Sorry?
Does it stay up on its own? Like, is it
Yeah, it stays up on its own. Yeah, it's luxury car shit. I love this shit.
Wow,
this
this
is
is clean,
literally
dude.
this is literally a tractor battery. No joke, it uses tractor battery.
Really? Like,
Yeah.
that's what you're supposed to put in it?
Genuinely. Yeah. No, literally, it's tractor battery.
And that's how it's, like, always been? Like,
yeah.
even in the 80s, they were putting tractor batteries in here?
Yeah. This is
Interesting.
diesel. 5-cylinder. Boom. All the way back there.
Oh, wow.
So this car has a vacuum system. So the vacuum system is all through rubber hoses. The rubber hoses degrade through time. Mercedes realized this. So basically, if your vacuum system stops, when you turn the car off on the vacuum system, it might not stop if your vacuum system is. So, you hit the stop button right here.
Oh,
Boom.
shit.
Hit stop. And you're
Oh,
all
they literally
good.
have a labeled stop button in there.
Genuinely.
That's actually hilarious.
And I think that's fucking lit. But inline 5 turbo diesel. The turbo is right here.
Nice. It's really
And,
clean for how old it is, dude.
Yeah, I'm like, I
Really
genuinely
clean.
think I have never cleaned it.
Really?
But the previous owner, I think, cleaned it with a leather rag, I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, dude, I mean, I think the previous owner clearly took care of this shit.
Oh, absolutely. Besides the door, absolutely took care of this. But the
I've
good
driven
thing
a million cars that look worse than this under the hood.
Oh, 100%.
With like a quarter of the miles, too.
Yeah. But I'm like, this is W123 Mercedes. I'm like, it's just fucking insane. Like, I'm like, I can run biodiesel, but like, all I gotta do is I gotta replace the fuel injectors kind of thing. And replace some braided lines, and it's all good to run biodiesel. Because biodiesel will ruin the like rubber or like normal metal lines, but like with braided metal lines, it's
Interesting.
so I just gotta replace those, and I'm all good. But really, the only issue I had with this, and I don't think you guys can see. I have a flashlight on me. Yes, sir. But I might have caused a slight dent in the engine block because of this thing right here. So my only issue with the W123 is the fact that the main problematic issue with the W123 diesel is that this rattles like shit. This fucking airbox I fucking hate is a piece of fucking shit. The 240D had a fucking oil catcher. And you could get it where it's just got a fucking air intake, oil catcher separate. Really nice. This rattles like shit. When the rubber goes, it rattles like shit. And the problem is with this thing is this metal. So it rattles into the engine. And so it causes a dent in the engine when it rattles. I let it rattle for like 3 months not realizing that would happen.
Got a big old dent.
Yes, sir. I f***ed up. I f***ed up big time. Not big enough to like cause an issue, but big enough where I'm like, I need to make sure this doesn't happen again. So my goal is to find a W123 240D, get an oil catcher, find an oil catcher, and then put fucking some like fucking motor engine thing on it where it's like cold intake or something like that, cold air intake, and just get that where it don't rattle no more. And that's my goal, I will acknowledge. But this right here, this goes from here to here, and this is oil. So this is oil overflow. So the oil goes from here to here, and it literally goes through the air intake. And we can take this off. Oh, shit. I might have made a mistake trying to shake this off.
What happened?
So all these clips are being a pain in the ass. But there's the oil, there's the air filter right there.
Very
and
nice.
literally the oil goes through here, and drips back into the engine.
Interesting.
Yeah. They
I've
literally
never seen
designed
anyone
it to do that. Which is very interesting.
Yeah, there's so much going on in this
Yeah.
car.
I'm like, it's German over engineering to like the fullest extent.
Yeah.
Which is crazy. Oh,
Some help?
nah,
There you go.
I got it. I've got paper towels in the back of the car. I might.
There's that screw.
Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
You're...
Might have forgotten about it because I'm very buzzed right now.
It's all right. You got a designated driver.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Designated driver has had 2 PBRs, though.
Oh, I'm the DD.
Oh, you're the DP? How
Yes,
buzzed
sir.
are you?
Barely. I'm pretty.
Barely? Dead ass? I'm very
I mean, to be fair, I had one PBR and then that run. That was like my whole. That was all.
That's true. That is that. You had a sip of the. You had a sip of the.
I did have a sip of the ranch water.
Yeah.
But my alcohol, because I'm a bigger dude, my alcohol tolerance.
Yeah. Like my tolerance is low as hell. Like that just runs in my family. But like, I got my hand dirty.
Got some water or something?
All right, I'm gonna wrap this section. Good little bonus section. Thank you for showing us your car.
Yes, sir.
All right,
Like.
drop a like.
Yo, subscribe. Yes, sir. Subscribe to Goblin. Subscribe to Jacob Jones.
That's
you know
right.
What I'm saying?
That's right.
Yes,
And
sir.
drop a like.
Yes, sir.
All right, we're gonna watch some Goblin content on your channel now.
Yes, sir.
Sounds about right. Yep. Go over to Jacob's channel because we got more content.
Hell yeah, brother.
You're now watching the Gobcast. Viewer discretion is advised. You can now watch the Gobcast in 4K uncensored exclusively on Spotify.
Like, wow, I can literally feel the brain cells leaving my head right now.
Genuinely lose like
Absolutely.
double-digit IQ points.
Rum, beer, tequila.
Run. What the is the deal with Hub here? That shit is banned.
No, I was on Hub yesterday. I think I've done whippets twice.
Like one.
Oh,
They just crashed the tree. And they're all pissed now because it's stuck in the tree.
That plane is still fucked though.
Jacob Jones tips right there, dude.
There we go.
Literally blackout wasted sitting at my desk, and I was like also coked up because I was ringing the bell every like 10 minutes, like more fent, more fent, more fent. Okay, that's a little above my pay grade. Have you ever been with a Jill?
They don't use condoms.
I'll
Fuck
chick
it,
with
why
herpes,
not?
dude. I don't care.
That's what I'm talking about. Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
The gay guys.
Yeah. I love to be able to hear about fucking liquor. Liquor hardly know her. And be like, well, give me my cooler back, bitch.
That's
Sunroof?
luxury,
Yeah.
dude. In the
Yes,
80s,
sir.
that's big boy money.
This fucking airbox I fucking hate is a piece of fucking shit.
We're probably gonna get age restricted from even saying this.